Now, in that context, Georgia first developed its own standards in 1986, right, as these discussions were getting underway, and you clearly funded the development of those standards with state funds. You revised them in 1996, so you had the same standards for 10 years. That was not all that different from what other states had done, perhaps a little bit longer. But by the time you revised the standards, there were two federal programs, the Elementary and Secondary Education Act, now called No Child Left Behind, that required states to adopt standards in reading and math and ultimately in science, and to test all students in those subjects, and they provided funding to underwrite the development of the standards and tests. Goals 2000, which actually preceded the Elementary and Secondary Act, did the same thing and gave states some money to develop standards and tests. So we don't know this for sure, but it is likely that by the time you revised your standards in 1996, you certainly had access to federal funds to underwrite that effort. You may or may not have actually used those funds. I can't tell that for sure. But again, by that point in time, every state was required to have standards and tests that measured those standards. Under No Child Left Behind, passed in 2001, the federal government increased the testing requirements so that students in 3 to 8 had to be tested, as well as high school. Now, it's important to note that while federal law, again, going back to the early 90s, has required the state to have standards and to have tests, right, the federal government, the U.S. Department of Education, has never reviewed or approved the content of state standards or tests. It's prohibited by law, right? The federal government, in making sure states comply with the requirement that they have standards, it is really a check-the-box exercise. One simply can look on the state's website and see if there are standards there, and if they're there, they're okay. The tests simply needed to meet technical criteria, reliability, validity, etc. They needed to be aligned with the state's standards, so they needed to measure what the state said it wanted kids to learn, and they needed to be administered to all students. Again, federal requirement, but going back for 20 years, no federal control over the content of the tests or the standards. Now, since 2002, again, to put this all in context, Georgia has received $133 million from the federal government to underwrite the state's testing program. You get approximately $10 million a year. That number has fluctuated up and down since 2002, but it comes to $133 million. Now, while you've heard some critics argue that federal dollars equals federal control over content and a loss of states' ability to control their own standards and the loss of local control of curriculum, that's not been your experience here in Georgia since you first took federal money to deal with standards and tests. It's not been the experience of any state in the country. So while people are concerned about that, and one always ought to be concerned about the possibility of federal overreach, one also ought to be aware of the facts and the context and the history, because it suggests something very different than what the critics have ever have been alleging. So I've brought you very quickly, right, to No Child Left Behind, but let's go back and talk a little bit more about what the history of state standards is and how that has led up to the Common Core. Because by the 1990s, every state, including Georgia, had its own state standards, and most had revised their standards one or more times. And each time they did that, they improved the standards. They tended to be a bit more clear, a bit more specific and focused, a bit more manageable in the classroom. But yet, right, as those of us who have been working with states and their standards know, despite those improvements, right, as long as a decade ago, one could see some common weaknesses across the states in their standards. The first weakness is that none of them were intentionally aligned with the skills needed for post-secondary success. Right? When states were writing standards, they simply didn't ask the question, because nobody thought of it at the time, did not ask the question, let's make sure we know what students need to know and be able to do when they walk out of high school, when they've met all our standards, so that they can succeed in post-secondary education and workforce training programs, in careers and the like. That was simply not one of the questions. Neither did they ask the question, how do our standards and our expectations for students stack up against other states or other countries with whom we compete for jobs? So in that context, it's worth noting just how important that failure to do that kind of alignment work has been. In Georgia, the latest data we have been able to find is that 59% of the students entering the University of Georgia's two-year colleges and 48% of students entering the 14 state colleges are required to take remedial courses. That means they earned a high school diploma. They don't have the skills necessary to enter and succeed in credit-bearing courses. About 8 years ago, Achieve surveyed recent high school graduates. 40 to 45% of them told us that they, now that they were out in the work, either in college or in the workplace, they found they had significant gaps in their skills, both those attending college and those in jobs. College faculty who teach first-year credit-bearing courses, not remedial courses, faculty estimated that about 40% of their first-year students really didn't have the skills they needed to succeed in a real college course of the subject that they were teaching. Employers estimated that close to 45% of the recent high school graduates they hired may have had the skills to do the entry-level job, but lacked the skills to advance in their company. Separate from all that, ACT has estimated that only about half the college-bound students who take their tests are ready for college-level reading. You put all that together, and what it says is, as a system in state after state after state, including in Georgia, we've been handing out high school diplomas to students who lack the skills they need to succeed afterwards, right? While most parents assume that a high school diploma is a ticket to college in some way, shape, or form, right? For many students, it actually turns out to be a ticket to nowhere. Students who need remedial courses, who take remedial courses, are half as likely to ultimately earn a degree in either 2 or 4 year institutions, half as likely as their better prepared peers. They are just as likely, however, to pay college-level tuition for those courses, even though they're not earning credit for them. It's a bad deal, right? And we need to do better to prepare students than we've been doing so far. So that's why this question of college and career-ready standards and alignment of K-12 standards to the demands of college and work are really so important. And again, if you go back 10 years ago, virtually no state had done the work to create that kind of alignment between K-12 and higher ed. So that was one big weakness. The second big weakness is that if you look across the state standards were literally all over the map. The best example of this is mathematics. One study found that as little as 20% of the grade level standards in K-8 in math, in other words, 4th grade standards, 5th grade standards, etc., only about 20% of them were consistent across the states. Only about 20%. Math is a highly structured discipline. You learn some things first and some things next and some things after that. It's not clear why you would expect to see such differences across the states in what students expected to learn in each state, particularly when you compare math standards in the U.S. to those in high-performing countries, which tend to be more consistent, more focused, more clearly progressing from grade to grade than we see in the U.S. So U.S. standards were, again, literally all over the map in ways that don't make a whole lot of sense for the discipline. I won't go through the reading and literacy standards, but there were similar kinds of problems there as well. The third big problem that plagued all state standards and tests was their tests and proficiency standards were also literally all over the map. So as you know, every state sets its own standards, develops its own tests, and decides what score you need to get on the test in order to be deemed proficient, right? And we know from comparisons of data that's been available for 10 years now between the percentage of students who are proficient on state tests versus the percentage of students in that same state, in that same grade and subject, who are proficient on the nation's report card, the National Assessment of Education Progress. In about 35 states, including Georgia, the score that earns a proficient determination on a state 4th grade reading test corresponds to below basic on the National Assessment of Education Progress. Another way to look at this, in 2013, both Georgia and Tennessee had 34% of your 4th grade students proficient on NAEP. 34%. However, right, on the state test, state fourth grade reading test, 92.5% of Georgia fourth graders were proficient. 34% versus 92.5%. In contrast, in Tennessee, only 47% of the fourth grade students were considered proficient, right, whereas 34% were proficient on NAEP. It was a much smaller difference than the difference in between proficient on state tests and proficient on NAEP in Georgia. One other example of this, the American Institutes of Research, in a study of state, national, and international performance standards that they released just last month, found that in 2010, 87% of Georgia 8th graders were considered proficient on your state's math test, while only 24% were proficient when judged against international performance standards. 87% proficient by the state, 24% compared to high-performing countries. That gap between state and international proficiency levels in Georgia, 63%, is the largest in the country. Okay. An example, again, example after example of states having very different definitions, very different expectations for student learning, very different definitions of what proficient means on a subject in which, 2 plus 2 is 4 wherever you are, right? You got it right or you didn't get it right. The definition of proficient in math should not be dramatically different. So those are the kinds of weaknesses that plague states' standards and tests, and they were becoming increasingly evident right around 2006, 2007, partly as a result of work that achieved it through the American Diploma Project, where we were pushing states to look at their standards particularly carefully. And as states noticed that they had very similar weaknesses in their standards, and because they knew that they were competing in a global economy, right, not just against each other, but competing against other countries, the idea that they should have common standards made a whole lot of sense to a growing number of governors and chief state school officers, including in particular Governor Perdue, who ultimately co-chaired the Common Core State Standards efforts at the National Governors Association. And states, those governors and chiefs knew that the last thing they wanted as a pathway to common standards was to have the federal government get involved in it. That would have been a disaster, and everyone knew it. There was no interest in the federal government writing the standards, no interest in the federal government paying for the standards. They wanted to work together as states to figure out how to do that. And they had ample evidence to see that states could develop common standards if they worked together. 16 states worked with Achieve through this American Diploma Project. Georgia was one of them, to review their high school standards in math and literacy to make sure that they were well aligned to the demands of college and work. We looked at their standards when they started that process. We looked at their standards when they ended the review and revision process. Each state did it on its own, or they got some support and data from Achieve, right? At the end of the process, the states had much more common standards than they did when they started the process. The discipline of asking the question, what's the evidence about what students need to know and be able to do to succeed after high school, pushed the states to more common standards, because the answer for what you need to succeed in Georgia or in Tennessee or Massachusetts was really pretty similar on those basic math and literacy skills. So the states had demonstrated that without any federal effort, but by collaborating and working with each other, they could arrive at common standards. There were 2 efforts, one in New England and one that Achieve had coordinated, of multiple states working together to create the same tests, which gave them comparability across states. So the governors and chiefs knew at that time that if they wanted common standards, they could do it themselves in a state-led effort without any federal involvement. And that's exactly what they did. In 2009, after lots of planning, the National Governors Association and Council of Chief State School Officers kicked off, launched the effort to create common standards. 48 states, governors and chief state school officers signed on to that effort. Again, Governor Perdue and Governor Markell from Delaware co-chaired that effort. There were educators from every one of those 48 states involved. None of the states committed to adopt the standards when they started. They only committed to work on the process and then see what the standards looked like before they decided to adopt. Ultimately, 44 states plus Georgia plus D.C. plus the Defense Department education activity and the Cellular Trust Territories adopted the common standards. Now, there's no doubt that some states adopted more quickly than they would have because of the incentive provided in Race to the Top, right? There's really no doubt that that happened. But that's not the same as saying that they didn't do it voluntarily. Remember, every state had already been receiving federal money and meeting federal requirements, right, to develop standards and tests. This was not exactly a new idea. Furthermore, many states that neither applied for or certainly didn't get the Common Core, get the Race to the Top grants, still adopted them and stuck with them. And just recently, around this issue of whether the federal government overreached or not, whether states had given up control of standards and curriculum, the Attorney General in Utah, at the request of the governor of Utah, just recently issued an opinion on a set of questions, the core of which was, did Utah give up control of its standards? Did local districts lose control of their curriculum as a result of the way in which the federal government provided inducements to states to adopt the Common Core? And the Attorney General's answer was no. There's been no loss of state control, no loss of local control. So in that context, I want to close with just three points. One is to reiterate again, right, the federal government has not controlled the Common Core. No state has given up its authority over standards by adopting the Common Core. And any state that withdraws from the Common Core, which is a perfect right to do, but any state that does that will still be dealing with the federal government over standards and tests. You will still be required to have standards in the core academic subjects. You'll still be required under No Child Left Behind to administer tests in every grade 3 to 8 and high school in the core academic subjects. And you'll still be getting money to do that, approximately the same $10 million a year that you've been getting. So if anyone tells you that you can get the federal government away from your standards and curriculum if you unadopt the Common Core, not going to happen. The federal government's role will remain the same. You will still be required to have standards. You'll still be required to have tests, and you'll still be getting federal money to support that. So the argument that you can get rid of the federal government by getting rid of the Common Core doesn't make sense. Now, secondly, the Common Core are hardly perfect, right? No one's saying that there isn't a word that could be changed. But I would challenge you to invite the critics of the Common Core to tell you what they need, what standards need to be changed. Point to the standard, tell you what's wrong with it, tell you what change they would make in order to improve it. It's not impossible to do that, but as I've looked at the testimony that you've received, that's not the testimony that you've been hearing. You've heard about the process of developing standards. You've heard about a lot of other things that frankly don't have much to do with the Common Core, but you haven't been hearing people, as best as I can tell, say, I've read the standards, right? This standard in math or in ELA, right, is problematic for the following reason, and here's how it could be fixed, or here's how a whole set of them could be fixed. Haven't seen that yet. I would urge you, I know you're at the end of your process, but if there's consideration to be given to recommending changes in the standards, that's what you ought to be demanding of people who want to see something other than what the State Board of Education has already adopted. Finally, I'd say, while you all have been having these hearings, and these are really important, and I'm sure you are getting testimony of all kinds, educators in Georgia and in every other state in the country are actually working very hard to implement the standards. It's not easy work. It's actually quite difficult. The standards do require changes in instructional strategies that teachers need to use in order to help all students be prepared to meet those standards. They require better instructional materials than they typically have access to now. They require time to work together collaboratively to implement the standards, review what's going well, change the strategies, see how kids are doing, etc. I would urge you to focus your attention going forward on providing those educators with the support they need, the time, the tools, resources of professional development so that they can help their students reach the expectations that have been set for them. If you help teachers that way, you will be helping students. Thank you very much for your attention. If there's, I'm done, right? But, but if you've got questions, I'm happy to answer them, or comments, or whatever you might want to do.
Questions from the committee? Representative Brockway.
Mr. Cohen, thank you for coming here and for your presentation. I want to talk just a minute, if I could ask a couple questions, kind of centering on what you talked about, the NAEP test and our performance on that versus our performance relative to our own testing.
Right.
Our students are doing great on our own testing, but not so good on the NAEP test.
Right.
Would that indicate to you that our standards are not tough enough, or what? I guess what I'm driving at, we've heard a lot of testimony here, as you've seen, about some folks saying, well, the Common Core standards were tougher than the standards we went from in the Georgia Performance Standards, and others saying, no, they're not as rigorous. So I guess my question is really, I guess that'd be my first question. In your opinion, maybe, I don't know how involved you were in developing the Georgia Performance Standards you achieve, or what your thoughts might be on how those two compare.
So we were not involved in developing them, but we did review at least the changes that were made in '07, I think, to the, actually, I'm not sure I remember which year,
Right.
but we were involved in reviewing the changes to the high school standards that were made as part of Georgia's involvement with the American Diploma Project. So we thought the standards overall at the end of high school were quite rigorous. In fact, in math, I think your standards probably had more advanced mathematics than in most other states. So on that criteria, right, you're doing fine on rigor. Whether you went a little too far or not, independent of the rigor of your standards. In work we've done in other states, for example, what we found out was that notwithstanding what the standards called for, most of the items on the state test required pretty simple recall, right, of information. They didn't require students to process it. They didn't require students to apply what they had learned to novel problems. They didn't require students in math to be able to show and explain their work. They were pretty simple, multiple choice, fill in the bubble, right answer or not, cut and dried. Even if students get 100% of those questions right, it doesn't mean, it doesn't make it a rigor, or even if no one gets it right, the rigor of the test depends on whether the items are actually demanding rigorous work by students, conceptually challenging work, that the cognitive demands required more than just recall. And if your items don't do that, right, then students can get 100% of the items right on your test. You'll tell them they're proficient or advanced, but the National Assessment of Education Progress requires a different kind of thinking on its test, and students may not do well on that. Did that help?
Yeah, it did. And then my next
actually implemented. So you could get that in a couple of ways. If collecting data is not simple, but you could get that in a number of ways. First of all, you could survey teachers. Did you get the support you needed to implement the standards? Do you have new curriculum materials that are aligned to the standards? Is the professional development you've received been enough to help you? You could ask some questions of teachers or classroom observation or whatever to look to see if there's evidence that the standards are being implemented in the classroom, right? So in the Common Core, for example, it places a lot of emphasis on asking students what are called text-dependent questions. You want students to read the text, understand it, right, and be able to draw evidence from it. So teachers ought to be asking kids questions about what they have read, and where can they find the facts and information in it, or the argument in it. So if you had a survey or you had observers in classrooms, right, all of which has challenges in it, but it could be a fly on the wall in the classroom. If you never saw a reading or English teacher ask a text-dependent question, a little bell ought to go up that says maybe these standards aren't being implemented here. So you could gather that kind of data, which would help you then understand whether changes or non-changes in test results have anything to do with the standards themselves, or how they're being implemented, or something else. So you want to come at it that way, which is a significant research project, but one worth undertaking regardless of your standards.
Anybody? I guess Common Core and being an advisor to President Clinton and National Governors Association. Tell me your background. And
Sure. So I was hired by the National Governors Association to direct their education policy program in 1985. I was there for 5 or 6 years till 1990, I think. Our job was to advise governors on education policy issues. We helped the Lamar Alexander Task Force produce its report. We staffed the governors when they went to the Charlottesville Summit in 1989. We put out studies and reports for states all along the way. And we did a survey every year to see what state education policies were being adopted in that time period on a range of issues, from teacher quality to school leadership to school finance, etc. That's the work of the National Governors Association. It was funded at the time by the Carnegie Corporation of New York for most of the work that we did. The Clinton administration was funded differently, as you might imagine, right? It's a federal government funded by taxpayers. I served first in the U.S. Department of Education in the Office of the Secretary from 1993, from basically Inauguration Day until about 1996, where I was asked to move to the White House and serve as Special Assistant to the President for Education Policy. I was involved in all of the Clinton administration education initiatives, including those that focused on standards and testing. The last year or so of the administration, I was Assistant Secretary for Elementary and Secondary Education, where I was responsible, among other things, for enforcing the requirements that every state have tests in place aligned to their standards. At the end of the Clinton administration, I went to work for the Aspen Institute, which is a think tank, and then I went to work for Achieve. Achieve has had a variety of funding sources. Initially, its funding was provided by a mix of funding from the business leaders who served on our board of directors, as well as fee-for-service work that we did for states. So if a state wanted its standards reviewed, or a review of its tests or something like that, they paid us just about what it cost. We generally broke even over time, sometimes making a little money, mostly losing a little money on those propositions. And we also got funded by foundations. So the Gates Foundation funds us, the Helmsley Charitable Trust funds us, Carnegie funds us, Hewlett Foundation, ExxonMobil, AT&T, a variety of other corporate foundations. We probably got about 20 foundations that at one point or another have funded us.
Okay. Did you get any money from the Gates Foundation? Are they one of your bigger funders?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Question I have, since you were looking in the birth canal, the Common Core, back in '08.
Right.
When y'all came up with this, and I assume you worked closely with David Coleman,
Yeah.
who's the initiator. Are y'all still real close and work together?
We don't work with the College Board, but he and our friends, yeah, sure.
Okay. When you rolled it out, why did you roll it out to 45 states and not do a model in a state?
Right.
Was that a mistake now, looking back? If you had to do it again?
Probably would have done it differently, but what drove several things drove the decision at the time. One is states generally don't pilot standards. They develop standards, they adopt them, and they move to statewide implementation. There's not been a history of piloting standards in this country, so we were in that sense following conventional practice, and not a governor or a chief who was involved in it had thought about it differently. If I were doing it over again, would I found some way, whether it was in a state or in several districts in several states, to at least have teachers try out some parts of this? Sure. And we might have had fewer debates, right, if we had done that, though I think some of the debates that we're having are not necessarily tied to the standards themselves. A lot of them have to do with the perceived role of the federal government, for which no pilot testing would have changed that debate. As you heard me say, I think they got the facts wrong, but I don't think we would have, I don't think that part of the debate would have been very different. So yeah, if I had to do it over again, I'd probably do it on a different timeline and roll it out a little bit more slowly.
And I know Governor Perdue was he was a co-chair. And for your information, you need to know this. We tried to get the former governor here at one of the 4 meetings, but he chose not to come, which I'm disappointed in as being a representative and serving under him. So. Any other questions from anybody?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You had mentioned that we should ask opponents of the Common Core standards which ones are bad and how we could tweak them. Then we were told last meeting that they couldn't be tweaked because they had been copyrighted. Is that true, or?
It's true that they are copyrighted, and that was done in order to basically prevent commercial publishers from taking the Common Core standards, changing them, inserting them in their materials, and claiming to still have the Common Core standards. That's what that was about. In contrast to that, right, any state, look, the standards that you adopted, the Common Core, whether you adopted them word for word or added something or whatever, they're your standards now. You can do whatever you want to them. You don't need permission from NGA or CCSSO or anyone else. Just like the Georgia Performance Standards previously, you adopted them, you own them, you can do what you want with them.
Thank you.
I actually had 2 questions. One is a follow-up to part of the question. You mentioned the corporations that funded the Chief. We hear a lot about the Bill Gates Foundation and Microsoft. What if you mentioned Exxon? You mentioned AT&T. We hear about these ulterior motives of people funding it. What would you? I guess I'm asking your opinion, or if you know, if you can shed any light on why would organizations like Exxon or AT&T be interested in funding something like this?
Look, the business community, going back to the late 1980s, right, when the idea, in the wake of the nation at risk, when the idea of raising standards became part of the national discussion about education, the business community has always been a champion for higher standards. Because they saw, perhaps sooner than others, that the skill demands of the workplace were changing, right? And so the idea that the K-12 system needs to aim higher, if you will, has always been a core part of what the business community has advocated for since, at least as I can remember, since the late 1980s. And Achieve was founded by governors and business. Before anyone thought of the Common Core, like had anything to do with the Common Core, when Achieve was just about helping states one by one raise their standards, the business community supported our work, and the business community supported the work of the states in which they were housed to help them raise standards and take other steps to improve education. So for the most part, you can debate whether an individual company is somehow going to make money. I don't think ExxonMobil is making money by selling gas to folks who can meet higher standards. But you can make an argument that some companies maybe have an ulterior motive, but mostly the business community has had an interest in a better prepared workforce. And I'll also point out, in our history at Achieve, we have never taken money from a company that was involved in selling education materials. We don't even have companies, other national organizations have their annual conferences sponsored by the Pearsons and McGraw-Hill and all that stuff. We've never taken a dime from them. We don't allow them at our meetings. They don't sponsor anything that we do because we want to make sure that we have the independence that states need in order to rely on what we tell them. People may not like what we tell them. You can debate it, but it's not because of where we're getting money. And for Gates, when we got involved in the Gates Foundation, they were all about small high schools. We're the ones through the American Diploma Project who told them, number one, it's not small high schools, it's college and career-ready standards that you ought to be focused on. And as a result of the work that I touched on briefly with the American Diploma Project network states, where their standards began to be more common, we actually made the argument that the states can lead an effort to common standards, and told everyone who wanted another approach, including other former governors, who wanted the federal government to do it, wanted some other approach. We're the ones who said, invest in the states, invest in a state-led effort. It can work. So, yeah, the Gates Foundation funded it. But that's because they listened to some of us who said the right way to get it done is by a state-led effort.
Thank you. As a follow-up, second question for those. So you mentioned earlier that the state recognized needs for standard alignment, assessment, consistency, which I think comes back to a lot of what you were just discussing in relation to business need. And but over the last 3 or 4 sessions, we've heard a lot about content mastery versus skills mastery, and that really seems to be, no pun intended, at the core of really the frustration in all of this. Okay, so why are we here? And from what you know, why are we here at this discussion of content mastery discussion versus skills mastery and how it relates to standards? And why are we here in this at this point?
Right. So I'll hazard a guess on that. First of all, in mathematics, there's content there, although a lot of what math is the application of skills. So that distinction doesn't make a ton of sense, I think. In English language arts, there's a conundrum there. I know Sandra Stotsky has been saying that there's no literature in the English language arts standards, and in my testimony I've pointed to a number of experts who said that's not true at all. But what is complicated is the way Massachusetts got the content was in its standards, and Stotsky was responsible for them, was 2 things. One is in the literacy standards. It basically says in 9th grade students should read, American literature. In 10th grade they should read British literature, etc. So it points in a direction. Right. It also then has I think in Massachusetts they call it an author list. Right. They identify authors, right, whose books reflect the kinds of texts that they think students ought to read, and the state draws on those texts, right, to design the reading test. Okay, so it sends some pretty clear signals that those are the kinds of things that kids ought to read. When the Common Core were being developed, nobody thought it would be a really good idea to have a national reading list. Right? If you wanted to imagine one thing we could have done that would have blown things up immediately, I think having a national reading list would have been it. So what the Common Core standards did have some suggested readings, right, in one of the appendices. A couple of those have been fairly controversial. It makes me wish we hadn't done that. But it basically says to the states, you guys are in charge, right, either at the state level or at the district level, and in most cases it's the district level that assembles a reading list, right, and determines what literature kids read. The only other thing I'd say about content, right, is in the English language arts standards, the introduction, it basically says, look, these standards about English language arts and literacy across the curriculum. And one thing that is really, really important is to make sure that from the early grades, students need to be exposed to a rich, content-based, knowledge-based curriculum so they learn about a lot of things. It's a very strong suggestion. It has very deep implications, but you don't find the content in the standards themselves, and you wouldn't in any other state's literacy standards.
Okay, if I may, one more follow-up question. In relation to that, you mentioned the suggested text.
Yeah.
What was the intent in relation to Common Core? What's the intent of these suggested texts? Not that, was it to be that these certain texts need to be understood and memorized and learned, or did they provide another purpose?
Yeah, so there are only a handful of texts that are in the standards themselves that the standards say kids ought to read, and it's mainly foundational texts from U.S. history, the Declaration of Independence, the Bill of Rights, some other noteworthy historical documents. Otherwise, the reason for the books in the appendix is because the standards themselves make a very big deal about this idea of text complexity, that kids ought to read increasingly complex texts as they go through school. ACT did some research that shows the books that kids read at the end of high school are probably 2 years behind what they're going to have to face in college. And our own review of state standards, some of which I mentioned in the testimony, shows that there's no progression in the complexity of what students have to do in the reading test. You read and find the main idea year in and year out without any increase in complexity. So having kids read more complex texts each year is very important. So how do you help teachers who have to pick texts for kids to read, or districts do that? What kind of help can you provide? So illustrating the level of complexity at different grade spans by saying this is the kind of book that meets the level of complexity for 4th and 5th grade, and this does it for 7th and 8th grade, etc., as well as other information that's provided in the appendix about how you judge complexity. That's why the appendix has suggested readings in it, among the things that could have been more clear in hindsight.
And why the big deal about text complexity?
Well, simply put, because by the time you get into college or by the time you're in the workplace, depending on where you are, you actually have to read some pretty dense material and understand it. And lots of evidence. Remember, I said 50% of the kids who take the ACT, right, are not ready to read, to do college-level reading. It's because they're not reading texts of sufficient complexity to challenge them to really work hard to understand what they're reading.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Counsel.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you for coming. I thought it was very informative, and appreciate you answering the questions.
Thank you for the invitation,
Oh, yeah.
and I wish you luck with the rest of your work.
Good, thank you. Have a safe trip home.
Thanks.
Okay, next is Jamil. Is that right? Jamil Coes? Jamila, excuse me. The 2014 Georgia Teacher of the Year Common Core, bringing calm to the classroom chaos. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I am glad to see this array of people on this board, educators and parents. Whoever convened you did an awesome job. So thank you to that. So whoever did that. So today I am here to talk about the Common Core and teachers' perspectives of the Common Core. So my name is Jamila Coase, and I am the 2014 Georgia Teacher of the Year. Now, I remember hearing my name called for the award, and I figured, someone has made a mistake. But when no one called me back to say that we're taking that award back, I had to sit down and think about what a great privilege it was to represent Georgia's teachers. Now, everyone can tell you the name of a teacher or a grade where they had a teacher who inspired them. For me, it was my 7th grade teachers. Their names were Ms. Davis and Ms. Davis. One taught math, one taught PE. And it's for that reason that I believe that all teachers named Ms. Davis are exemplars. But I also remember getting my very first detention in 7th grade. And years later, as I thought back to that detention, I remember that it wasn't that I got a detention was what I remembered. It was remembered the disappointment that my teachers faced and how disappointed in me they were. But the power team of Davis and Davis helped me to see that my attitude at the time was not conducive to reaching my full potential. And later on in life, when I wondered, what could I do to be better? I was brought back to thinking about my students. That's when I started to realize just how much of an impact teachers can have on students. And as I settled into my own teaching program, I was pleased not to have students who reminded me of myself. But I did encounter another challenge. How do I ensure that every student, regardless of background or family situation, receives the same high-quality education? Sorry, is it on? Oh, it's not on. There we go. I was brought that belief was brought home to me in stark relief when I started teaching at Langston Chapel Middle School in Bullitt County. That school has the second highest percentage of students in the county to qualify for free and reduced lunch programs. The first is Langston Chapel Elementary. Bullitt County participates in the Federal Migrant Education Program, which provides extra assistance to about 800,000 students each year to minimize educational disruptions and disadvantages due to their frequent moves. Both Langston schools have large populations of students from migrant families who follow farm jobs around the country depending on harvest season. It's not unusual for a student to transfer to a new school and to experience academic setbacks as they adjust to that new school. But imagine the possibilities. Imagine the possibilities if a student didn't have those setbacks. Every student who came into my class brought with him stories and experiences and perspectives to share. But those students also brought new challenges because it was a toss-up as to where they would fall academically. The Common Core standards are based on a simple premise, that every student, regardless of where they live or where they come from, whatever their advantages, disadvantages, whatever life experiences they may have had, they deserve the very best that we can provide in education. The Common Core takes students out of their comfort zone, and that's what learning is about. It even takes teachers out of their comfort zone. It forces us to think outside of comfortable spaces and to expand our thoughts, broaden our expectations, and increase our intellectual abilities. The Common Core doesn't teach to the lowest common denominator. It expects that all students should and can reach higher academic heights. The study from the Community College Research Center found that 59% of more than 250,000 community college students surveyed needed remedial math classes, and 33% needed remediation in reading or writing. Just think about that. 33% of those students weren't reading or writing on grade level when they graduated from high school. 5 years ago, more than 40 state legislators, including Georgia, adopted the Common Core standards. This was the first time an effort was being made to have academic standards consistent across the states. The standards were written by educators, and despite what opponents would have you believe, they were not forced onto states by the federal government. Each state voluntarily adopted the standards, and afterwards school leaders and teachers worked hard to develop professional training necessary for educators to implement the standards. Georgia's governor at the time, Sonny Perdue, said this about the standards. Today's students must be prepared to compete in a global economy. The state-developed standards make sure that our students are prepared for college and the workforce. No program ever goes off without a hitch. There have been bumps and bruises with the rollout. There are teachers who don't support the methods and they don't believe that we will have positive benefits from it. But in my experience of traveling our state and talking from educators from across our state, there are far more who support the Common Core. I'd like to share some of those stories today. First, there's Betsy. She teaches at a middle school in Statesboro, Georgia. Now, Betsy is an avid reader. She loves language arts. She loves literature. She loves everything about language arts, writing and grammar. And when the Common Core came about, Betsy was less than enthusiastic. But as time passed and as she got used to the standards, she realized that the standards provided something that hadn't been provided before. Rigor, the chance to provide evidence, and a closer look in nonfiction text. Now, Betsy always wanted to give her students rigor. It's important as an educator that we always challenge our students, and she knew the importance of that. And the Common Core just gave her an avenue to do it even more than she had been doing it before. But the second part, providing evidence, was one of the things that she was most excited about in the Common Core. You see, we teach middle schoolers. And if you've ever tried to rationalize with a middle schooler, you would know that that's a difficult process. But what the Common Core forces them to do is to not only just rationalize from things out of thin air, but to come up with solid evidence to support their ideas. And finally, Betsy loves reading, mostly nonfiction text, mostly fiction text. But the Common Core doesn't stop her from sharing that love of fiction text. She's also found a new love in nonfiction text. Students love to read memoirs and articles of everyday occurrences. What I love to see is that no matter what students are reading, if they can apply it to their lives, they can find value in that. And that's what Betsy has done in her classroom. Then there's Ashlyn. And Ashley is a middle school teacher in Leesburg. She gave me her top 5 reasons as to why she loved the Common Core. And she said, 1, it emphasizes skills necessary to survive in today's world, like problem solving and critical thinking and creativity. It emphasizes quality and not quantity. 3, it incorporates the technology in meaningful ways instead of just using it for using its sake. It eliminates the multiple choice questions where a good guess could probably get you the right answer. But instead, students have to really think about their responses and show that they have mastered the lessons. And 5, understanding the process is just as important as getting the right answer. It is process that the Common Core provides us. Thinking through your answers. Then there's Caitlin. And Caitlin teaches what some would consider a more challenging population. She is a special education co-teacher in Pierce County. When I asked her about the Common Core standards, she had this to say. I have seen my students involved in productive struggles as they engage in the more rigorous activities and conversations in the classroom. Having a common set of standards on which to build our lessons has afforded me the opportunity to collaborate from all over the state and all over the country. We all speak a common language now.
We are supporting each other in our efforts to help our students achieve. The extensive support for teachers that result from so much common work help to ensure that all students receive an equal opportunity for a quality education. And finally, there's Erica. And Erica's been one of my good friends for a very long time. But we are very different in our approaches to teaching. When she talks about the Common Core, she talks about the little people, our elementary students. And every day she comes home and she has a different story about her classroom. She has stories about how many times so-and-so had to tie their shoes. And she has stories about how many times she had to stop little Johnny from running down the hall because he was so excited to get to his connection class. But the most important stories that she tells is the stories of their academic advancement. She tells stories about how difficult it is for her to have to rationalize everything to a second grader, because that's what they expect now. They expect you to support your answers because that is what we expect of them. They want us to think through the process because that's what we expect of them. And they are more than capable of doing just that. She appreciates the logical progression of academics from grade to grade and the learning and discovery that every student has. And what she really appreciates is that we encourage our students to master content rather than having a rote memorization of knowledge. Now, those are tales from Georgia's teachers. Every day, in the trenches, like many of you. But several times a year, I get together with teachers from around our nation. The top teachers from around our nation convene, and we talk about education issues ranging from technology to testing to classroom engagement. But this year, a hot topic has been the Common Core. Now, for a vast majority of the states, they have adopted the core and they have stuck with it. However, in Missouri, opponents were successful in calling for a review and a possible rewrite of the standards. The committee appointed to undertake that task has divulged to such an extent that few believe that anything will be achieved from this new measure. And then there's what I like to call the Oklahoma horror story. In Oklahoma, the situation is even worse because legislatures since they've passed the repeal that was signed into law by Governor Mary Fallin, it has had devastating consequences for students and for teachers. For now, schools there have reverted back to older standards that are described as adequate. I would be hard-pressed to find any parent or teacher who thought that students deserved an adequate education. But from a teacher's perspective, that situation is ripe for creating chaos in the classroom. Educators have spent the last 5 years preparing and implementing Common Core in their classrooms. Then they are told those new standards will not be used, and then they will go back to old standards. But what about the young teachers, for whom Common Core is the only set of standards they know? They spent hours on professional development and learning to teach new standards, and they are now going back to the blackboard, as it were, to learn another set of standards that may only be in place for a couple of years. Now, it's important to highlight, however, that teachers don't want to stick with the standards just because we spent time learning the standards. We are far more analytical than that. We want to stick with the standards because we believe in the standards. And this tug of war, especially for Oklahoma, it's like a bad game show. What set of standards is behind door number 2? Let's spin the wheel and try it again. Let's spin the wheel and try it again. The Oklahoma State Board of Education has adopted a steering committee to oversee the development of another new set of standards that should be ready by 2016. I can't begin to tell you how much sympathy I have for my colleagues in Oklahoma. Going into a school year not knowing what kind of academic standards will be in place the next year has got to be one of the most unsettling and stressful things in your professional career. The Oklahoma and Missouri stories highlight the major flaws in our opponent's strategies against Common Core. They say nothing about what to replace it with. They criticize and condemn and offer few solutions. But I want to shift gears to two more positive stories. 5 years after Kentucky became the first state to fully embrace the Common Core, new evidence shows that student achievement there is increasing in most subjects at grade level. Kentucky's experience proves that the longer students are exposed to the Common Core, the more likely they are to graduate high school prepared for the rigor of college-level education or jumping right into a career. Let's move across the map to Arizona and take a look at the Osborne School District. There, fully 90% of students qualify for free or reduced lunches. Before Common Core, that may have led you to believe that they would have low test scores. Now that's a hard statement, I know. But it rings true for many of the educators who strive day to day to do what is best for students in underserved schools. 3 years ago, after Arizona's legislature adopted the Common Core, the superintendent of the Osborne schools went on full implementation plan for the district's elementary schools. Her commitment and the commitment of all educators working in the district have paid off. Test scores at the end of last school year ranked Osborne as the only Phoenix area elementary district where all the schools scored A's and B's. The superintendent commended the Common Core's approach to mathematics and nonfiction readings, in addition to the educators' commitment to students as critical to their success. As a new way of teaching, the Common Core has certainly challenged teachers, both young and veteran, to rethink how we approach material that we want our students to master. To be clear, the Common Core does not mandate that we teach in any particular way. In fact, I and my colleagues were surprised to find that we had more freedom to construct the lessons in the way we wanted. I firsthand saw how disruptions caused by near constant movement affected my students at Langston Chapel, creating chaos for the academic progress. The Common Core calms that chaos by establishing clear guidelines regarding what students are not only to learn but to master at each grade level. I know what it's like to watch a student come into a classroom and realize that they are far behind their peers and that catching up seems impossible. It can be heartbreaking. Education should never be disappointing or fill an anxiety for children. It should be free for them to explore what they would like to explore to reach the goals that they desire to achieve. It should challenge them to work harder and work smarter, and that is exactly what the Common Core does. Now, I know that there's a lot of opposition about the Common Core, but I am disappointed that the opposition's voices are drowning out the voices of the classroom, of teachers. I implore you to listen to teachers. For 190 days, we take the best and the brightest students, and we challenge them to be even better and brighter. We take the student who has had 7 addresses in a single school year and give him the same opportunity for success. We take the rich, the poor, the smart, and the smart-mouthed and turn them into engineers and teachers and doctors and business leaders and mothers and fathers of tomorrow. There are many things that we do in the classroom that cannot be adequately quantified, but the use of the Common Core standards helps us to reach our goal. Support us in using these standards to continue to protect the American dream. Thank you.
Yes, there we go. Good job. How long have you been teaching now?
5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
Okay, so, well, let me just give you a little hint. Things will change, so I'm in corporate America, so you might as well get used to it. So Common Core's here for a while, but those things change too. So I don't like changes. Most people don't like changes, but it's inevitable.
I like change.
Do you?
I think change is good.
Well, it is.
If it's good change.
And it will change. It will change. Any questions from anybody else? Okay. Justin?
Congratulations, Teacher of the Year. That's amazing. In your opinion, what was the biggest 5 years? Were you around for GPS?
I was.
Your biggest, in your opinion, what was the change from GPS to Common Core?
The biggest change from GPS to Common Core is a more in-depth thinking process for students. And when I say an in-depth thinking process, it comes with a lot of reflection. With the GPS, it was more about knowing it. So I know that a sentence has this part, and this part. But now you apply those sentences in your writing, and you apply those sentences in your reading. Another major part of the change in the Common Core was self-reflection. A lot of the literature that we read now in 8th grade challenges students to think about their own perceptions, their own goals, their own ambitions in life.
And in your opinion, what would the repercussions be from bailing on Common Core?
Oh my.
And going back to GPS, as that is the only alternative we've heard here at this committee was if we bail out, we go right back to GPS, which Dr. Bart said 80% of GPS was Common Core.
Right.
And so in your opinion, bailing out of Common Core, going back to GPS, what are the repercussions to statewide school level districts?
Okay, so a major, and those studies are correct, that it's about 80% the same, but that 20% is critical thinking. Why would we want to leave out critical thinking in education? So that, we need to think about that. That's just general. We can't leave out critical thinking. We are training thinkers, and we need that as part of our curriculum. So going back would not be, it'd be a step in the wrong direction because we'd be leaving out a big part.
Okay. Charles?
Because you bring the title of this, Bringing Calm to Classroom Chaos, teachers. In your opinion, as a teacher, and as Teacher of the Year, but representing teachers, why such importance on bringing calm to teachers in the classroom?
That's a great question. I thank you for asking. As I've traveled the state this last year, I have seen excellent teachers become disheartened as they look at politics, as they look at the role that it's playing in the classroom. Our morale is not where it used to be. And that has a direct effect on students. Sticking with these standards, even for a while, and even as we continue to improve them, will give teachers a security in knowing that they are doing what's best for students. We don't want to see our great teachers leave the classroom. But a lot of the rhetoric causes them some discomfort in thinking about, maybe this isn't what I signed up for. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for traveling to Oakwood, Gainesville, and doing your presentation. Very good. Okay, next is Dr. Jones, Georgia PTA Board Member, Chair, State Legislation. Georgia children deserve high academic standards.
make sure I'm clicking where I'm supposed to.
If you can talk into your mic a little bit more too, or bring it to
Okay.
you. There you
Can you
go.
hear me better now?
Yes.
All right, do I just hit the little? Okay. Nope. Is that right? Which one? Okay. All right. Thank you. Hi, and thank you for allowing me to come to talk to you about the parent-teacher perspective that I'll present from Georgia PTA. And I'm Dr. Deatrice Jones, Georgia PTA. And Georgia PTA is, along with National PTA, is the oldest child advocacy association in the United States. National PTA has nearly 4 million members, and Georgia PTA nearly 300,000. Most of us are volunteers, and I'm a volunteer, and I represent parents and teachers. And okay. Okay. Georgia PTA, we support high academic standards such as Common Core. The National PTA believes that all levels of government have an important role in providing services that support public education and must share in providing adequate funding for our schools. There are a lot of myths that are associated with the Common Core, and I wanted just to talk about a few of them, and then we'll talk facts. Myth number one, Common Core state standards is a federal takeover of our education system. The Common Core state standards are adopted by states voluntarily using the same systems that have always been in place in each state. Not every state has adopted Common Core, and some states who initially did adopt have decided to change their standards. Common Core state standards allows an additional 15% to be added, which allows for states to tailor the standards to meet their unique goals and needs. Myth number two, standards dictate how teachers teach. Standards only set expectations for what students should know at the end of each year. Curriculum is the how. States, districts, and teachers will use the same process for selecting curriculum and designing lesson plans and homework as they always have. Common Core state standards does not dictate reading lists, homework, assessments, etc. Myth 3. Race to the top mandated the adoption of Common Core state standards. Race to the top required college and career ready standards. Common Core state standards was one way to meet this requirement. Virginia received the funding without adopting Common Core. Just like Common Core state standards, Race to the Top applications were voluntary. And this criteria only made up 8%, only 8% of a total application. Myth 4, Common Core state standards will lead to national standardized testing. As always, states are able to choose which assessments they will use to measure student achievement. Georgia, Florida, Kentucky, and Tennessee have all opted to not move forward with PARC or SBAC, and no race to the top penalties have been imposed. Now let's talk facts. Georgia in 1950, 6% of jobs were classified as unskilled, attainable by young people with high school diplomas or less. Today, 20% of jobs, only 20%, are considered to be unskilled. One result, the demand for middle and high skilled workers
is outpacing the state's supply of workers educated and experienced at that level. Now, 81% of Georgia's jobs are middle or high skills jobs that require post-secondary education or training. Yet only 36% of Georgia's adults have some post-secondary degree, associates or higher. Which one do I? Yes, thank you. We can go to the next slide. Yes. Looking at the education versus income, a high school dropout rate of 22%, where the income is a little over $9,000. High school graduates, 13%, $21,640 annually. And we go to the bachelor's and above, 5%, that's these 22%, 13%, 9%, 5% is the unemployment rate. And we see the more education that we have, the more more people with the more education, they have a lower unemployment rate versus those of a high school dropout. In Georgia, teens aged 16 to 19 who are not in school and not in high school and not high school graduates by race, this is in 2010. This is just showing that in Georgia versus the United States, our high school dropout rate in all categories is higher than the national rate. And with the black and Hispanic, the rate is much, much higher. Next slide. Too many students remain off track to success. Of every 100 ninth graders in Georgia, we're seeing here that the ninth graders in Georgia, that only 59 out of 100, only 59 graduate from high school in 4 years. Only 41 enroll in college in the fall. Only 27 still enroll their sophomore year of college. And only 17 earn a college degree. Next slide. Enrollment in college does not equal college readiness in Georgia. This is the percentage of ACT-tested graduates who meet or exceed the college readiness benchmark scores in 2011. We see that in Georgia, there is those that are ready to go into to college is lower than the United States average. But even in the United States, it's still lower. Note, a benchmark score indicates a 50% chance of obtaining a B or higher, or about 75% of obtaining a C or higher in the corresponding credit-bearing college courses. It's important to know that just because a student has graduated from high school does not necessarily mean that they are college or career ready. Many of our students, and from a parent's perspective, many of the students are graduating in 5 to 6 years because they're taking 1 or 2 years of remedial courses. And in a parent's eyes, Common Core really addresses college readiness, where parents are looking at their students graduating in 4 years instead of 6 years. How are Common Core standards better? Common Core standards are better because it increases complexity of text, focus on foundational math skills and application in novel, real-world situations, a return to depth as opposed to breadth, increased focus or justifying and presenting results and methods, critical reading and writing infused in all curricular areas, reordering of math content to reflect research-based path to college and career readiness. Benefits of Common Core continue. Preparation. The Common Core state standards will prepare students for both college and the workplace and emphasizes high-ordered skills instead of knowledge and recall. Competition. The Common Core state standards are internationally benchmarked, ensuring that our students are prepared to be competitive in the global market. And equity. The Common Core state standards will foster consistent expectations not dependent on state or zip code, holding all students to high academic expectations. Clarity. The benefits of Common Core continue. Clarity. The Common Core state standards are focused, coherent, and clear standards. Everyone knows what is expected of students. Collaborations. The Common Core state standards are a foundation for teachers, states, and districts to work together, facilitating the sharing of best practices. Common Core state standards, an opportunity for all children. All levels of government have the responsibility to ensure that children get a quality education, but states should remain as the key decision maker. The federal government can and should incentivize innovation in education. This is not an overreach, but an opportunity to improve the education system. As a parent, there are two things, and many of you are parents as well, that we want at the end of the day. When our children graduate, we want to know what they learned through that 12 or 13 years that they were there. That when they get to college, they won't have to take remedial courses. That when they get to college, they are prepared and ready, and they will succeed. And the goal is not just going to college, but it's completing college. As a parent, we want to know that when our children graduate from college or get an associate's degree or master's or even just from high school, that they are able to go into the workforce and they are able to be trained and are able to be a part of Georgia's economic system. Because the bottom line, the economic impact of not having Common Core is greater than deciding to go back to the regular standards of GPS. The Common Core state standards, it lines up with the expectation of our commerce, of our businesses, of our colleges. The Common Core state standards, there has been data. It's a shared responsibilities from universities, from our chamber, from businesses, and also incorporates the decisions of teachers, superintendents. All came together because of the great concern of jobs moving away, not from just Georgia, but from our country. This is not just a state initiative, regional, or national. This is a global initiative. And when you think of Common Core, it is the best thing for our children and Georgia students. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions from anybody? Representative Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Jones, thank you for coming and making the presentation. I want to put you on the spot and ask you something totally not related to Common Core. We've heard in other testimony here, we've heard complaints and then also support for the school lunch program, and there's been a lot of controversy about that lately, and there's photos floating around the internet of students complaining about not having enough food at lunch. And I want to know if in your role in the PTA or other PTA members have heard complaints like that, and what any thoughts you might have on that.
The only thing that at Georgia PTA, we support healthy lifestyles for our students, and we support health. The challenge is, and I've heard many stories of the food being thrown away, and I'm not understanding if it's the food itself, or is it because so many of our children are eating unhealthy that this new idea of healthy eating is taking a toll and taking a time to get adjusted to it. So I'm not really sure. I'm still investigating. I have had some dialogue with the state superintendent, and we've had people from Georgia Dole to come and speak to many of our parents. And so we're still looking into it. I think it's a great idea for us to think of our students eating healthy, because we know when they're eating foods that are not healthy, it impacts their attention span in the classrooms. And we have to work together to find out a happy medium for our students and our teachers, our educators.
Well, thanks. This committee is supposed to examine the federal role in education, and the school lunch program is a huge part of that, and want to make sure I agree with you. I want to see kids eating healthy, but I want to make sure they get enough, not sitting in class with their stomachs growling all afternoon. That kind of inhibit learning, but thank you.
Right, thank you.
Dr. Jones, I was going to ask, on your page 5, the slide about too many students off track, it shows this is a slide from 2008. You don't have anything more current than 2008?
I do. We actually went back to 2008, but I'll gladly send you something. I do have more current data if you'd like to see that.
I think it would be helpful. Do you know if this number is increased?
Which I'm looking at
Too many students remain off track in success.
I'll tell you what I do know. Since the Common Core has been in effect, there are more students that have more confidence into going into AP courses. I have noticed that since the Common Core, there have been more students to take the ACT and have a focus to go to college. I will tell you that since Common Core has been in place, there are more, even with our African American and Hispanic students, their goal, you see more, that has increased, of wanting to go to college. And I have seen also there are more students that have because of it is college and career ready, that since the Common Core, we see that that many of the students are more focused on career pathways. I have seen that, and we went to tried to do something before Common Core, so we were doing, but I can get that information to you if you like.
Well, yeah, I think it'd be helpful to the committee. Surely those numbers have increased, these scales have increased.
Yes, especially since Common Core.
Okay, you mentioned y'all have 300,000 members.
Yeah, we have, right now we have about 250. What happens with Georgia PTA, we start over every year, so we're in our membership campaign. But we average between 250 to 300,000 members.
Okay. There are, 1,700,000 students in the state of Georgia?
1.7. Is that correct?
Right, yeah.
Right.
Okay. What is that, 18% of the base, I guess, are members of the PTA?
We have a huge audience of parents that are part of PTA. Yes, sir. That's
Families they would have multiple children.
Okay, that's true. So the number could be 25% or so. Okay. Funding, how do you fund yourself? Is it just through parents participating? Do y'all get grants as well?
Do we ever get grants? Yes, we do get
Who
grants.
do you get grants from?
From National PTA mostly.
Okay. Gates Foundation?
We have one through the Gates Foundation. Yes.
Is it one of your larger ones?
No.
It's not. Who's your larger one?
We have all types of grants. Most of our grants come from National PTA.
Okay.
And then what we do is we apply through National PTA for grants. But we have all corporations and foundations, and Gates is one of the many that we have.
So you're not full time. You do this.
I am a volunteer, 100% volunteer.
Good gracious.
No strings attached. I am just a volunteer, a parent, a concerned parent.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. We got one right here.
Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I would just make a comment in reference to the graduation rate. In Georgia, we've changed to the cohort rate, and you'll notice on that they refer to graduating in 5 years, and in 4 years, and at that point in time they were reporting 59%, and we did not use the cohort method during that time frame. We currently use the cohort method where we look at the 4-year and 5-year graduation rates, and I believe the state average last year for the cohort rate was 72%.
Wonderful.
So that's better. Good.
It is. Since the standards we have, I see a lot of positives.
Okay.
So I hope we do keep
But you can
those.
send the most updated information to Courtney here. That would help. We can
Yes,
put it
I
down.
will. I will get that slide to you. Okay.
Well, thank you for your time and volunteering.
Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Sam Letson. I guess Sam, okay. He's an interested Georgia citizen registered voter.
Last time I checked, yes, sir.
Yeah, good. You hadn't voted early then, right?
Have a what?
You didn't vote early.
That's privileged information.
Okay. I haven't either. Tell us who you are and where you live and all that.
I live in Apple Valley.
Apple Valley.
Yes, sir.
I know where that is.
Between Jefferson and Commerce.
Okay.
I watch the deer late at night. They do cross the road. I'm in several different. I attend and participate in several different groups, but I'm not here representing any group today.
Okay. And you're retired, I assume.
I am retired. I retired from my second career, which is real estate.
Okay.
But I am a retired realtor. I'm not retired from my first one. Let me thank, first of all, the committee for the opportunity to appear before you today. And also, I want to express a particular appreciation to Ms. Gillum, who's been very cooperative with everything I've asked for. I did finally realize I probably needed to have a list of the people who are on the committee and who they represented, just to kind of know your audience, know to whom you're speaking. And she did promptly send that. I noticed that the purpose is to study the federal government's role in public education and whether a recommendation should be made that the U.S. Department of Education be abolished. That's a rather lofty aspiration. And I do commend you for that. One registered voter commends you for that aspiration. I wonder, though, in light of particularly the instruction that I received from Ms. Gillum and then I think Brooks Coleman's aide, Sheena, and I don't have her last name with me. That I was advised to try to make my comments Georgia Pacific and to try to use illustrations that would pertain to Georgia. So I would think maybe that we want to focus on the role of the federal government in Georgia's education. And I say that, Mr. Chairman and members, because in my perception, and I'll get to my prepared talks in a little while, there is a word with which I'm not familiar, and that's the word brief, but I'll do my best to get to this in just a minute. My perception is that the endangered species in the separation of powers in the United States government or the state governments, a state's rights. So I don't know. I proposed a different purpose, but you don't need to hear that. But I would like. I mean, I would in light of what I was asked to prepare, I would think we ought to be talking about how much we want the federal government enrolled in Georgia's education, specific to us and to our state, and to what we think happening here in Georgia. I also want to express my appreciation to the people who preceded me. I'm a slow learner, but I've learned some things today from all the speakers, Mr. Chairman, including your comments earlier. And I do appreciate it. I've learned something from some of the questions.
You missed 3 other meetings too. You would have learned a lot more. So.
I missed what?
3 other meetings. This is our 4th of 4 meetings. So.
Now, I understand that, and I finally decided I was going to come. And I do, without any disrespect at all, I've spent a lot of my time talking to people, and I've learned that, the brain will absorb what the seat can endure. And I do think this meeting's going to be sufficient for me, but I do appreciate your comments. I do appreciate it. I really do. And I'm sure, as a matter of fact, I have been in touch with a couple of people who are here today who have been to some of the meetings, 1 or 2, I think, to all of them. And so I've got secondhand information from those meetings. But thank you, sir, for that that advice. First, I express my thanks to the committee for the opportunity to present some questions about the announced subject and some ideas that I have on the subject of this meeting. And I did add one word, the role of the federal government in Georgia's education. The first question is, what were the reasons why Georgia abandoned its own agenda for educational advancement in favor of the externally generated standards referred to as Common Core standards? As background to this question, I present the following information. The first public formal meeting of the Common Core standards that I attended was on November the 12th, 2013. It featured a speaker and a full-person panel. It was sponsored by the Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education, and it was held at the Georgia Pacific Building at 5 Points in Atlanta. Under the general theme of Critical Issues Forum, this particular forum was entitled, Does Common Core Make Sense or Not? It was advertised as a balanced discussion. However, Mrs. Coase, who is Teacher of the Year, in 2012 or 13, was one of the panel members. However, as it turned out, all 4 panel members were in favor of Common Core. The only balance came from questions and comments from members of the audience during the time on the agenda that was allotted for questions and comments. At the time of the meeting, I had heard about Common Core and had attempted to look at its pros and cons. Of course, I was disappointed that the announced balanced approach turned out to be altogether one-sided. Is the word deceptive? I'm going to leave out those next 2 or 3 sentences. Add to the initial experience the fact that answers to the initial question of why did Georgia see fit to change its standards have not been forthcoming. That answers to that initial question have not been forthcoming. And then there is an inclination towards the inclinations towards suspicion, and I'll correct the word is there, are heightened. One other factor in regard to the above question. At the meeting referenced above, a pamphlet was available. It is entitled 9th Edition, Top 10 Issues to Watch in 2013, and I have that pamphlet here with me. The top 10 issues refers to issues in Georgia education. In the introduction, it is pointed out that since the annual Top 10 Issues to Watch has become such an important document in assessing education in Georgia, that in this 9th edition, quote, it is fitting to consider the educational progress Georgia has made since our first issue, the first issue of this pamphlet, was published in 2005. The signature at the end of the introduction is that of Dr. Stephen D. Dollinger President, Georgia Partnership for Excellence in Education, which is the group, by the way, that sponsored the meeting at the Georgia Pacific Building. In the introduction, 4 particular reform measures are listed which have resulted in leading Georgia to be ranked 7th in the nation in a national study conducted in 2012 for having the right policies in place to improve educational outcomes. 7th in the nation, 2012, close quote. Have these policies translated into increased outcomes for students? Dr. Dollinger answers that in 2012, Georgia was the only state in the nation to show gains across all national tests, SAT, ACT, NAEP, in math, reading, and science. By the way, this book does in 10 top issues. They have one page where they identify the top 10 issues they're going to address in the 9th edition. In every one of them, Georgia shows an improvement as compared against the national level. Now, some of them have a long way to go, but they do. The point is they were on with our own standards in place. Georgia was on the pathway to improving their education, as is pointed out, at least by this group. And by the way, these people, the whole thing was very, very supportive of the seminar of Common Core. He did point out Georgia's poor graduation rate as an issue which must be addressed. He states that Georgia's advancements are expected to prepare, now this is a quote again, Dr. Dollinger states that Georgia's advancements are, quote, expected to prepare students for the demands of college or a career and increase the global competitiveness of Georgia's workforce. The initial question, why change now when Georgia seems moving significantly in the desired direction? An analogy may be helpful, and I grant this is pretty simple. The Braves have hired a manager who, after a couple of years, led them to the playoffs. The most recent year, they went even deeper into the playoffs. Do you, at this point, fire the manager and bring in a new one? Especially if you don't train the players. Is that what Georgia has done in regard to its forward thrust in education? And I mentioned the 10 issues to watch and how Georgia has shown improvement in the 9th edition of this book and all of them. Are the assessments in the introduction to the 9th edition, top 10 issues to watch in 2013, correct? Was Georgia education moving impressively in the right direction? Did it have in place the kinds of reforms that justified its positive evaluation by national education groups? If so, does adopting Common Core make common sense? Thus far, I have not been able to get a non-evasive answer to that question. Let me word that, and I've added this. This is not in your report. It's just a brief, well, it's not brief. Or did it make sense to jettison standards which positioned Georgia to continue, quote, to improve educational outcomes, close quotes, for an unvetted, non-field-tested set of Common Core standards? Let me say that I have some very strong feelings about Common Core. And some people that are here are not going to like what I'm about to say now. There's some, I think, potentially some good things in Common Core. I believe they are. And I'm not a professional educator, but I am a parent and a grandparent. And I think the big issue in Georgia is the fact that these were unvetted. They were not field tested. And I believe Mr. Cohen said as much, that if he had the chance to do it over again. Now, he's not saying it quite as strongly as I'm saying it. That he would do some I'm calling it field testing or pilot testing. And I just ask the question, is it ever too late to admit we made a mistake? What is the tendency when you cannot get a clear, unambiguous answer to what appears to be a rather simple question? Again, why did Georgia change? What's the motivation? Is it not the case if you are both sincerely interested and curious that you begin to look around for footprints to follow, for obtuseness to recalibrate, for dodges to interpret, for defensive emotional outbursts to examine that cause a lot of smoke but little, if any, light? Finally, you ask the question, does Georgia's change to Common Core make sense? And I spelled the word sense there, C-E-N-T-S. And I've heard a lot of testimony here about this federal funds is not a controlling factor. I believe I've heard that. I may be confused. What was it, $400 million over 4 years? Wasn't that it? $100 million, is that right? $100 million a year?
The most we could have gotten is $450 million.
Yeah, and that's about, over 4 years. So that's about 0.02% of $18 billion? Is that, I'm not real good at math. See, I didn't have Common Core.
You got to be a critical thinker. So.
Yeah, it would be, yeah, yeah. You mean my math would be critical.
You have to be critical in math, critical thinking in math to calculate all
Yeah,
that.
that would have been helpful.
Yeah.
I accept that.
Yeah.
But I haven't yet been corrected on the 0.02%.
I didn't bring my calculator. So.
Yeah. I'm sure some people have them, but whatever percent it is, it's very low.
That was race to the top money that
Yes,
was a separate item, but it was the carrot, supposedly.
DNA is fairly similar.
No, I don't think so, but I think there was a correlation.
Yeah, I think so.
Or the governor thought there was a correlation.
Yeah,
so.
I would accept correlation, but that's much better than DNA.
Okay.
Thank you for that. People of my acquaintance and I have yet to receive a clear, unambiguous, transparent, that seems to be a popular promissory note issued frequently today by politicians, answers to the initial question. Here's another related point about the insertion of Common Core standards into Georgia education. The New York Times Magazine, which is not, generally considered a conservative magazine, in the last few weeks, as a matter of fact, I have a copy of it here with me, had an article about the clumsy introduction of Common Core into American education, drawing upon the experience of Japan, which is one of the educational systems to which America's implementation of Common Core was to be internationally benchmarked before that term suddenly disappeared. The writer chastises American educators for attempting to adopt principles of educational reform in a fortnight which has taken Japan 20 years, and on which they, that is Japan, are continuing to work. It's the implementation, the absence of time to vet the standards at local levels against which the author of the New York Times Magazine rails. I have heard the same criticism from local classroom teachers who are overwhelmed by standards that they either disagree with or do not fully comprehend, or both. One Georgia educator has said that classroom teachers are overwhelmed both by confusing expectations and by an endless amount of paperwork. Let me say that I look forward to hearing a public announcement that asserts Georgia's educators, in concert with state legislatures, have suspended Common Core standards and curriculum until such time as local classroom teachers, parents, and administrators have had proper time to vet these standards. In the meantime, Georgia educators will continue to press forward with the road to reform on which Georgia was successfully embarked prior to the introduction of bewildering, untested Common Core standards and copyrighted curriculum requirements. I also look forward to future meetings with legislatures to deal with the following subjects: the role of Georgia's taxpaying parents in the education of their children, the role of the boots-on-the-ground classroom teacher in education of their students, including the role of local superintendents, principals, and administrators. It's my view, based on very, very small sampling, that the person who is critical in the educational process, the classroom teacher, has been undermined
by the confusion that exists in many classrooms because of the introduction of standards that they've had to spend weekends and nights and summer vacations to try to become abreast of and understand. And you don't want the person, in Mrs. Cole's words, who's trying to teach critical thinking to have his or her own critical thinking apparatus undermined. It'll be hard to teach students something that you're not confident about any longer within yourself. The role of the state government and the role of the boots on the ground, well, I mentioned that. These are things I would look forward to. The role of the state government in education of Georgia students. And most important of all, what is the place of the child within the roles of all principal persons and parties in their education? It could possibly be the case that as soon as the above questions are addressed satisfactorily, we just might conclude that the role of the federal government, including the funding of individual trust funds, the companies of the principals of which stand to benefit financially from the adoption of the federal government control, and here today that probably that federal government control may be a little bit strong, the federal government influence. The role of the Fed in local education is probably unnecessary, likely a distraction and a hindrance, and perhaps even detrimental to the educational advancement of the classroom student. Thank you for your time. And I will applaud the throwing off of the shackles that bind us. I did change you to us. I had a friend tell me one time if I wasn't real careful, humility would sneak up on my blind side. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to lunch.
Do I need to, no question.
Well, it may be if you want to sit back down.
I don't mind.
I was going to correct you on one thing in your comments.
Just one. Thank you.
Well, that's the only one I picked up at the time.
Okay.
I think on page 3, I think on your page 3 where you say to the introduction of the bewildering, untested Common Core standards and copyrighted curriculum requirements. The standards, I understand, are copyrighted. We write our own curriculum. I should say the DO, Department of Education, Georgia Department of Education, writes their own curriculum. So it is not, the curriculum is not copyrighted as I understand it. So,
well, I certainly would accept your statement. It's not what I have heard from.
You give me your mailing address, I'll ship all this to you when we get through.
What is it?
That's 3 other meetings we've had on all the information. And it will be available on a website, a legislative website.
My wife can use the computer, and I don't want to charge the state government any additional taxes.
I will get that for you free. If you give me if we can get your name and address. Have you got a business card?
No, sir. I'm not in business.
Courtney's got your information. We'll make sure you get a binder of it.
That information, Courtney, is copyrighted. You're going to send it to me?
Yeah, we'll mail it to you. Thank you for being here. Oh, we do have a question.
A couple quick questions. You mentioned here that, why change now, and Georgia's moving significantly in the right direction. And Mr. Cohen mentioned earlier that NAEP score, we rank 34%. So if you go from 30 to 34%, is that really significant? Is that great? Is that, from a Georgia perspective, we want to be better than adequate. And so, one of the examples you put in here about baseball and a coach, well, I'm a football buff. I'm a Georgia football fan. So let's take that analogy. So if you look at Georgia football back in 2000, prior to Mark Richt joining the Georgia Bulldogs, we were winning about 6-7 games a year, right? Well, most people say, hey, that's pretty good, right? You're winning 6-7 games a year, you're going to bowl games, but honestly, for the state of Georgia and for the University of Georgia, that wasn't good enough, right? We want to win national championships. So what do? We hire a new coach, and Mark Richt has taken us to 2 SEC championships and 10 win seasons, and every year we're vying for a national championship. So to put it in that perspective, that's what Georgia's trying to do. We're trying to win a national championship, and we want to be a global competitor. So being average, like I said, that NAEP score, 34%, I mean, that's not good enough. That's not good enough for me. That's not good enough for my kids as a parent, as a third and first grader. So, I mean, to say, you know, hey, it's fine, you know, we're making adequate steps. I mean, 34% on a national scale is not great in my opinion. So, you know, so again, the football analogy, I mean, we're trying to be better than just average. And so, well, it wasn't vetted, it wasn't tested. Well, again, back to the football analogy, Mark Richt was the offensive coordinator. He was never tested as a head coach, but we hired him anyway. And so many other football programs hire head coaches that never been battle tested, right? And they end up winning national championships. And so, and kind of what Mr. Cohen said earlier too, well, we adopted the Georgia Performance Standards, and it wasn't vetted either. So, and that's kind of prior to, I don't even know, before the Georgia Performance Standards, it sounds like that the curriculum before that wasn't even tested either. So, I mean, we've changed the curriculum 3 out of the last 5 years, and so none of them were ever tested. They just roll them out and implement them. So
Exactly right, and that I think, as a matter of fact, there've been at least 3 upgrading of teachers training with the Georgia standards, and then with the Race to the Top, and then there's that other one that came out from the federal government, No Child Left Behind. And then now we've got Common Core, we're retraining them again. Did Georgia go to the national championship the first year that Rick was there?
no, it didn't.
Right.
But we're moving in the right direction. We haven't fired Rick, right? So we're
And
moving
my
forward.
only point was that and again, I'm relying on this information, but I'll defend it. I'm not escaping it. I think you got a real good question. I think it's really worth debating. All 10 of these items that they identified. Now again, Georgia had dropped off on several of them, 2 or 3 of them, but every one of them are headed in the right direction. Mark Richt's first and second year.
That's right.
But and I think the gentleman over here in the corner, I'm not sure if we're talking about the same, but you had a much higher figure based on some kind of correlation up into 70%.
Yeah, graduation, yeah.
Graduation rate, okay, so that's different from what you're talking about. But my only point, I think you raised a good point. Being raised in Atlanta and learning later, since I'm up in Jefferson now, that I'd better have a bulldog in my front yard. I sometimes am torn about the success of the Bulldogs, but I congratulate them. And if we were able to move it to that same level in state education, I think a lot of parents would be thrilled. But I think we were trending that way. And after the 3 or 4 first years of Rick, there were people who wanted to get rid of him, as you remember.
Yeah, they wanted to throw it out just like how we want to throw out Common Core, but they stuck with him, and look what he's done. So,
right.
I mean, you're going to have bumps in the road with whether it's Common Core, whatever standard, but also we're trying to, and as long as we're moving standards and standards are getting higher, I think we're in a great shape. And so I'd end with this one last question, like Mr. Cohen said, what standard, whether it be math or language arts, what standard do you have a problem with in Common Core?
I have none. If you heard me right at the beginning, I think I may be a little well, let me just speak for myself. I see some potential good things in Common Core. This article from the New York Times Magazine points out that in 1960, in the 60s, the state of Georgia, America, United States, somebody came out with a new math. It was great advertisements, a lot of hullabaloo, cheerleaders looking pretty and everything, but then it just fell along the wayside. 1980s, they came out with another new math, same thing, and now they've come out with another one called Common Core. Is it going to be the same thing? My point was we had the standards in place. We were moving in the right direction. Something made the governor of the state and the state legislature and the board of, I think it originated with the Board of Education and the superintendent. And I'm not sure how the governor and the state legislature fit into all that. Something made them adopt the Common Core standards, which, from all I understand, still haven't been vetted and tested. I'm just, but if we're heading in the right direction and teachers aren't taking a lot more Valium, then you know, I wouldn't object to that. Yeah.
Sorry, I'll try to make this brief, but Ms. Flex, and I appreciate your perspective on being concerned about what you hear from people. We've heard, obviously, from both sides of it that teachers are having, some teachers have concern with it. They, as you said, they disagree or don't fully comprehend. We've heard others say that they embrace it, others that say we need consistency, we need to move forward. But I guess you're a businessman, from a perspective of in meeting your customers' needs, what is your opinion if you had employees or people that were working and you knew you had to meet your customer's need and you knew it was here and they said they either don't agree or misunderstand, would you tell your customer?
Well, I say
sorry,
what?
Would you tell your customer, sorry, my employees either don't understand or can't comprehend or just disagree with meeting your need? Would you just tell the customer that you prefer not to do business with them? Or, I mean,
No, sir, I'm sorry. What is your name?
Charles Wilson.
And
I'm a superintendent of a school.
Okay,
So
okay,
I'm
good.
very familiar with the both ends of the spectrum and both the support and the frustration. So I see a lot of this and I hear a lot of this. And in terms of, we go back to the professional development discussion and understanding what it is we're trying to accomplish. And then, of course, then we align ourselves toward it and then we provide professional development and training to meet that need, because we're only as good as the people, the development of our people. So I'm bringing it back, trying to bring it back to a simple business perspective, and you as a businessman. If you had employees that either said they just didn't understand or agree with what you were trying to accomplish, that's a dilemma for a business owner or a manager or someone in a leadership position. Would you tell your customer that, sorry, we've decided not to meet your need because we don't agree or we just don't understand? Or would you try to understand and change to provide the customer their need? So I'm curious, as you've identified here, one of your reasons for liking, would you prefer to see Common Core either abandoned or suspended, being the fact that there's some confusion or disagreement or lack of comprehension? I don't know how many teachers it is you've talked to, but I'm just curious from your perspective as a business person, how would you handle that?
Well, the first thing I would do is I would decide who my customer is.
Okay. And once you've done that, how would you handle that with the folks that worked with you?
I would do everything in the education system toward that customer. To me, that's the child.
Right. Agreed.
And there are people running the state school superintendent right now, as you know, and one of them, I know, I'm not sure what the other one says, one of them says that we need to teach to the child, not to the test. I'm not a professional educator. That makes a lot of sense to me.
And the measurement of that child's success being what?
Well, I think we had some things in place. Common Core might be just as good. It might be better. And you made reference to a statement I made about Common Core, and I said, I think it pretty close to the beginning, that I am not totally opposed to Common Core. I'm opposed to it being the third, fourth, whatever, retraining of teachers. Right. To me, to me, you're the drone. You're the Air Force dropping bombs. The teacher is the boots on the ground person here. And if we're not doing things to empower and enhance and hold accountable the classroom teacher, now I don't know, again, but I would guess that the teacher's really your customer. I mean, of course, you've got to work to the pupil through the teacher. And so if we're not doing everything we can to train and then to enhance the confidence of the person that's interfacing with the real customer. Mm-hmm. Now, I wanted to ask Mr. Cohen and Ms. Coles both, why are you talking so much about standards? And of course, that's all I'm talking about. As if we get the right standards, that's going to improve our education. I want the right teacher. I'd like to have parents engaged. Y'all forgive me. I went to a meeting, we were invited to a meeting up in Jackson County by our educational superintendent, the county superintendent. We were going to have input from the parents and stakeholders. Stakeholders, yeah, I like that word. That's a great word. That keeps people away from meetings, by the way. We were going to have input from all these people in terms of what the goals and all were going to be for the education of Jackson County this coming year. And my wife and I went, and we went into the auditorium. I couldn't believe it. I said, I would never have thought this many people would come. And then the school superintendent said, now we're going to break up into small groups, and we're going to have a teacher in every room, and you're going to have the opportunity to make, and I'm not, of course, I'm just paraphrasing. You're going to have an opportunity to make your input into what you think the school system ought to be working on this year. And she called all the educators up on the platform so that they could be divided up and go into the groups. 20% of the audience was left. About 75 to 80% of the audience were teachers, educators. The parents weren't there. I would think that, and I know this has got to be tough and frustrating, but I would think that a school superintendent or principal would endeavor to somehow to get parents involved in the education of their children. Now, I don't know how to do that. I could say some more things about the meeting, but I choose not to unless you keep pressing me. But the customer is the child. The support for the customer is the parent, the home, and your standards aren't going to do any good in some homes until we somehow can start drawing this factor out. And I mean, it's a tough job.
Well, I understand. I appreciate it. I didn't mean to put you too much on the spot. I did want to ask the question in terms of problem solving. I think we're all trying to collectively understand here. So in terms of, I think one of the things we're coming back to, and I'm hearing you say in this in the midst of the confusion and frustration everyone's sharing, is the professional development, the development for the capacity of the teachers, the empowerment of the teachers, which is what I think a lot of us are striving to do, is to provide that empowerment, because it is where the teacher, the boots on the ground, would work with the student, as Ms. Coase also said, but providing that consistency, providing that direction, providing that support, as you said, along with that accountability. And I think that's what we're all striving to do. So I think seeking to understand in the process of solving that is what I was looking for. And I was trying to understand if you were saying the same thing. So I appreciate your comments on that.
Right, and if you can come up with how to really make the teacher, and we've got some, like this lady who was just sitting here,
it can happen.
that are top-notch people. I know some in Jackson County.
Yes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, I hope you'll hang around the rest of the afternoon and evening to listen to all the other comments. So.
I'll do my best to listen.
Okay. All right, we have one. I'm sorry. Before we break for lunch, June Miller. Well, I missed your name, Miss Miller. I apologize. So come on down. We'll go. We're running a little bit behind, but that's okay. We can stay here to midnight tonight if we need to.
Well, I appreciate all your time.
If you'll pull the mic to you and tell us who you are and tell us what
My
county
name is
you live
June Miller. I live in Barrow County. I taught 5th grade and 6th grade for 22 years, and in that amount of time I taught over 1,000 students, and I adjusted my instruction to meet the needs and interests of the particular students that I had. My report today is that the federal government should be left behind. I've been listening to teachers, students, and parents for 2 years now about Common Core, and I've come to the conclusion that It's rotten to the core. Okay, 10 reasons to oppose Common Core standards. Common Core is the takeover of education. As you know, they are a set of national standards in math and English/language arts. I have a rhetorical question for you. Who do you want to be in charge of our precious, helpless children that get on the school bus every day and go to school? Do you want the federal government that is huge, wasteful, and controlling in charge of your children? Or do you want teachers that know their students and the states that have to balance their budgets every year and stay within their limits, unlike the federal government that has run up a debt of $18 trillion almost? That's the whole thing right there. You could stop right there. You could look at the mess the federal government has made of everything. The veterans, look at the veterans, how they suffered. Many have even died. Everything they touch is messed up and out of control. Education needs to be localized. Who knows better how to educate your child and student better than parents and teachers? I'm sorry, I went off the track a little bit according to the sheet I gave you, but now I'm back on track. Number 2, try not to ramble. Okay, number 2, Common Core is bad for students. One size does not fit all. Common Core assumes all students learn in the same way. Nothing could be further from the truth. Every student is different and unique. Individual styles, preferences, and pace of learners need to be respected. Subject matter is not age appropriate. What that means is you don't try to ask a kindergartner to think abstractly. They have to handle things and count things and act through different plays to learn what they need to learn. They can't just think in lofty ideas. This would be like asking a 3-month-old baby to get up and walk. Students need to build a strong foundation of basic reading and math skills before more complicated matter is being taught. And that's not happening in Common Core. They're making gobbledygook of math. The pace of learning is often so fast with Common Core, there's no time for review. I heard this from a parent last week. She said that her child is so frustrated because she never feels like she's made any progress. They just keep running all this stuff by her, and she doesn't feel she has mastery of anything. Also, this lady's child, the child used to go to bed at 8:30 at night. Now she goes to bed at 10 o'clock. She's tired. She's crabby. Now think what this does to your family life, to have homework take over every single evening, weekends. Okay, child psychologists report some students are so miserable they are even cutting themselves and even threatening to commit suicide. I came across this on the internet. There's a group, Alliance for Childhood.org, and 108 child experts want Common Core out of the primary grades at the very least. Okay, number 3. Common Core is bad for parents. Parents have less say over their child's education. If education is localized, parents can express their concerns. They can be involved and they can lobby for any needed changes. I certainly listened to parents when I taught school. I didn't ignore what they had to say. That a lot of times they had good suggestions. Under Common Core, a concerned parent's voice is just one of millions to a faraway bureaucrat in Washington, D.C. Parents and local boards of education can't change much under this system. These copyrights these Common Core standards are copyrighted, and only 15% can be added to them. This would be a nightmare for a teacher, I can tell you that. More and more parents are choosing to homeschool their children because they are opposed to frustrating Common Core standards and sometimes shocking, inappropriate, suggested reading material. For example, one parent I know just pulled her child out of school because she's so upset one of the books they're using called The Giver, where they eliminate people that don't want to go along with the system. And if you happen to be born like I am, a twin, guess what? Either I or my twin would have to die. And some reading material, they ask people, if you only have 8 people that can fit in a boat, which one should be eliminated? Number 4, Common Core is bad for teachers. Teachers will have less control over their own classrooms. They must comply with the same standards. That's ridiculous. A child does not come to each teacher completely the same. Maybe they had a bad teacher before they got the good teacher. How can this one teacher be evaluated with what she has to deal with? She might have to work double hard to catch the student up. Teacher evaluations will be tied to these standards, so teachers must teach to the test. Teachers won't be able to experiment with new teaching techniques or be innovative. They won't be able to meet the needs of individual students at the level where they are and allow them to work at a pace that is tailored to them. Number 5, Common Core is bad for taxpayers. These Common Core standards are very expensive. It costs a lot of money for teacher training, textbooks, materials, software, computer for digital learning, and testing and evaluation of test results. Now they're going to essay questions, which I think would be so wrong because they're very subjective. Whoever evaluates the answers in an essay question could interpret it completely different from another person evaluating them. Okay, and here's a question. Why are we citizens paying for Common Core standards that seem to be a money-making scheme? Follow the money. Why are we doing this? Common Core violates privacy rights. With states accepting money from federal grant money from Race to the Top, there will be data mining about students that will follow them the rest of their lives. It will track political beliefs, religious beliefs, sexual orientation, and a lot of other creepy things. 7, Common Core resembles No Child Left Behind, and nearly everyone hated that. A lot of this No Child Left Behind had to do with nationalized testing that students are required to take also under Common Core standards. Teaching to the test, that's all they focus on. Can you imagine the exhaustion of the kids having to take days and days of testing and stopping teaching just to get ready for tests? And memorization is emphasized rather than helping students with learning critical thinking skills to solve problems and understand information. Number 8, Common Core standards are unconstitutional. That's it right there. They should have been stopped. The federal government should not have control over education. That power is not delegated to it under our U.S. Constitution. There are 3 separate federal statutes against federal control in education. Number 9, under Common Core standards, some states will move backward. Some states had advanced standards. These states will have to dumb down their standards in order to comply with Common Core. Example, Massachusetts. Well, I know you heard when there was the hearing in Milledgeville, I was so happy to see Sandra Stotsky, because I've read a lot about her from the University of Arkansas, who served on the committee to validate Common Core standards. She and another man, Dr. James Milgram from Stanford University, were the only 2 educators on that one, and neither one would write off on the standards. They did not think they were good enough. You have businessmen making standards, not people that know how to teach. Number 10, last but not least, have you seen the Common Core math problems? Under Common Core standards, the emphasis and credit is not for getting the right answers for math problems. In order to get credit, the students must use Common Core's regimented process and even make drawings and construct the problem. This process is long, complicated for students, teachers, and parents are frustrated. Students will be 2 years behind by graduation and won't be ready for selective colleges for majors in STEM, S-T-E-M, science, technology, engineering, and math. For my conclusion, Common Core standards are bad for students, parents, teachers, and taxpayers. America should have the goal of educating our students to build basic reading and math skills, to make a solid foundation for future learning. America was built on the concept of rugged individualism. That is why our country and citizens have prospered. We don't need Common Core. You know what they try to do? They don't want people to make the most of each separate, individual, unique ability. They want groupthink. They want the kids to work in group and get a consensus. No, we don't always need consensus. We need people to be leaders. Parents and teachers should be free to inspire students to be lifelong independent learners and not produce dependent, compliant robots for a controlled economy. Without Common Core, our country will be much better off, as upon graduation, hopefully, students in the United States of America will be informed, educated voters who will be prepared and involved in what happens in this wonderful country and hold elected officials accountable. Our elected state and federal representatives need to represent the people, not faraway bureaucrats. Federal Common Core standards need to be left behind. We need to withdraw Georgia from Common Core standards and go back to previous Georgia performance standards that could be improved upon by looking at a superior state like Massachusetts. These Common Core standards are frustrating, time-wasting, academically wrong, and costly. We need to stop an out-of-control, overreaching federal government that is pushing this country towards socialism and get it out of education. In this way, citizens' God-given rights and liberties will be protected, and students can love learning again.
Okay, any questions? Ms. Miller, tell me where you taught. Did you teach in Barrow County?
Yes, I taught in Barrow County.
22 years?
No, I taught 12 years in Barrow County, sixth grade.
Okay.
1 year I had 1 row of fifth graders and the rest, 4 rows of sixth graders.
Okay.
I had no teacher's aide, and I learned what works. I never failed one student in 22 years. I even met with the students on weekends. I ran out to the cars when the parents came to pick them up if they got behind. I averaged their grades twice a week. And if any child was having trouble, then I would give them a packet of work to give them extra practice. I can't imagine teaching the way this goes on. Do you know it's getting so complicated? I called up our local Board of Education the other day, and I asked if I could come to the office and see a math book in Common Core and a English language arts book, and they said, and the lady in the curriculum office said, oh, we don't really use textbooks. The teachers have to well, they don't have to. I don't want to quote them wrong. The teachers usually get together and they make their lesson plans. Things have gotten so complicated, one teacher can't even make her own lesson plan for the week. They have to get together because it's so time-consuming that in order to do Common Core, they have to collaborate.
How many teachers y'all have in Barrow County?
You know, I don't even know anymore. Why?
How many have you talked to about Common Core?
I probably talked to about 15.
And their feelings are?
I haven't found one teacher that likes Common Core. I'll tell you the gamut. The gamut goes from, I don't want to teach anymore. I wonder what kind of work I could do where I don't have to teach. Another comment from a grandmother. Common Core is crazy. I'm trying to teach my grandchild and I can't do it. Another comment. This is from a GED teacher. You know what? I'm going at such a slow pace with GED, I don't even understand it myself anymore. How can I teach?
Interesting. Okay. Any questions from anybody else?
I got a
Yes.
question. Go ahead.
Hello? Okay. I just had a quick statement regarding the nature of collaboration. Like you said that, the teachers were collaborating because it was so difficult. And I'm a teacher. I've been teaching now for 11 years. And I just want to say that I do collaborate with my coworkers. And the reason we do that is not because we are independently incapable, but after having done it for so many years, you find out what works. What are your best lessons? And so we share those so that we all have this collection of best lessons. And that means, too, that if a child, due to some other scheduling conflict, has to move from my class across the hall to someone else's class, I'm not going to be in some totally different unit where they're going to have to repeat the same things they've already done and not go back. So I just wanted to add to that.
Oh, well, I didn't mean that. I didn't think collaboration is good, but, if you're part of a whole grade level, like once I taught 5th grade in another state, and there were 10 of us teaching 5th grade, and yes, you do try to get ideas. Of course, I would tell you the truth, I learned far more from watching other teachers than I ever did from what I learned in college. You see their mistakes, you see what works, what doesn't work. No, I didn't mean that collaboration is always bad, but I don't like to see it forced.
Ed, you had a question?
I was just going to ask the same question I asked the previous show. Is there a particular standard you have a problem with, or is it just it's the federal government, we should just throw it out? Or is there a particular standard you mentioned that you have a problem with?
No, I don't want to talk about particular standards because there's the math is way too laborious. It's too complicated.
What part of the math? Which standard in the math?
I don't want to get bogged down with each particular thing. I have seen diagram after diagram on the internet.
I have kids on the internet. Well, I have kids in the system, a 3rd grader and a 1st grader, and you talk about it's too much for their brain. My child was in kindergarten when he learned Common Core, and he's in 1st grade now, and he's doing fine. And so are all the other kids in this class. They're excelling. They're thinking outside the box, and they're thinking critically. So, let's not things we hearsay and on the internet versus actual what teachers are saying, what our kids are actually learning in the classroom. So the reason I ask that because I see these Common Core worksheets because I see them every day. My son is in 1st grade, my daughter's in 3rd grade, and every day they come home and I see these Common Core assignments and I help them do the homework assignments. And while there may be some worksheets that we'll have problems with that we got to continue to tweak, but for the most part, he's doing fine, and so is she. So this whole I hear on the internet, I hearsay. Let's use firsthand of actual parents and teachers. Have you taught Common Core?
No.
When was the last year you taught?
Well, to tell you the truth, it was 1989, but
Okay.
I keep constant contact with teachers.
Okay. That's it. That's all I have.
And you might be in an exceptional situation where people, they probably eat, sleep, and breathe Common Core.
I'm in Lowndes County, and I'm in South Georgia, so we're not even in Atlanta. And, when you talk about standards and you talk about math scores, South Georgia is probably one of the lowest in the state because for the most part, the metro Atlanta area has the highest test scores. We were just talking about Cobb County, one of the best schools in the state. So we're South Georgia, and these kids are doing fine. And some of our schools, our primary schools, matter of fact, our elementary schools, one of the top in the state, and that they implemented Common Core 2 years ago. So I disagree with you saying it's too much for a child. It's too much on their brain. They're learning to think outside the box. And he's learning math a lot faster than my daughter did when she was in kindergarten. So I think it's great. And I think in 5-6 years, if we continue to tweak it and we continue to follow it, I think you can see these kids are going to have higher test scores.
And why are our kids asked to be guinea pigs? I told you in this report, 108 child experts think it's too much to have Common Core. Children, why am I opposed to the Common Core? Okay, there will be far less reading because a lot of information, 50% of it will be informational text. They won't have the joy and the love of learning. They won't be exposed to good literature. And so by the time they graduate, most of them probably will read on about a 7th grade level.
I sit on our local school board, and we review every curriculum that comes in there. And we talked at the last meeting, which I think you were there, because most of the people here come to all 4 of these meetings, so I'll say it again. We still have local control as a local school board member and as a parent. So if a parent came up to me and specifically we taught last time, there was a book that they weren't comfortable with that the teacher was reading, so we brought it up to the school board, and the teacher actually we changed it through the school system where that teacher has the authority. Hey, if that's not a book that you feel comfortable with, well, let's pick these 4 or 5 other books. So, I mean, you still have that control, and she didn't have to take it to the school board. We've changed the policy now where, hey, a teacher and a principal can make that authority right there at the school, and they don't even have to take it to the board. So if there's curriculum and there's textbooks and novels that parents feel that they're not appropriate, well, we'll change them.
That's not the experience I had. I just spoke to last week. I mentioned the giver. The parent was so upset over the giver that she went to the school and nobody would listen to her. And so when she got no results, she pulled her child out of school, and now she's homeschooling. So maybe some systems will do something, but they don't have to.
Well, they will, but that's what I'm saying. So you're taking one instance of one parent, one disgruntled parent, and we're basically taking a broad stroke and taking the whole state of Georgia and saying the whole system's corrupt, and you have no authority. Well, I mean, I'm here to tell you, I mean, I'm on the school board, and I'm a parent with kids in the system, and I'm here to tell you, you do still have authority, and we do revise the curriculum. And so, I mean, it continually needs to be tweaked, and I'm not saying it's perfect, but hey, every year, you know, we want that feedback. Now, I'm a business owner. I worked in corporate America, I worked in small town America, and I own my own business. And to think outside the box, yes, that's what we want. When I hire guys out of the university system, I want kids that can think outside the box. I don't know how many kids we've hired lately that come out of the university system and they can't think outside the box. So what do I want to do? Eric, what do I do? What do I do? Well, no, if I'm going to tell you what to do, then I don't need you. I need you to think outside the box. I need you to work hard, and I need you to give me the ideas. If I'm your boss, I'll give you something to do. Well, I want you to figure it out. And that's what this whole thing's all about. We're trying to teach these kids that, hey, think on your own, think outside the box, because there's not going to be someone there to handhold you your whole life. I mean, in the real world, that's how it works. I worked in the real world, and I worked up here in Atlanta for Fortune 500 companies. I worked for a small community bank in South Georgia, and now I own my own company. So I know what real world is and what the business world wants, because I'm a business leader, and I hire and fire people in the community.
Well, I couldn't disagree with you more. I think this Common Core encourages groupthink.
That's the real world, groupthink. How many times you collaborate, just like this teacher says, you collaborate in a group setting to come up with an idea. When I went to Georgia to get my MBA, one of the biggest curriculum changes they made is having group discussions to work as a team, to figure out ways to come up with solutions to problems. And then you make a recommendation. I mean, that's real world. Thinking in groups, thinking outside the box, doesn't mean you can't think on your own, but you need to learn how to work with other people. I mean, that's real world. That's what they're teaching at university level. When I got my MBA at Georgia, their leadership program, that is what they emphasize, is group projects. Every course you take, you'll have a group project that you have to complete with 4 or 5 members of your team, and they switch it every time with different members. And before you graduate, you have to do another group project as a team, and then you have to decipher and analyze data and present it. I mean, it's a university level, and that's real world, college ready, career ready.
Well, we'll find out if this Common Core is allowed to go on. We'll find out how well the students are doing. I could go on and on. They're going to be this new APUSH thing, the new framework that's over 100 pages, as opposed to what it used to be, the 5-page. And the College Board is going to revise the SAP and all that. They'll probably dumb that down. I couldn't agree with you more. Who wants the students to be in a straitjacket? That's what they'll be. They'll be in a straitjacket. They are in a straitjacket. There's a movie going around, and you can't say it's not in Georgia. It's a video that's going around mentioning specific people, like a psychologist, a child psychologist up in Dawson County, telling about how depressed and worried the students are about their work, and mentioning different people around the state that are having problems, the children not wanting to go to school. This is going to have an effect. If children go to school every day and they're anxious and concerned, and then you have problems at home over homework. It's disrupting family life. Why? You're wasting such valuable years as these kids have. I want to tell you what it's like. I taught 6th grade. The kids got off the school bus. They didn't get to eat lunch. The 6th graders didn't get to eat lunch until 20 to 1. I wouldn't waste 1 second of their time. And I feel this is a waste of time. It's gobbledygook.
Another comment right here.
Thank you for your time. It's clear that you're very passionate about this, and as a parent, I have some of the same concerns that you've raised. What I will say is that what I see in my own home is, yes, I'm frustrated with math, but I'm frustrated because I was taught a different way, and my way was just 4 times 4 is 16, period, always, every single time. What my daughter is learning is actually how we got there and why that's the answer, and she's able to think through, even if she doesn't get the answer the first time, she's able to articulate at least what her thought process was and how she got there. And that's a skill that's not only valuable in math, but it's going to be valuable in her other classes, and it is going to be valuable in the real world. So while I share as a parent the frustration of, oh, baby girl, 4 times 4, saying again and again, I appreciate that she's trying to think about how she got there. I also question, while I agree with you that one size does not fit all, I have that in my own house. I have a son who is gifted but does just enough to get by. I have a son who has special needs and has to fight for every single thing that he gets and every single thing that he learns. And then my daughter she's average, and that sometimes some things come easy and some things she has to work hard. So I get that. What I don't understand is how a standard changes that. Because the standard is stated, and then it's the curriculum and the teaching methods that help those. May I finish? Ma'am,
I'm sorry.
This is my turn.
Okay.
That the way that it is taught and the curriculum gears toward those children so that they learn that concept. And then the last thing I would question, and this is a question, is some of the research that you reflect here that talks about getting rid of Common Core because it's stressful for students or it makes them want to do harm to themselves. I wonder what other environmental factors are perhaps studied at the same time, because what I'm seeing culturally is that any number of factors could make a child feel that way, whether it's what's going on in their own home, the increase of technology in their lives. I mean, they are on 24/7 with Twitter, with Facebook, with postings on Instagram, with what they see, on television and in the media. And then there's also the added pressure, of cyberbullying, bullying, all the things that we as kids could not even fathom what is going on. So I would respectfully push back on that data to say that it may not just be Common Core that is making them feel those things.
Okay, I could just say one more thing about that. Okay, like this Dr. Stapp up in I think Dawsonville, he said that the number of students that he is seeing has greatly increased in the last couple years. So if other things have changed.
Right, and I think all of those things I mentioned, in addition, I mean, when I think about when I played sports in high school, you went from sport to sport, and you got to play like 3 or 4. Now kids, I mean, they are year-round. They are having to make decisions at an early age which one they're going to devote their time to. They're pushing them toward, being, pro level when they're like 8 or 9 years old. And again, I'm not trying to make a commentary on, our society. I'm just saying that there's a lot going on in the world, a lot going on in their lives that could be impacting whether or not they're getting enough sleep, wanting to go to school, those kinds of things. I would love to see the research to see if they looked at other factors.
Yes, well, I could see your point there. I just think that we need to go back to states' rights. The federal government doesn't have any business being in education.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. It's 1 o'clock now. We're running about an hour behind. Is that right, Courtney? Okay, when we come back, we will have a Skype-in And then Mike's Campaign will be after the Skype. And why don't we try to come back at, is 1:45 okay with everybody? 1:45, and people in the audience, there's a map on the back table if you need a place to go to eat. The University of North Georgia has offered these maps, and on the back is a restaurant list. And I also want to thank Billy Wells from the University of North Georgia for attending with us. Billy spends most of his time. Billy, hold your hand up, everybody can see you. Spends most of the time in Dahlonega, right? Okay. Good. Thank you for being here. And we'll return at 1:45. Thank you.
Mitchell, Cooper, and Josie's mom, please don't throw out the core, is what it says. So she's on. One other thing before we bring her in on the Skype, I'm going to ask everybody if you'll please not applause. We want to hear everybody, and we're recording everything. So, you know, we're not here for a pep rally or anything like that. So please no applause after people speak or any comment, please. So, okay, we're ready for the Skype, and this is Joe Claire Mitchell, Cooper and Josie's mom. And they're being Skyped in, and the people in the audience. Okay. You're on. Go ahead.
All right. Hi. Thanks for letting me speak today. I am Cooper and Josie's mother, and I am actually struggling with my PowerPoint right now. There we go. I'm here to ask you to please not throw out the core and to keep the Common Core standards in Georgia. Cooper is my third grade son. He is in school at King Springs Elementary School in Smyrna in Cobb County. His favorite subject is history, and he would watch the news every night if we let him. His of the most recent books he's read, his favorite is a book called How They Croaked, and it's about how famous people in history died. He is a nonfiction junkie. I've read this is actually pretty common in young boys. And his teacher is Mrs. Truelove, and a social studies teacher. And recently she's been teaching them about ancient Greece and democracy and held a mock election for the kids. And each kid got a piece of paper where they had indicated on that piece of paper certain characteristics about who they were. And Cooper was a male, 18 years and older, but he wasn't born in the city of Rome, so he was not allowed to vote in this election. There is a Common Core standard. It's actually for 11th and 12th graders that reads the ability to evaluate an author's premises, claims, and evidence by corroborating or challenging them with other information. And I don't know if Cooper would have voted for his friend or for SpongeBob, but I hope when he is of age to vote that we have equipped him in Georgia not only with facts about history, but also with the ability to think critically and to evaluate information for himself to make his own decisions. In Georgia, around 50% of us, according to a recent poll, don't feel like we have the information to say whether we support or don't support Common Core. Where you do see a lot of concern about the Common Core is among conservatives, again, according to these polls. And in my experience, I've seen this lived out. Among the parents at my son's school, we're trying to get our kids on the bus. We're trying to get them fed before they're on the bus, and we're trying to make sure their homework's done. And if we get them to school ready to learn, we're feeling like we're in good shape. And not many of us have had the time to research all the different aspects of Common Core and come to an opinion on it. And of my friends who don't have children in school, a number of them are conservatives. A number of them have asked me questions like, well, isn't Common Core going to prevent us from teaching the Founding Fathers after George Washington? And I've myself researched this issue. I've looked at a lot of different sources of information. I've seen a lot of misleading information. And based on my evaluation and my experience, I am strongly in favor of us keeping the Common Core standards in Georgia. I'd like to share with you a little bit about my experience and just a few thoughts I have based on my research, and then also some comments I've heard in our community. Josie's my daughter. She's in 2nd grade. And excuse me if I'm a little emotional about this, but her favorite subject is math. I was a math major, and I'm getting a little teary-eyed on this. But I love the way her teachers are teaching math today. They have, first of all, they're giving them really interesting problems. One of my favorites that I've seen in her math journal was the question, how many candles have you blown out in your lifetime? And they're engaging children with real-life problems, and then having the children look at different ways to solve the problem. So even with basic arithmetic, they're showing them that there are different ways to look at that and different ways to manipulate numbers in their head. They're having them explain the solutions, communicate the solutions. Josie's teacher now, Mrs. Collins, has them raise their hand. However many fingers they hold up is however many solutions they have, and then they have to verbally communicate how they solve the problem to the teacher. And in written assignments, they're documenting how they approach the problem. I've been in the software industry. I'm in my 20th year now. I implement forecasting, statistical software for retailers, and have managed scientists. I was a director of strategy at Oracle for our analytic solutions for retailers, so helping determine the direction and how we use science and analytics to help solve real-world problems for retailers. And the majority of my time I've spent understanding the business problem. So the first thing that comes out of my customer's mouth isn't the whole picture, and I need to ask more questions and really explore what the problem is. We have to explore different solutions. I used to think my answer was the right answer, the only answer. There are so many different solutions to any problem, and in some cases, the best solution to a problem is not to address it, especially in the software world. There are a lot of things we can't take on. Communicating solutions to not only IT and scientists, but to executives, to fashion business buyers. You have a variety of people you have to communicate to be effective in this industry. And documenting solutions. Sometimes that involves pictures, sometimes it's words, but we have to capture what our approach is going to be. And I take care of a little bit of equations and statistical steps along the way. Some people in my industry have more of that as part of their job than I do, but for any person in this industry, the other skills affect how valuable what we do with math and science is. In Georgia, we are 5th in the nation in internet, software, and telecom industry. In these industries, we're bridging not from one landmass to another landmass, we're bridging technology to humanity. These connections are vital. By the way, Georgia is also the second fastest growing IT industry, IT market in the States. This is critical to us that we train up young people to work in today's world. This way of communicating mathematics to our children and this way of teaching is not new. A lot of teachers have been doing it. It's been rolled out more prevalently and more kind of on a mass scale with Common Core, but it's my understanding that the standards themselves don't dictate the actual teaching approach. And it's also in this area where if I've heard any issues from parents from experience, this has been where they've expressed concerns. So especially in the rollout of Common Core, there was not the effective communication to really get us on board in terms of what's a math sentence, what are these homework problems that are coming home. And for those who weren't fortunate to start Common Core in kindergarten, when they transitioned, like in 2nd grade, when that transition happened, it was a really challenging time for a lot of students and a lot of parents. I've also seen some parents frustrated with the child has gotten 4+4 correct, but they didn't answer it in the way the teacher requested. And in some cases, the teacher hasn't been clear, and in other cases, the student just wasn't following the directions. But everything's been worked out with the teachers and the parents, and things are going smoothly in our school and with our teachers that I've observed. I haven't heard a lot of criticism from teachers or parents about the standards themselves. In doing my research, in doing research on this issue and reading different pieces of information, I do hear that some people believe the English standards, some of them are too low or too aggressive, I think, and then on the math, not aggressive enough. We won't, in Georgia, no matter how much time we spend analyzing and rewriting and investing in and taking time to change our standards, we won't come up with a set of standards that pleases everybody. And somebody will think something is too high, too low, in the wrong order. Well, there will be criticism if we go down that path. And the whole chasing after, like, what is the right level is kind of chasing after a myth. There's a guy, I think his name is Todd Rose, and he's in the appendix, but he talks about in the 50s, the United States Air Force, they were wanting to improve the performance of their cockpit. So in a cockpit, the inches that a pilot has to move to, change controls means seconds, means life or death in combat. And the planes were designed to the average pilot. And they did an analysis and realized there's actually no average pilots. When you look at their leg length, their torso, their arms, their weight, their chest, there are no average pilots. And so they had their manufacturers design the planes to the edges. And a simple solution like having a chair control like you have in your car allowed the United States Air Force to diversify their pool of pilots from which they were able to get even more talented pilots. And we have the most diverse and most talented Air Force in the world. Our teachers are not teaching students who are average. They're teaching students who are fabulous in math and students who struggle with math, students who struggle with reading and others who can't put a book down. They have students who are visual learners, hands-on learners, auditory learners. They're doing this by using different ways of presenting information to the students. They're having different ways of getting the students to show them that they understand hands-on activities, projects, different visuals for illustrating concepts. There's a website called Teachers Pay Teachers. There are many websites like this, where a teacher can publish their lesson plans and publish different hands-on or different kinds of projects that engage students. And other teachers can go out and look through these lesson plans and projects and materials and pay for them. They've gone from $104,000 sold to over $17 million in the past 4 or 5 years. They're registering these materials using Common Core standards. So the standards are almost like in our industry where you have a common set of requirements that are across markets. And in my industry, coming from my market strategy background, that means you're inviting more innovation, more players to the table when you standardize like this. And what I've seen in my classrooms for my children is that these teachers have blown my education out of the park with the ways they're engaging my kids. And so I think that standards themselves, haven't looked at them in great detail, but the fact that they're standardizing and allowing this idea sharing across the nation and allowing the best ideas to engage all of our children to bubble to the top and to be easily accessible by referencing these standards. I think that is an amazing quality to the Common Core that we should not drop this. Where I've heard feedback from teachers, they've talked about, again, that ability to teach to the depth and not the breadth, and the flexibility that they have with the standards. They've also suggested just stop moving the standards. A number of them have said those standards have been changed a number of times over recent years, and let's just stick to something. There's another feedback I've heard when I've talked to the different teachers. A number of teachers have remarked on the rollout of the standards, and that was a challenging time. We didn't equip them with everything in Cobb County. The school board actually voted against math textbooks. They've actually come back and corrected them after a lot of feedback from the community. But that was another area I've heard feedback from the teachers. Mostly where I've had teachers who have been more resistant to the Common Core that I've interacted with and who I've communicated with, it's when you really get down to it and you listen to what they're saying, they'll actually say the standards themselves are fine. It's the high-stakes testing. And there's this association of Common Core with the standards that seems to be emotionally inextricable for the teachers, or for some teachers, actually, not for all, because the majority of teachers at my school have been in support of this. But the high-stakes testing is an element there. And as a statistician, I've done, it's an intriguing area for me. As a parent and an employed parent, I haven't had much time to research it. I have read some studies, though, that give me pause. I think we're moving, from what I can see, the way we've changed standards, the testing performance criteria in Georgia, the direction we're going, according to some of the studies I've read, these will help improve the performance, predictability of teachers. They were very careful in the studies to say these will help improve. And then throughout the studies that I've read, there are a number of statistical terms that catch my ear that basically mean we haven't taken into account all the factors, and these are still flawed. My children are slated for Griffin Middle School. It's a Title I school. And we have a number of neighbors who've moved out of the neighborhood because they don't have confidence in this school. Josie's best friend moved out of the neighborhood. And excuse me for a moment while I gather my emotions. It is really important to me that however we use performance indicators, that as a statistician, we're aware of the value that data brings, but we also, more importantly, are cognizant of what our models are not taking into account. And I don't want us to discourage teachers, the best teachers, from coming and teaching at our Title I schools, where every child, where my children are going to get a great education. You're the Committee on the Federal Involvement of Education in Georgia. And I just slaughtered that title, but you get the point. And so I thought I'd share a little bit on what I see and my thoughts on federal control. Bear with me one sec. I looked into the Race to the Top grant application. There are 50 points there that you can get, and less than 10 of those points are related to standards, and they don't mandate Common Core standards. And when I sit back and look at the big picture and say, we spend $900 million in Cobb County on education, relative to that, Common Core funding can be like 5 cents, let's call it a quarter, because I could have done my math wrong. I don't see that as a bribe. I don't see this as the federal government trying to take over our education. And way more important than money is when I look at our school and our teachers, I don't see the federal government in my building teaching my children. Mrs. Truelove and Mrs. Collins are teaching my children, and they're doing a dang good job. There's a saying, from a small seed, a mighty tree may grow. Our children are our future. When you are making your recommendation for what we do with the Common Core in Georgia, please keep our children and our future at the top of your list. Thank you. Please don't throw out the core.
All right, thank you for your presentation. Any questions from the committee for Ms. Mitchell? Okay, thank you for doing that, and all your pictures, I thought they were very well done. So,
thank you. Thank you for your time.
okay, we do have a question.
I just want to thank her for bringing at least 2 or 3 real-life examples of Common Core, which is something that we haven't seen a great deal of on the committee. So thank you for sharing that.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mike and Judy Scoopine, you're on. We're doing a little switch out. Judy, do you want to come down? You look better down here than... No? I've known her less time than you because you're a little bit older than... Let him get... Are you ready to go? Okay. Okay, Mike Scoopine. Blue folder. And Mike, you need to tell everybody who you are and what you represent. And I know you live in North Hall County.
Yeah, I'm going to be taking a little bit different track from what most people have done here. My name is Mike Scoopine. I'm Vice President of the Georgia Grassroots Coalition, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 181,000 people in various organizations across the state that we represent. I have an associate's degree in architecture from Southern Tech, a BBA in economics from North Georgia College, and a master's degree in technology management from Southern Poly. I'm a registered land surveyor and owned and operated a land survey business for a number of years in this county and in Lumpkin County. I've been an owner of various retail businesses, a development business, and a construction business. I've also been an adjunct professor in the business department at North Georgia College. The title of this committee is the House Study Committee on the Role of the Federal Government in Education. You'll find in your packet a copy of the United States Constitution. If you'll read the Constitution, you'll find there is no role for the federal government in education. So we could just really dispense with this committee at this point because there is no role for the federal government. As I go through this report, what I've done there, I've got a lot more than I'm going to be able to talk about, but I've highlighted in blue primarily what I'm going to be discussing, so that may help you if you want to follow along in that. How many of you remember when what Barack Obama said on October the 30th in 2008? Or do you recall what Michelle Obama stated on May the 14th, 2008? We are 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America. That was Barack. Michelle's statement, we are going to have to change our conversation we're going to have to change our traditions, our history. We're going to have to move into a different place as a nation. Common Core is set to consolidate power for education inside three entities. One, a small, unelected, unaccountable group in Washington, D.C., which established the copyrighted standards. Two, textbook companies which write to the standards. And three, testing companies whose tests are designed to ensure the standards are strictly adhered to. That in itself refutes the idea that local boards still have decision-making power as to what is taught. You cannot have standards driving how textbooks are written, textbooks aligned to the Common Core, testing developed to test what the standards and textbooks dictate, with evaluations of teachers tied to the testing, federal money attached to the testing, and still have local decision-making. It's impossible. We're told Common Core does not dictate what is taught. Then we're told that students across this nation will be learning the same thing when they graduate. Which is it? You can't have it both ways. Georgia's Constitution intends for the people of Georgia to be the decision makers of what and how our children are taught. Georgia's governors and the State Board of Education are following the very dictates that Congress had began a number of years ago. Congress has chosen to abdicate its constitutional duty to the executive branch by passing outlines of law and allowing the executive branch to fill in the blanks with regulations that often violate our Constitution. Now we watch as Governor Deal and our State Board of Education gives up their authority over our children's education by allowing groups in Washington, D.C., companies like Pearson and McGraw-Hill, and testing companies take charge of what our children learn while claiming that Georgia is still in charge. The attitude seems to be that if we repeat this lie that the local boards still have decision-making power long enough that everyone is going to believe it. Even the Georgia legislature has culpability here. They refuse to stand up and tell the governor and the Board of Education that Georgia is supposed to decide what our children are taught. Make no mistake about this, taking a wait-and-see attitude is nothing more than giving tacit approval to what's happening to education in Georgia. I stated earlier that this is part of our current president's idea to fundamentally transform America. Some of you may be even so foolish as to think that is impossible because this was state-led, and the federal government is barred from being involved in what our children are taught in the classroom. You would be partially right in that thought, but there are ways to circumvent the process, and the method currently being used to implement these standards is exactly how the feds have chosen to get around the laws and that prevent undue influence from the federal government concerning what is taught in our classrooms. Remember my question relating to Michelle and Obama's statements? What do you think they meant by those statements? I think they meant they intended to change everything about who we are, where we came from, and where we're going as a nation. Much of philosophy behind the Common Core has been pushed by Bill Ayers. You must ask yourself if you believe that Common Core coming into play at this point in history is accidental, or could there be something else taking place? Is it really coincidence that Barack Obama announced his major political entry into politics from Bill Ayers' house? Is it coincidence that Arne Duncan, Bill Ayers, Barack Obama, David Coleman, and Jason Zimba all have ties with each other through Chicago? Now I want to ask you another question. What is the most important thing to control to affect long-term permanent change in traditions and history and to move us into a different place as a nation? What can you use to best affect the culture and beliefs of a nation's citizens? Let me give you a clue. It's not in the old folks' homes. It's in our nation's youth. But how do you change a nation's youth? Hitler wrote Mein Kampf while he was in prison, and I want you to listen to what he wrote. Whoever has the youth has the future. Hitler understood what progressives, socialists, and communists believe. The youth are a key to any country. Now, my point with all this is simply this. Centralized control of anything is a major step toward tyranny. We have seen the healthcare system placed under the control of the federal government. Now we are watching as education is evolving into a form of central control. No, our education is not being placed directly under the control of the federal government. If anything, what is happening is even worse. It is being placed under the control of an elite group in Washington, D.C. that is unaccountable to the public, which will be promoted by the Department of Education in Washington, D.C., which is unaccountable to the public. And all the while this is taking place, we're being asked to continue to pay our taxes with no representation. I have to ask this question: is it really possible for anyone to fail to understand that this entire concept of Common Core and how it came into being is so far outside the idea of a constitutional republic upon which this nation was founded as to be totally unrecognizable as even remotely a part of the concept? Oh no, you say. We still have local boards and they have local control. That is window dressing for people that either refuse to think or don't want to think. You cannot sandwich our students between Common Core standards on one end and high stakes testing on the other end and then claim you're not dictating what gets taught. If a teacher is to be evaluated based on the scores of the children she teaches, then unless she's a fool, she'll teach to the test. Listen to what the Hall County School Superintendent stated in an article in the Gainesville Times on September the 19th of this year. In spite of the rhetoric, at the end of the day, the local districts can teach their children what they deem important. What it doesn't say is we have anything to say over what's tested. Now let's think about what he's saying. Yes, the local boards can control what is taught, but they have no control over what gets tested. We can add 15%, but it won't be tested. Only a fool would draw the conclusion that we can teach our children what we think best for our children without paying attention to what our children would be tested on. As long as we take federal dollars, then the feds will tell us what to do. And if our money from them is tied to how our kids do on a test, can there be any doubt that our school administrators are going to insist that teachers teach what is expected to be on the test that marks them for evaluation? Even before the Common Core was put into place in Hall County, I know for a fact that some principals were asking teachers to change grades. I know of one teacher that flatly refused to do so. The principal went ahead and changed the grade himself. Common Core, with its high-stakes testing, will cause this to continue, and we will likely see more cheating taking place as administrators look for ways to make their schools appear to be meeting the standards. We talk about teaching our children history, but do we ourselves know our history? For instance, suppose I ask you, who would you consider the father of modern education? Most people recognize John Dewey as the most influential person during the 20th century. But suppose I ask you to tell me something about him. How many of you could actually do that? Dr. Cuddy, in his book, The Conditioning of America, made a statement concerning John Dewey. The conditioning of modern American society began with John Dewey, a psychologist, a Fabian socialist, and the father of progressive education. Dewey used the psychology developed in Leipzig by William Wundt and believed that through a stimulus response approach like Pavlov, students could be conditioned for a new social order. The ideas that are continually pushed onto American education are really not new. Take, for example, outcome-based education. How many of you would be surprised to find out that that was in England in 1862? What happened to it? It was abandoned because teachers were finally able to convince those in charge that it was a failure. Overholt and Urban of Georgia State University said of outcome-based education in 1976 in Accountability in American Education, a Critique, teachers abhorred the narrowness and mechanical character the system imposed on the educational process. Why is this important to know? Simply put, outcome-based education and Common Core standards have one major common element that comes from B.F. Skinner, operant conditioning. One aspect of operant conditioning is knowing punishment may come if a certain behavior is not achieved, such as the teacher knows if her students do not do well on the high-stakes test, she may be dismissed or not receive a pay increase. But what is behind the type of education that John Dewey desired for America? He believed that studies should not be built on academic subjects, but instead they should be built around occupational activities. Sound familiar? Dewey believed that orienting studies that developed academic skills increased intellectual facilities. We don't want to do that, do we? Dewey believed that oriented studies that developed academic skills increased intellectual facilities, and the resulting high literacy was the root of where Western civilization had gone wrong with education. He believed this wrong because he saw that it produced a person that had independent intelligence. One statement that Dewey made in 1898 in his essay on the primary education fetish was this: the pleas for the predominance of learning to read in early school life because of the great importance attached to literature seems to me a perversion. In the early 1900s, we began to see the rise of tax-exempt foundations. These organizations were originally established by the people that had accumulated and were still accumulating large fortunes. The idea proposed was that this would give these people a place to put part of their fortunes, and the funds could then be used for the good purposes to benefit the American people. What has actually taken place is the very opposite of what had been expounded on as the justification for these organizations. During an interview in 1982, Norman Dodd, the chief investigator in 1953 for U.S. Congressman Reese, the chairman of the Special Committee on Tax-Exempt Foundations known as the Reese Committee, stated that he discovered that the goal of a number of the foundations through its trustees were intent on gaining control of education in America for the sole purpose of changing education to move it away from the founding principles and those concepts and rights that are found in our Declaration of Independence, our Constitution, and its associated Bill of Rights. There are a number of foundations that are currently working toward this end, and I will not attempt to list them all, but some that must be mentioned are the Gates Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation, and the Carnegie Foundation. And I believe they supported Achieve, we heard this morning. The primary goal of these groups is to move our nation from its individualistic mentality to a collective mentality, something our president is also striving to do. There's a book called Toward a Soviet America, which was published by Foster in 1932. It called for a U.S. Department of Education, implementation of a scientific materialistic philosophy, studies revolutionized, being cleansed of religious, patriotic, and other features of the bourgeois ideology, students taught on the basis of Marxian dialectical materialism, internationalism, and general ethics of a socialist society. Present obsolete methods of teaching will be superseded by science, pedagogy, I never can say that word. Pedagogy, is that right? The whole basis and organization of capitalistic science will be revolutionized. Science will become materialistic, hence truly scientific. God will be banished from the laboratories as well as from the schools, all of which has been implemented today. In 1932, the National Education Association created the Educational Policies Commission. One of their primary goals was the removal of local control of political and educational matters without seeming to do so. In a book called The Story of the 8-Year Study, published in 1942, the changes that the Progressive Education Association wanted to make in secondary school were constantly met with this statement, but it can't be done without risking admittance to college. One of the goals of the Common Core state standards has been to remove those barriers by requiring colleges to make certain that students accepted into college that graduated under the Common Core state standards are not placed in remedial classes. The net result of this move will be the dumbing down of most colleges and universities to be sure incoming freshmen can pass the work. Another aspect the progressives have been developing for years is how to remove control from local school boards. One major step forward with this was by instituting across America control at the state level. By doing this, this placed the federal government in a much better position for control with their money. Anything that brings into place a situation of overall testing is one of the best ways to control what is taught if one cannot gain full control over the things taught in American schools. Humanism is and has been a major part of the agenda of progressive educators. In 1933, John Dewey was a signatory on the book A Humanist Manifesto 1. It is vital that we as a nation recognize the impact that humanism has had and is having in our schools. We see it constantly in the situations that arise in today's schools that would never have taken place during the first half of the 1900s. School shootings, stabbings, and all manner of incidents that depict the lack of respect for others, and especially for life, as are a direct result of the humanist religion that has been allowed into our schools. In a fictional book Skinner wrote in 1948 titled Walden 2, he makes some very telling statements about his belief on students. What was needed was a new conception of man, compatible with our scientific knowledge, which would lead to a philosophy of education bearing some relation to educational practices. But to achieve this, education would have to abandon the technical limitations which it had imposed upon itself and step forth into a broader sphere of human engineering. Nothing short of a complete revision of culture would suffice. Now, Dr. Skinner died before he could see his school of the future realized, but I would say today that it is here in the Common Core state standards. Listen to this next excerpt from his book and see if it sounds familiar to you. Since our children remain happy, energetic, and curious, we don't need to teach subjects at all. We teach only the techniques of learning and thinking. As for geography, literature, the sciences, we give our children opportunity and guidance, and they learn from themselves. In that way, we dispense with half the teachers required under the old system, and the education is incomparably better. Our children aren't neglected, but they're seldom, if ever, taught anything. To me, this sounds just like so many of the stories I keep hearing from parents and students under the Common Core state standards. Many of you know that during the 1990s, there has been a strong movement for teachers to act as facilitators and guidance counselors. Bertrand Russell wrote in his publication, Impact of Science Upon Society, that every government that has been in charge of education for more than one generation will be able to control its subjects securely without the need of armies or policemen. He also said in that publication, education should aim at destroying free will so that after pupils are this schooled, they will be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking or acting otherwise than as their schoolmaster would have wished. Influences of the home are obstructive. There are two congressional committees that are deemed important if you're going to try to understand our educational philosophy today. The first one held its first meetings in 1952. It was developed around the subversive influence in the educational process. And you can read the rest of that committee's title there. Robert Morris was a counsel on this project. And below you can read the testimony of Dr. Bella V. Dodd, who was assisted by her attorney. And I want to pick up on part of that testimony. Mr. Morris, Dr. Dodd, will you tell us what relationship you bore to the Communist Party organization while you were the legislative representative for the Teachers Union? Mrs. Dodd, well, I soon got to know the majority of the people in the top leadership of the Teachers Union were communist, or at least were influenced by the communist organization in the city. Senator Homer Ferguson asked, in other words, the steering committee, as I take your testimony, was used for the purpose of steering the teachers along the line that communism desired. Mrs. Dodd, on political questions, yes. I would say also on certain educational questions. You take, for instance, the whole question of theory of education, whether it should be progressive education or whether it should be the more formal education. The Communist Party as a whole adopted a line of being for progressive education, and that would be carried on through the steering committee and into the union. Some of you may be thinking to yourselves, that may have been true in the 50s, but Reagan defeated communism in the 80s. If that's your line of thinking, I urge you to do some investigation, because what happened beginning in the late 50s is that the communists made a strategic move. They decided to continue with the Communist Party while at the same time to gradually and consistently to move their people into specific areas of our society where they could have enormous influence, and to do so in a manner that would not bring light to their communist ideology. You will find in this report a list of the communist goals from 1958. Read it and don't take it lightly if you cherish your freedoms. The second congressional committee that needs to be known is the Reese Committee, which had a forerunner called the Cox Committee. Mr. Norman Dodd was asked by the Reese Committee to be their lead investigator. Both were basically charged with the investigation of tax-exempt foundations. One important discovery of Mr. Dodd was that several of our foundations believed that they needed to get control of our educational system. 3 of the best-known foundations had actually divided the work of doing this between them. Those 3 are the Carnegie, Rockefeller, and Ford Foundations. In a meeting with Rowan Gaither, who was then president of the Ford Foundation, Gaither asked this question, Mr. Dodd, we invited you to come here because we thought that perhaps off the record you would be kind enough to tell us why the Congress is interested in the operations of foundations such as ours. Gaither proceeded to answer his own question. Mr. Dodd, all of us here at this policy-making level of the foundation have at one time or another served in the OSS, a forerunner of the CIA, and we also served in the American Economic Administration, operating under directives from the White House. We operate under the same directives. The substance under which we operate is that we shall use our grant-making power to so alter life in the United States that we can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union. Dodd asked, why don't you tell the American people what you just told me, and you could save the taxpayers thousands of dollars set aside for this investigation? Gaither responded, Mr. Dodd, we wouldn't think of doing that. Both of these committees met with so much behind-the-scenes interference that neither ever completely were allowed to finish their assigned task of a complete and thorough investigation. The counsel for the Reese Committee, Renee Wormser, was so distraught over the inability for what the Reese Committee had learned to be made public, published the findings himself in a book called Foundations. Wormser also stated, the Cox Committee did find that there had been a communist Moscow-directed plot to infiltrate American foundations and to use their funds for communist purposes. Our schools have been continually moving away from academics and toward behavior modification. This has been the primary focus of men like Skinner, Bloom, Goodlad, and numerous others in the field of sociology and psychology since the middle of the 1900s. A statement that clarifies what education is becoming today was prophesied by Goodlad in 1969. The most controversial issues of the 21st century will pertain to the ends and means of modifying human behavior and who shall determine them. The first educational question will not be what knowledge is of the most worth, but what kinds of human beings do we wish to produce. We see this taking place in our schools under the current methods of teaching, where teachers are not to teach but to be facilitators to allow the students to figure things out for themselves. This is a dire indication that we no longer are seeking to impart knowledge, but a new type of human being. Congressman John Ashbrook from Ohio saw in the early 60s the dangerous trend that was occurring in education and spoke to what he saw in a speech he made to Congress July 18, 1961. What could only be God-given insight, he stated in his speech titled, "The Myth of Federal Aid to Education Without Control." And here's his words. In the report, called A Federal Education Agency for the Future, we find the vehicle for federal domination of our schools. It is a real and present danger. The battle lines are now being drawn between those who seek control and uniformity of our local schools and those who oppose this further bureaucratic centralization in Washington. That he went on and said that there are any doubt of the federal bureaucrats' intentions in this matter was laid to rest with the discovery of a health, education, and welfare publication called A Federal Education Agency for the Future, which is a report of the Office of Education dated April 61. I feel that its pronouncements are a blueprint for complete domination and direction of our schools from Washington. The publication was not popularly distributed, and there was some difficulty in obtaining a copy. 56 pages of findings contain recommendations which call for more and more federal participation and control, and repeatedly stress the need for federal activity in formulating educational policies. It recommends a review of teacher preparation, curriculum, and textbooks. It calls for an implementation of international education projects in cooperation with UNESCO and the United Nations and ministries of education abroad. Of course, it recommends an enlarged Office of Education and the use of social scientists as key advisors. It places stress on implementing international educational projects in the United States and bringing maximum effectiveness to the total international educational effort. Would not the communists, with their footholds and infiltrations in these organizations, love this? No detail has been overlooked. Curriculum will have to undergo continual reshaping and upgrading, and new techniques and tools of instruction will have to be developed. Teacher preparation, textbooks, and the curriculum in these subject fields must be improved in the decade ahead. Another event that took place in 1955 was a White House conference that set out to establish new methods of policy making. The idea of planning by consensus instead of consent was set into motion at this conference in 1955, and it was quickly followed by the 372-page report, Goals for Americans. The report called for and recommended that America carry out an international socialist agenda. And how has Common Core been implemented in our state? Was it by consent or by consensus? We continue to hear the cry that it was state-led, but being state-led is nothing but consensus. Why consensus? Because the progressives recognized that it would never have been implemented through the methods set forth in our Constitution, consent. Do any of you on this committee see anything wrong with the concept of consensus? Maybe this will help. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. Did you catch that? Consent of the governed, not consensus of the governing. Dr. Paul Brandwein in May 1968 issued the issue of the educational journal called The Instructor stated, "Parents often have little, if any, knowledge of the rudiments of human enterprise we call teaching and learning, or even the elements of the behavioral science undergirding child development. The most formative years are what we call pre-kindergarten years. Learning is synonymous with environmental behavior. Learning is the modification of behavior through interaction with the environment." Really? That's the definition of learning in our educational system? Can there be any wonder if we define learning as behavior change that our children are falling behind in academics? What is learning? Since the idea of public education originated near the time of the founding of our nation, let's look at the definition of learning during that time period. Webster's 1828 dictionary defines learning this way: gaining knowledge by instruction or reading, by study, by experience or observation, acquiring skill by practice. Let's move up to 1927 and look at the New Century Dictionary. The drawing out of a person's innate talents and abilities by imparting the knowledge of language, scientific reasoning, history, literature, rhetoric, and so forth, the channels through which these abilities would flourish and serve. There is nothing in either of these definitions of learning that indicates changing the behavior of someone is the same thing as learning. But our investigation would not be complete unless we look at a more modern definition. In the online version of the Merriam-Webster Dictionary, we find the following definitions: the act or experience of one that learns. That's really helpful. Knowledge or skill acquired by instruction or study. A little more traditional. But listen to this one: modification of a behavioral tendency by experience as exposure to conditioning. Now we've completed the circle from where we first looked at B.F. Skinner's operative conditioning to now finding that we are supposed to believe that our children are supposed to undergo this behavioral change at the hands of the government. My conclusion from these definitions is, since America had few rivals in education in the early part of the last century, that it is highly probable that changing the definition of learning and reorienting teaching to the new definition is probably the main reason that has dumbed down the American educational system. He who has the most toys should make the rules. Does that statement fit the belief system of anyone in this room? Then why are we letting this become a fact of how things are decided in American education? Part of what I hope to make clear is that money alone is shaping America. Certain groups in America began to realize that our political system, our domestic and foreign policies, and now our educational system can be shaped by those that control money. The idea that money can be placed strategically to change the ideas, values, and direction of every aspect in America should not be taken lightly by this committee, by our state legislature, or by our governor. As a matter of principle, whenever any of us see that happening, it should strike fear into our hearts, and we should do all we can to prevent it. This very concept is why we all need to understand what is taking place with foundations, and the Gates Foundation is no exception. It is Gates' money that has given us Common Core. To allow money to dominate and change America, whether it is education or anything else, goes totally against freedom and the rights of the American people to have a say in the direction of events that directly affect everyday lives. How many of you are aware that Bill Gates, since 2009, has given in excess of $3.38 billion to conform education to his viewpoint of how it should be structured? In Georgia, Gates has seen fit to buy influence in our state to the tune of nearly $2 million to facilitate statewide implementation of the Common Core standards, instructional tools, and $500,000 to Atlanta schools to implement the literacy design collaborative tools. The obvious question any rational citizen would have to ask is, if the Common Core state standards are so great, why does Gates or anyone have to place all manner of bribes across our nation? We could do well by paying attention to some of the quotes that came from Gates. Listen to this one that was in the Washington Post. Gates stated, if it would be great if our education stuff worked, but that we won't know for probably a decade. Really? And Georgia plans to participate in what is obviously the single biggest experiment in educational history, allowing us to complete a generation of kids and their education at risk? Listen to this statement, again by Gates. Identifying common standards is just the starting point. We will only know if this effort has succeeded when the curriculum and tests are aligned to these standards. But yet we're told that the standards don't dictate curriculum. Listen to his other statement. When the tests are aligned to the common standards, the curriculum will line up as well, and it will unleash a powerful market of people providing services for better teaching. For the first time, there will be a large uniform base of customers looking at using products that can help every kid learn and every teacher get better. Again, he's telling us that the curriculum will line up with the standards. Now, just exactly what did Gates say in these statements? Under the system called Common Core, corporations will be dictating what is taught and learned in school through the uniform materials they will be providing. Now I must ask you, is this what Georgia wants for its children? A uniform set of robots coming out of our schools? I ask you, what two concepts really made America great and what made America America? America became great because it has always believed in the importance of the individual and the importance of people being different and thinking different. You put all of America into one mold and you kill what made America America. It is really that simple, and that is precisely what is being attempted here. Now, this is an excellent idea if you want to control the population and teach them specific and detailed ideas, values, and concepts. But it is totally the antithesis of what has brought so much innovation and new ideas to the forefront in America. If you want to set the bar for indoctrination of children, then I can think of no better way than to go about it than to implement the nationalization of our educational system by continuing Common Core. Another statement by Gates. Common Core I would have thought of as more of a technocratic issue. The basic idea of should we share an electrical plug across the country? Well, you can get partisan about that, I suppose. Should Georgia have a different railroad width than everybody else? We see in this statement the innermost way that Bill Gates thinks and exactly how he sees educating our children. Just like computer technology, so is the education of our children. No different than deciding what should be the standard gauge of a railroad system. And it is also obvious from this statement that Gates believes that there's only one way to teach children. I would urge you to go to a website called the U.S. Coalition for World-Class Math. I'm going to read their conclusion from their very detailed review of the math standards. While the math standards may be an improvement over existing standards in some states, they could be a lot better. And in the end, it appears that all the standards will do is ensure a student-centered, understanding before procedure approach to math education, which so far has proven to be a disaster. People need to tell their state legislators not to jump on the Common Core bandwagon, and if their state is talking about backing out, the move to do so should be complete. Drop the adoption of the Common Core standards. You will see there in the report a link to their website. On their site, you will find where they break down the standards by grade level and then give very specific areas where the math standards are good and where they're bad. We are watching education being transformed by what is often called the Hegelian dialectic process. This concept was formulated by the German philosopher Hegel and used very successfully by Karl Marx in codifying revolutionary communism. The best way to understand how this process works is by simply looking at a statement made by T.H. Bell when he was Secretary of Education. We need to create a crisis to get consensus in order to bring about change. Bell accomplished this by convincing Reagan to establish a committee to study excellence in education. The group established the crisis when it published the findings in its document, A Nation at Risk. I am not here to condemn standards, but I am here to sound the alarm at anything that begins to move us toward further centralization of education. Local school boards currently are very limited in what they can actually do. Currently, the State Board of Education and the mandates from the federal government bind the hands of the local boards of education. Two things must be recognized. The first and most significant thing that my research has uncovered is that until about the 1930s, American education was equal or better than any nation in the world. That then begs the question, what changed in America in the 30s? I think we will all recognize that as the era during which progressivism went to star speed under Roosevelt. The second fact that is very important is that since the 1950s, America's rating in the world education system has been relatively low. Now, with America's so-called rating low, we should recognize this fact. We still have set the standard for economic prosperity, creativity, and our scientific progress overshadows our nearest competitors. It is also very important to recognize the basic fact that America tests everyone, not just our best, or just a select few, as most of the other countries do that we're being compared to. Now, at the end, I've got a list of 20 questions. There could be 20 more. I just quit. But one I really want to point out to you, because I just want you to think about this. This could be totally off base, but this could be dead on base too. I don't really know. Could the real purpose behind Common Core and the data collection be to protect certain companies from following in the footsteps of the encyclopedia? Do you know what I mean by that? The encyclopedias are gone. The internet replaced them. Nobody uses encyclopedias anymore. Common Core will remove the possibility of using the numerous free open source textbooks that have begun to appear on the internet, written by researchers and teachers that just want to share knowledge in favor of a system that will be totally controlled by large textbook companies such as Pearson, who in essence are being given a monopoly on education, materials, and testing. Now, that may be far-fetched. That may have nothing to do with Common Core. But then again, Pearson stands, and companies like that stand to lose a fortune. They will be put out of business without something like Common Core here. There's no way they can survive. The internet will kill them. So with that, you can stick a fork in me. I'm done.
Again, let me ask you, no applause, please. I mentioned that earlier, and we want to get through this as quickly as can. I want to do a disclaimer. Mike and I grew up together. His late father and my late father were Eagle Scouts together. And Mike's a few years older than me, myself, and Judy, his wife, who is Judy Lawson on the back row, we all grew up together. But Mike has been heavily involved. And Mike, you might want to mention you're more fearful of Common Core than you are the what we call Obamacare. You didn't mention that.
As a matter of fact, I am, because it's much more. I can't think of the word. It's like something that's laying out there that's slowly eating away at our society and at what this nation stands for. But it's so gradual that it's the old boiled frog concept. We don't realize what's going on here. That's what I believe about Common Core. I believe that it had to come out of Washington, D.C. And that it came out of Washington, D.C. because D.C. cannot get control of education. There are too many laws right now that prevent it. So for them to have direct control over our education in our states, it really can't happen. But it can happen this way. Once you get all these different aspects that are out there pointing toward whatever is the end goal. And it's going to be so subversive and so it's like undertow. You don't see it, but it's there.
Did you do any Cliff Notes for me on your presentation?
I did mean to, but I never did get around to it.
Okay. Questions from the committee, please? I mean, he went over a lot, and I guess Hayward Gadan was your U.S. history teacher, was he not?
Taught me communism.
Yeah. Taught Linda, myself, and Judy as well. Okay. No questions, comments? Thank you, Mike. Good job. Tanya Diddy.
Good afternoon. My name is Tanya Diddy. Chairman Rogers and members of the study committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon, not on Common Core, but on another concern that we have, and that's the new Advanced Placement U.S. History Framework, also known as APUSH, so that's what I will call it. I am a 21-year veteran educator, and I am a former APUSH teacher, and have some concerns about the framework. I have a packet for you. It's got my PowerPoint in it, and I'm spitting into that, and also some documents that I've put some exhibit numbers on there to help a little bit. But again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak today. As I said, I'm here about the new framework that is now being taught in the Georgia classrooms. It rolled out in August, as it did across the country. Not all students take AP classes. It's something that they can elect to do, but we have a lot of students in Georgia that do that. Not all students take the course, but they'll take the exam. And I have some statistics on that. Homeschoolers take AP, U.S. history and the exam, private schools, all students. This impacts all students. That's why we're concerned about it. The reason I'm here is there is some federal government role in this, and we'll show that. But I believe that the new framework is slanted and it's intellectually dishonest concerning our view of what we think is good American history. It's an antithesis of what was taught last year, and I would just like to present that. Before we can do that, let's talk a bit about the College Board that owns and controls the advanced placement tests along with the SAT. They're a private organization. They were founded in 1900 to set standards for college admission. But the College Board, like I said, is a private company, and they're not subject to sunshine laws, nor are they subject to open records requests. So we have a hard time trying to figure out who's doing what, where, and when concerning the APUSH. David Coleman is the president of the College Board of 2 years ago, and he is the same David Coleman, that's the architect of the Common Core Standards Initiative. You'll hear defenders of David Coleman that he was brought onto the College Board after the new framework was developed. That might be true, but he's had 2 years to do something about it, and he's not done anything about it. All he's done is react to the groundswell of opposition to what's being taught in our schools. And like I said, the College Board does own and control the SAT and the advanced placement courses. So let's talk about the role of the federal government in this. I provided you some statistics. The College Board receives money from the federal government in two different ways. Since 2004, they've received over $79 million in direct funding that goes directly to them from the federal government. But they also get money through the states indirectly through the federal government. Since 2004, over $391 million have gone to the states to purchase College Board products. And just this year, in August of 2014, the federal government has issued $28.4 million in grants to states for low-income students to take the AP exams. And full disclosure on this, Georgia was not one of those states, and there's an explanation of that, which I'll just point to in a minute. So there's a lot, they're receiving a lot of federal funds, and that will reflect in some of the things that they do. I will also say, and I did not provide solid statistics, but they also are a receiver of huge grant money from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Private company, but they got a lot of people giving them money to support their products. In Georgia, just to show a bit of their expenditures of what we've done, and in your packet for Exhibit 1, I've just provided you what we received from the Department of Education that you can read down through if you want the details of it, but I just kind of lump summed the numbers together, but the DOE did break that down so you can see where the money is coming from. But Georgia has given to the College Board nearly $10 million from fiscal year 10 and then budgeted out through fiscal year 15. We have given nearly $1.5 million back to the College Board through the Title II-A grants, which is for teacher quality training. So we're sending money back to the College Board, but yet the College Board's wagging the tail on this new framework, and we're concerned about that. So I wanted to say up front, because we've been accused that we don't like AP courses, and that is far from the truth. AP has definite advantages, and we are proponents of advanced placement courses. Students can get college credit. It can save time and money. But we just have a problem with the new advanced placement U.S. history test and exam and framework, and we're afraid that that's just going to be the start of it. So what's the concern then that we have? Well, the College Board has, up until this past framework, the College Board's always respected state standards. But the U.S. history course is the first course that the College Board has changed. Others are in the works, but they negate the college standard, the Georgia standards on social studies of U.S. history standards, and I'll explain that. And one thing, one number that's not in your packet, the latest data from 2013, 14,676 Georgia students took the U.S. history exam. This might be the only course that some of our students ever see for U.S. history. They'll take it in high school. If they score high enough and they go to a college that takes it as college credit, they'll never have another history course. So it's important what the students in Georgia learn about American history. So our concern is that we feel that there is a coup going on over our standards. So I wanted just to kind of break down a bit of what the old framework looked like and what the new framework looks like. Prior to this year, the College Board had a 5-page topical outline for our AP U.S. history teachers to teach from. And this is it. It's 5 pages. And what the teachers would do is they would look at the framework of what the College Board recommended, and then they would go out to the Georgia U.S. history standards, and they would match those standards up to support the framework. So there was a huge dependency on the Georgia standards that were passed by the Department of Education that reflects the culture of our state and aligns to most states have the same type of history standards. It was usually a traditional survey course. Again, it relied heavily on state standards, and there was a wealth of resource materials. As an AP teacher, we could always go back and look at old graded tests. The College Board always supplied the resources for teachers to study from what past tests were like. Well, all of that is gone now because they converted to a new curriculum framework. This is the new curriculum framework. It is up to about 140 pages and growing. And I have written on the front of my framework, I didn't provide you a copy of this, but this is the required knowledge for the exam. So we've gone from a 5-page, breathy outline for teachers to fill in the Georgia standards to this, where this is what the students have to know for the test. They basically have stripped away any opportunity to be able to infuse Georgia standards, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But this is the new framework. Again, it's over 142 pages. All of the exam questions will come from the framework. So the teachers now have to depend on this framework and not be able to infuse much of the Georgia standards. And the reason I say that, as an AP teacher, your goal is to get those students to a 5 on the test. You want to reach that high mark. I know that was always a goal of mine, and that is the pride of AP U.S. history teachers, to be able to teach so those kids score well on that exam. Parents are depending on that because that also determines a lot of times what college credit they'll get. So now as a teacher, I have to determine, am I going to spend all my time on covering the required knowledge of this and put aside the Georgia standards so my students will do well on this, or am I going to teach the Georgia standards? They won't do so well on this, but they'll do well on the end of course test. The teachers are in a dilemma. And I'll talk a bit about what the comments from the Georgia Board of Education were on that in a minute. But this is high stakes for AP teachers, and it's high stakes for students. But this now is the required knowledge. A couple of comments from the framework itself. According to the framework, I added this from your packet. I apologize, it's not in your packet. Every AP exam question will be rooted in these specific learning objectives in this packet. This next statement was just removed from the College Board because they had gotten so much pushback in the states, but it was up until a couple months ago. This is what the College Board said about their framework. Beginning with the May 2015 AP U.S. History exam, no AP U.S. History exam questions will require students to know historical content that falls outside this concept outline. They're dictating what our kids are going to know in this outline. Again, the framework is the required knowledge that students must know from the exam. For brevity, I'm not going to go through every area of the framework, but I thought I'd pick one out, one that seems to me a little troublesome. And that's the idea of, in the old topical outline, teachers would teach the views of American national character and the ideas of American exceptionalism. American exceptionalism has been stripped from the College Board framework. They have a new way that they want to approach our history. And they say that this theme focuses on the formation of both American national identity and group identities in U.S. history. They want to give special attention to the formation of gender, class, race, and ethnic identities. Individualism is gone in the new APUSH framework. It's all about groups, and it's all about groups in conflict. So that is one of the big glaring changes in it. American exceptionalism has vanished. If you look through the framework, you won't find anything about Winthrop's City on a Hill sermon. You'll find almost nothing about the Founding Fathers. Now, they'll talk about that the Founding Fathers are listed in there, but it's not that you don't have to know knowledge of the Founding Fathers. There's little discussion on the revolutionary principles and philosophies of the Declaration of Independence, of the Constitution. You don't have to know all of those foundations. They've replaced it with other things. There's no heroes. There's no achievements. This is a quote that is from Dr. Fred Anderson. He made this year. He is out at the University of Colorado in Boulder. He's also a member of the U.S. History Redesign Commission. Listen to his viewpoint. Now, he is one of the redesigners of the AP History framework and exam. Listen to what he thinks about American exceptionalism. He says it's a, quote, a fascinating concept. Effectively, it's a faith position. It's sort of like intelligent design. It can't be proven or disproven by evidence, and historians are bound by evidence. Well, I will say that I can look around this room today, and I bet we could go around the room and all of us could talk about exceptional people in our lives. People that have done things beyond what we would ever think we could accomplish. I think about the Georgia, the Teacher of the Year. That huge, she's been a teacher 5 years, and she's the Teacher of the Year. That's a huge accomplishment. But if the APUSH framework has their way, they don't care about people with exceptional accomplishments. My dad has a patent on the paint that sticks to the dashboard of cars through Goodyear. That's a huge accomplishment. I'll never forget growing up and all the time he spent putting his time in and developing that patent. Huge accomplishment. Go down to the state capitol. There are busts of individuals all around that capitol. There are pictures all around of individuals because those individuals are heroes with accomplishments of those people that impacted the state of Georgia. You can't go anywhere in any town in America where exceptionalism of the individual isn't acknowledged. Well, the College Board's framework, they don't want to talk about individualism anymore. They want to group people together. And I think that quite honestly, is a little scary to me. Groups in conflict. Like I said, little focus on individuals. When I read this framework, it depressed me. I didn't recognize my country by reading this framework of what the kids are going to learn. It's all about the bad of America. There's nothing about the good of America. So what I wanted to do quickly, I won't spend a lot of time on this because I'm short on time, but in your packet there is exhibits 2, 3, and 4. I thought I would go in and just kind of show you the differences between the old framework and the new framework, what's missing from the Georgia standards, what the College Board is adding in. And I will just, again, we're not going to dissect the standards and the concepts, but I thought I would show you an example of the differences. So on Exhibit 2, on the front page, in the previous topic outline, that would be what was taught last year. Teachers that were going to teach on the American Revolutionary era had 5 things that they were to cover, content that they were to cover. Those are very broad. So what did the teachers do? They went into the Georgia standards and they found the standards that aligned to this, and then they filled in with the Georgia standards. If you turn the page, this is the same period, but this is the new framework. It's over 6 pages long, and you'll see it's so much more detail. Now, the College Board has their talking points on why they think that is as well, but this is the required knowledge for the exam. It's going to be very difficult for Georgia teachers to go in and align the standards, the Georgia history standards, to this and be able to cover the content and the concepts that the kids will be tested on along with the standards. Again, there's multiple parts on each concept, and it's dictating to the teachers what they are to teach in the classroom. So that's just the comparison of just that theme. On Exhibit 3, to kind of carry this through, we had an evaluation and a comparison done of what is missing out of the framework of the Georgia standards and then what the College Board has infused. So Exhibit 3 takes the same time period, and you can see on the left-hand side, for just the revolutionary history period in our country, 22 basic elements and required elements in the Georgia standards are not included in the College Board framework. And now the College Board will say, well, they can fit those in, but remember, this is the required knowledge. And if it's not going to be in here and the teachers want their kids to do well on the test, they're going to kind of bypass those Georgia standards. On the right-hand side are some new themes There's 8 new themes that aren't a part of the Georgia standards that are now in the framework. Right-hand side is the required knowledge. In Exhibit 4, there was an analysis of the College Board framework done by Larry Krieger, and I'll talk about him in a minute. But Larry Krieger is a former APUSH teacher of 25 years. He is top in his field for AP review. He has been thrown under the bus by the College Board saying he's a whistleblower on this, and they don't like it. And they said he's only out to make money, but he is the one that has exposed this. And this is what he has written. Everything it highlights is his comments on this period of the framework, but if you go down to the 1, 2, 3, the 4th paragraph, Larry zeroes in on the Revolutionary period, and look what he says in yellow. The framework's decision to all but omit George Washington extends to his command of the Continental Army. Most state and local curriculum guides require teachers to discuss the significance of Valley Forge and the battles of Saratoga and Yorktown. This is what the College Board does, per Larry. Instead, the College Board framework completely ignores all Revolutionary War battles and commanders. Veterans and their families will be dismayed to discover that this is not an oversight. In fact, the College Board ignores military history from the Revolutionary War to the present. They're taking out all of American exceptionalism all the way down to the military. Following Exhibit 4 is the independent evaluation that we did have done on the Georgia standards. This was presented to the State Board of Education back in July, that shows that when you compare Georgia standards that we've adopted as a state to the framework, 129 elements are missing out of the framework. And you can look at that and see what's not being covered in the framework. Again, it's impossible for the teachers to cover that 148-page framework and also the Georgia standards. Okay, so what's the problem on this? Well, again, the College Board focuses on the required knowledge that comes from the framework. And what they'll say is, well, teachers can mention this in the classroom. They're allowed to bring these things up. But remember, mentioning is a whole lot different than requiring them to know it. They also say that the students can ignore it. They can disagree. They've just come out. This is one of their new talking points. The students can, if they don't like something in the framework, they can write against it. They can disagree with it. They have that brevity to do it. But if you're a student that wants a 5 on the AP exam, you are not going to disagree with the content because you've got readers scoring that test, and they're going to score it against a rubric. And remember, the goal is a 5. So that's the problem. And I made this comment about Larry Krieger talking about the Revolutionary War battles and the commanders, and really the College Board stripping out our military history. Just for the remainder of my time, I wanted to talk about what's missing in the new framework, and in particular, what's missing with America at War. On page 58 of the framework, the American troops played a limited role in World War I. That's what the College Board framework thinks, that the American troops played a limited role in World War I. Here's their viewpoint of World War II. They said wartime experiences such as the internment of the Japanese Americans, challenges to the civil liberties, debates over race and segregation, and the decision to drop the atomic bomb raised questions about American values. That's what teachers are supposed to be teaching in the classroom. That's their view of what we did in World War II as a country. They also cover the Korean and the Vietnam War in one sentence. This presentation was done at a meeting several weeks ago, and there was a second-generation South Korean immigrant in the room. When she heard that there wasn't anything covered about the Korean War, she was flabbergasted. This was her comment. She stood up during open comments. She said the reason that they're in America today is because of the kindness of the soldiers that fought in the Korean War. I have an uncle that fought in the Korean War. They said the humanitarian drops that came in showed the kindness of America. But see, the framers don't, the framework from the College Board, they don't want to cover anything exceptional about the United States. And so she was just so disappointed because from her experience, that's why they loved America and wanted to come. What's also missing with America at War? The heroes, the greatest generation isn't covered. The battles, the sacrifice, the Holocaust isn't even covered in the new framework. So who's missing? I went through, because if I'm a Georgia teacher, I think that I would like to cover some of the military men and women that fought from Georgia. And so I looked up some of those men. I didn't find any women at the time, but Robert Asbell is he's 92 years old, and he was in the Army in the Pacific Campaign, still living down in Dublin. Georgia and Eddie Edwards received the first World War II Air Medal to be presented by President Roosevelt, again a Georgian. Then we had, there's a whole page of Medal of Honor winners from Georgia. Bobby Brown was a Medal of Honor winner. He was a captain in World War II. Then you've got Ronald E. Ray and James Livingston. They were Medal of Honor recipients from Vietnam. Lee Phillips was a Medal of Honor recipient from the Korean War. These are Georgians. These are people we should be proud of. But the College Board in their new APUSH framework doesn't think that they deserve any mention, that the military heroes deserve no mention and no coverage. And I think that's a shame. All right, what individuals are missing? I'm not going to sit and read off all of these, but you can see all the way from the Pilgrims down to Theodore Roosevelt. Martin Luther King isn't mentioned in the new framework. Of course, the College Board will say, well, you can mention him if you want to, because that's a part of the Georgia standards. But remember, this is the required knowledge. This is what the kids have to study. George Washington gets one brief mention in the framework, but it's on his bad foreign policy. Ronald Reagan is mentioned only negatively in the new framework. Themes that are missing: New England town meetings, the importance and the principles of the Declaration, Jeffersonian democracy, Jacksonian democracy, and religious toleration. All of those are now missing out of the framework, or not included in the framework. Let me just go back. Seminal documents, you can see those. The Mayflower Compact's not mentioned. Martin Luther King's I Have a Dream speech is not mentioned. Why don't they want that mentioned? Because it talks about American exceptionalism, and they don't think our country's worth mentioning that. I want to show one example out of the exam. There is a sample exam, one sample exam now for the new framework. Remember, in the past, the teachers had a plethora of things to review from, but there's one sample exam. This exam was secret until a couple months ago. They didn't want the exam out. They only wanted APUSH teachers to see it, but because of public pressure, they've put the exam out now for everyone to be able to see. And I want to show you the extreme nature of the slant of the exam, because the exam represents what students will be learning. There is, on the left-hand side, there's a picture of 19th century squalid conditions in New York City. One of the questions that are aligned to this picture asks, advocates for individuals such as those in the image would have likely agreed with which of the following perspectives? So advocates for those in the picture, which one would they agreed with? Well, the right answer is government. They believe that government should eliminate the worst of abuses in industrial society. What's scary is, what's the wrong answer? Capitalism. They don't believe that capitalism and free government regulation would help these people. So you can see that it's more toward a progressive socialistic view versus capitalism. And when I try to explain to people, if I'm a teacher in the classroom, I've got to guide my students to that foundational knowledge. The students aren't just going to show up and just check the right answer. There's had to have been conversation in the classroom discussing what would help people out of these conditions. So I would not be talking about capitalism. I'd be talking about a progressive movement in government. So there's a lot of background conversation going on in the classroom that appears to be anti-capitalistic. So there was a hearing in July. Myself and Jane Robbins got to each speak 3 minutes, and then the Department of Education representative that takes care of the College Board AP classes spoke for 45 minutes and was basically a talking board for the College Board. But this is what they said. There are no worries about this framework. Department of Education assured the State Department of Education, the State Board of Education, that the Georgia APUSH teachers will teach both APUSH framework and Georgia standards. Well, they might, but they're going to get a very slim covering of the Georgia standards because they're not sure if they want to get the end of course test scores high or if they want to get the AP test scores high. And the DOE is adamant that Georgia teachers are more concerned about the end-of-course scores. Of course, that's all changed this year. But they just said there's no worries. They had a disregard for what was mentioned from Jane and myself, and they just bought hook, line, and sinker the DOE's employee, what she had to say. But reality is this. Now, this has changed a bit over the past couple weeks. The end-of-course test... This is what the DOE said. Well, they're going to want to do well on the end-of-course test. Well, the end-of-course test is only worth 20%, and the student doesn't even have to pass the end-of-course test if the rest of their scores are higher. So, there's not a weight on that. Now, this year, it's changed a bit. The end-of-course test is still going to be given, but there's going to be a final exam, and that's going to be the final exam that's going to count 20%, and the end-of-course test just goes on the transcript. But the question is, what's the new final exam going to look like in the state of Georgia for U.S. history? Is the Department of Education going to buckle to the College Board and change the test, the final exam, to align with their framework, or is it going to align to the Georgia standards that were passed by the Georgia Department of Education? Now, the College Board is making visits. They're here today, as you know, because they're after me. But they're sending representatives out to the states, on the states that have pushed back against the new framework. They've visited state legislators. They're handing out this nice little glossy handout to state legislators that are on the, most of them are on the education committees or the appropriations committee. They're out visiting other state policy advisors in the state. And they're testifying at state board meetings and at study committees because they're testifying here today. They're feeling the heat on the pushback on this. They're going to give you a litany of talking points, but there's been little substantial changes that they've been given. It's all superficial. This is what you're going to hear. The new framework incorporates state standards as it always has. Well, not when you've got 142 pages of required knowledge the students are going to have. We're going to drop that limiting statement on page 2 of the framework. They did that a couple weeks ago. But every other word in the framework's the same. The essential elements of the exam remain the same. That's not true. Teachers will continue to teach state standards, especially if students must take the end-of-course test, and we've talked about that. The teachers are in a quandary of where they're going to emphasize. They're going to tell you now, they're saying, well, it's not curriculum, it's standards. This is going to dictate the curriculum taught in the classroom. They'll say, look at all the people on the sample exam, Ben Franklin, George Washington, Ronald Reagan. The problem is they're either mentioned in a negative way or they might be mentioned, but the student doesn't have to know anything about them. They're just mentioned in a sentence. Again, the students can ignore it. They can disagree with it. What's in the framework, they're allowed to do that, but the student's goal is to get a 5 on the test. This is I did not know that Trevor Packer was going to be here today, but I did put a quote up from him. This is what he says: teachers should help students understand, ready, quote, the statements in the framework that represent common perspectives in college survey courses that merit familiarity, discussion, and debate. Again, it all goes back to the statements in the framework. We are a sovereign state. Georgia has standards, and those standards are what need to be supported. So in conclusion, the redefined framework usurps state curriculum standards. The College Board is now unilaterally decreeing what students should know without public comment or consent. Georgia history standards include not only the dark events of our history, but also celebrate our nation's founders, core values, and heroic servicemen and women. And here are my recommendations. I recommend that you tell the Department of Education in your report that they demand that the College Board retract the new framework and return to the previous topic outline while rewriting any revisions. We believe that the state legislature should cease all state funding for APUSH exams and professional development until the framework is rewritten. We're not telling people not to take AP classes, but we certainly were telling parents, pull your kids out of the APUSH classes, because they're being taught a view of America that's never been taught before. And so that is my recommendations. And thank you very much for your time.
Okay, questions from the committee? Okay, that information you have there, Ms. Diddy, are you going to give us a copy of that?
You should have it.
The big copy?
This?
Yes.
The framework?
Framework.
I'd be happy to print you a copy. It was over 145
Well, we probably
pages.
need to put it in our document.
I would be happy to. You want?
Okay.
I'll leave you with this one, if you want it for
Okay.
your documentation.
That'd probably be good.
Is that okay? Okay, I'll leave you.
I do have a question here from
Okay.
Representative Jaspers.
Thank you, Ms. Diddy. My question, how many other AP courses are there that are out there that are taught in Georgia? Just a guess. I mean,
Just a guess. I'm thinking of the chart that's out there. I don't know, maybe 30. That might be an overstatement. Mr. Packer probably would be able to give you a specific one. I don't know the numbers specifically of what all the other courses out there. There are a lot. I know that they do offer a lot of courses.
Thank
34.
You. That was quick.
Someone must be texting.
I guess, and so my question really to you,
Okay.
knowing that, I mean, your concern on the history one really filters down to all those others.
That's correct, because the College Board's on record that they're going to start updating their courses. And if they're not stopped on American history and the way that they're developing their courses, there's no stopping them. We know back in the 90s, we had this discussion with Common Core when they tried to put in national history standards. That blew up in their face because that's a controversial topic. The College Board is taking it head on. I remember being in a meeting with the governor, and Dr. Barge was in that meeting, and Dr. Barge made the statement there would be all-out war in Georgia if anyone tried to mess with the Georgia social studies standards. This is a roundabout way in messing with the Georgia social studies standards, because they've set the framework, and now we're going to scramble to try to get our standards some way in there to support the information. So if they're bold enough to take on U.S. history standards, what are they going to do with U.S. government? Who knows what they'll do with that? So that's a concern, that this is just a train that's not going to stop.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And I guess my other part is, you talked about that big old wad you held up there, and that's
the new
really
framework.
The framework, and that the possible integration, the teacher can do Georgia standards if they want to. But so a lot of our schools are on block scheduling, and some are on shortened school years. How's that going to affect them?
Well, I think the AP teachers are going to have to choose where they're going to focus their concentration. Mr. Krieger, who did that comparison report for us, this is what he said in his experience, 25-year plus teaching AP U.S. history. He said probably what will happen, a lot of teachers will go out, they'll pull the Georgia standards down, they might take 3 or 4 days to teach the standards, the Georgia standards, and then the rest of the time they'll just focus on the framework. So they'll teach them and cover them enough so that on the final exam now, not the end of course test, actually they're taking both, that they'll do okay on the test, but they're going to have to choose what they're going to have to cover. If I'm an AP teacher, I want to remain an AP teacher, and I don't want parents to be upset with me if my students aren't doing well on the AP exam, and the only way they'll do well is to follow the framework first and foremost. And then we'll just see what happens with the end of course tests. So.
Well, thank you. Thank you for making us such aware of this.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Glanton wanted to ask a question. So go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate your input, very interesting things. One of the things I noticed, though, in the previous topics, as well as the new push, there's no mention of the Civil War. There's no mention of African Americans and those heroes, African American, the missing pages of American history as well as Georgia history. Why not?
Well, in the previous topical outline, they would give you a breadth to cover of perhaps maybe prior to, I don't know what era that you're talking about in history, but what we did in Georgia is the Georgia U.S. history standards were developed by the Department of Education and approved by the State Board of Education to say these are the standards that we think we want our students to learn. So if I'm an APUSH teacher, I'm going to look at this alignment, but I'm going to, the short alignment, the previous one, I'm going to go out to the Georgia standards and I'm going to look at the standards that I know my state wants me to focus on, and that's the support that I'm going to give to this outline. Plus, I'm also going to go out and look at the old AP tests to see how they tested and to see what knowledge they wanted. But this gave teachers a lot of brevity. Now, the College Board will say, well, they polled it, they went out and did a survey of all the AP teachers, and they said this is just too breathy, and it's too much, and it's too broad. We need something more concrete. Well, in an autonomous state that's supposed to be able to have their own standards and support their own standards, I would want a shorter version where I then get to determine as a teacher how I'm going to infuse in the Georgia standards versus having this framework where I've got to figure out how I'm going to have the time to fit in the Georgia standards. So how they, and be able to have the kids do well. So how the College Board came up with what was covered in here, you'll have to ask them. I don't know.
I guess my point is, and I hear you, but in neither one of the versions am I seeing a true representation of African Americans. We mentioned the exception of leaving out the Koreans and the Japanese. Mm-hmm. I'm thinking that when you go to a general curriculum and you take out the exceptionalism, and I think you would agree there's been some very exceptional African Americans throughout history. And so until we can get to a place to where we can include those in the fabric of American history and society and the importance that African Americans have played in American history, wouldn't you think that having a general curriculum versus those specific exceptional people pointed out, I'm just trying to get a feel for where you are.
I think what I would like to see done is the Georgia Department of Education handle that. You are across the street from them. We're the closest to the Department of Education. I think they need to set the standards and the inclusion of who needs to be covered. And I know I taught, and 90% of my students were African American. I spent all year covering different African Americans and their achievements. Whenever the students focused on individuals of who they wanted to, they went out and they picked the people that they wanted to. And it was African Americans who they acknowledged and who were role models for them. But there's brevity to be able to do that. If Georgians are in control of the standards, you don't have someone outside the state telling us what to do. So if there are people that are missing and are not covered, I would feel a whole lot more comfortable feeling like I could go to the Georgia Department of Education and say, we need to look at these standards. I know that the governor put an executive order out to address the curriculum piece of the standards. So, I mean, he was heading in the right direction to be able to involve that. I'm not saying that we need to, I think we need a balanced approach of the involvement of the people in this country, and I agree with you 100%. But in, some of, they're just discounting some of the early founders that were circled around the Constitution. But again, I want Georgians to determine that, not the College Board, who's receiving vast amounts of money from the federal government and the Gates Foundation.
I appreciate that. I'd just like to see some equity when it comes to representation of the people that help build this country and are in the very fabric of this country. And I think if we're going to revise or whatever we're going to do to it, now's an opportunity for us to get it right, whether you're talking state or American history.
Absolutely. And I've just been in U.S. history classrooms. I think teachers just do a great job trying to do a balance. But I agree with you, but I think it needs to be done at the state level. Actually, the local level, but the DOE writes the standards right now.
Okay, I think we have another question.
I was just looking at the examples on the curriculum framework, and it appears that the two documents look to be, one document is a list of standards when you refer back to what the previous framework was, and then the current document looks to be the package that you have there.
Exhibit 2?
No, the big package that you have, that you held to the big thick package. Yes. But that includes the practice exam, about 10 pages of glossary.
Correct.
There seems to be a lot of additional information in there that is not 120 or 140 pages of standards. How many standards were on the old framework versus the current framework?
I have the topical outline. If you go out and look, it's out on the College Board. The topical outline had 5 pages of just an outline. I'm looking through here.
I guess what I'm referring to, just like we look at when we compare, like the Georgia Performance Standards to the QCCs, we're looking at standards, and the GPS included the elements of the standards. And it appears that the College Board does the same thing, that there's 9 key concepts, and then under all 9 of those concepts, then there seems to be additional elements of that particular concept. And I just was wondering, in comparison, how many key concepts were there before? Were there
Well,
similar
I'm looking
numbers?
at it, and I'll just throw out another example. It's just a topic. They give you a topic, and they give you, for example, the crisis in the union. That topic on the old topical outline had 4 key concepts to it, that the teachers knew that they had to cover that content. The problem that we have with the new framework is they're very specific in what the teachers have to cover. And it's been difficult to find out who are even the writers of this. We couldn't do open records requests to find out who all was involved. Now the writers have come out in an open letter and say, hey, it's us. But we had difficulty finding out who was even the writers of this. And again, up until this past year, this past framework, the College Board has always worked alongside states that say, look, we want to provide this product for you. We acknowledge we want kids to get college credit in a high school setting. It's always been a very congenial type atmosphere. Now they're coming out with this, and they've got I believe very leftist-leaning writers on here taking our country in a different direction, showing only the bad and the ugly. I'm not here for saying that our country doesn't have warts and that it shouldn't be covered. I believe we need a traditional viewpoint of our history taught, not just the bad and the ugly. And your comment on some of the test examples in the framework in this packet, it does help to look at those in the sample exam to kind of see how the kids are going to be tested and to see what slant the kids are going to have to know of the history in order for them to do well. It's an educational thing to read through this to see how they're doing it. I hope I answered your question.
Right.
I'd be happy to give you. This is the topic outline.
Right.
Add that. I'd be happy to hand it over to you to.
I was just wondering, in comparison, maybe he can answer that question when he does his part of the presentation.
Okay. Sure.
And I had one other question. Sure. You mentioned something about final exams from the state. I'm not aware of any final exams from the state. There are no final exams from the state.
If you had a course that had an end of course test, I teach economics, so there's an end of course test.
Sure.
Well, that end of course test is still going to be given at the end of this semester, but but we're also having to do a final exam as well. So the students will take the end of course test and the final exam.
But that's a local decision. That's not a state decision.
Well, the end of course test will.
The final exam I'm speaking of.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I didn't realize that. I do know that the end of course, it all has to do with the Georgia milestones and the way they're rolling out the tests and where the grading. I'm not an expert in that, but it's just the way the grades will show up. It was my understanding that the end of course test will show up on their transcript, but will not. The final grade will come from.
That's correct because of benchmarking. This is the first year it's been administered, and they're benchmarking those tests.
Right.
And so once the benchmarking is done, it's a hope, I think, that those be included as part of the grade.
Okay.
That's what we've been told.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, Justin.
Year is AP history available for some of us to know?
Most kids take it in the 11th grade.
11th grade. And
they can take it earlier, but most.
8th grade is Georgia Studies.
That is correct.
9th grade is?
I don't know. Civics.
Civics, thank you. 10th grade is? Somebody help?
World history, thank you. World history.
And then 11th grade is?
U.S. history. 12th grade, government economics. They take government one semester in economics.
Is it naive to think that individuals are not taught through 8th, 9th, 10th grade?
Correct. They're getting bits and pieces, but this is it's a formal U.S. history course where they get it from beginning to end. It gives you that formal look of American history.
Right. So how much repetitive would you want in the 11th grade as opposed to Martin Luther King, who is discussed in 8th grade, 10th grade? The individualism is still there throughout the curriculum of Georgia. I'm not saying that we should throw it out in 11th grade either, but there is some individualism taught throughout the curriculum. What percentage of your 140-page document is aligned to the one-page document previous? Because there's history is history. How much is it aligned?
I'm not sure.
I just looked at key point 5.2, 5.1, and 5.3 all talks about Civil War, slavery.
Correct.
So it's not that it's thrown out.
No, but it all depends on the conclusions that they want the students to draw from that. And I'm not saying that they're going to negate the Civil War, that it didn't happen, but it's the approach that they take. The people I'm sorry? The College Board is the writer of the framework.
Right.
So
I just looked at the framework. There is simply a statement about slavery. I don't see conclusions subjective.
I think our concern is that the framework is much more detailed than the topical outline. The concern that I have had is, in the past, the College Board has delivered a topical outline for us then to be able to infuse the Georgia standards. They have taken a huge step in a different direction where they're saying, here is a huge document. This is what the kids need to know. This is the required knowledge that they're going to need to know in order to pass the exam. I'm not saying that teachers might not go out and cover something that's on the Georgia standards.
How much of it is aligned with the Georgia standards? That big document and the Georgia standard, how much would be
there
aligned?
Is a document in your packet.
80%? 70%? 100%?
No, I don't know a percentage. If you go out, though, and look at the document that I've given you, it's the independent evaluation and comparison. If you look at the framework as it is today, there's 129 elements that we would never cover according to the framework. But they have added 60 elements or themes that they want covered that, again, is not covered in the Georgia standards. The whole argument on this is who is controlling the history standards? Who's going to control what the kids are going to learn as the fabric of their classroom in the U.S. history class? If you go according to the framework, you go and you have to look at those exams. In the past, you could look at the exams to see how the students were going to be graded on the exams, kind of the content and the theme of the exams, and you would look at that. And I mean, that's what AP teachers do. They look at, you know, past exams to see kind of what's going to be covered, and then you prepare your kids for that. And but with the new framework, the teachers have one exam, one sample exam to look at. And if you look at that sample exam, you can see the writing of the questions and the conclusions that the kids have to come to is not my version of America. It might be yours, but it's not my version of America, and it's not the version that I think that shows the exceptionalism of America. And we might be on the same page on that, I don't know. I just know that it is not anything like has happened before. You've got states all over the country pushing back on this because they see the removal of the exceptionalism and the heroes in place of just groups in conflict. And I think we're more than just groups in conflict. And I think kids need to understand that we're more than just groups in conflict. We're better than that. We're an exceptional nation.
Just one more thing I
Yes.
had, if I may. I guess in just making sure that we're all on the same page, and I think what you're saying is that even though the teachers develop the syllabus and the school decides that, it comes down to what's tested in the end.
Exactly. And the College Board controls the exam. And that's what we pay for, is the exam. And the college and the students pay for that exam. And they're controlling what's on the exam. Thus, they're going to control how it's taught in the classroom, and that's curriculum.
And if we say we don't pay for it, then does it just push to the parents to pay for it?
Right. The document, Exhibit 1, this is from the Department of Education. They actually break down how it's paid for, and the state will pay, they used to pay for one exam for full-price students and all exams for low-income students, and now they're down to one exam for low-income students, so it does come out of the pockets of the parents if there's no funding locally for scholarships or however that works. So it is coming out of the pockets of either state taxpayers or parents.
Yeah, I was just thinking that would probably be negligible based on the ones that, what were 17,000 exams given last year, the percentage of...
Right. I looked, the state board has their list of all the exams, and behind the English language arts AP exam, U.S. history was second.
Right.
So it's the second most highest taken exam in the state.
But then when you look at the students that are eligible for free and reduced lunch who take that exam, it goes way down.
Right, on that.
Another question from Eric Johnson here.
Yes, ma'am. First, I just want to say I appreciate you coming out here, and I appreciate your passion. This is our fourth meeting. I think you and I and a lot of the individuals I look in out here in the audience, and you know, it says a lot about you guys that, I mean, we've had 4 meetings all across the state, and I look in the audience and I see a lot of the same faces that were obviously opponents of Common Core, opponents of this U.S. history, and so again, I appreciate that passion, and obviously I won't be here for the remainder of this session, but I wanted to say this, is that, you know, if we can channel that passion to something else that's more positive, you know, obviously I'm a school board member and I'm a parent. You know, one of the biggest issues facing our public schools right now is funding, just like what we talked about here. And just to give you an example, here in Lowndes County Schools, we've got a $94 million budget, and over the last 5 years, we've had $54 million in austerity cuts. So every year, we're cut by the state about $6 million in austerity cuts. This past year, it was $4 million. So if you think about that, I mean, that's just one school system, $54 million that we don't have. And that is so you talk about curriculum, you talk about all these things, professional development, all these things that these teachers could do. I mean, just imagine if we got $54 million back, what these teachers could do in the classroom, what kind of professional development we can do. And so my challenge is to you and to all these other individuals out here. I mean, you're so passionate about the opposition to Common Core and, you know, this U.S. history framework. Is it possible for you guys to go out across the state and, hey, be champions of, hey, how can we get our school systems more funding? You know, we talk about federal, you know, we got local funding, state funding, and federal funding. Well, the federal funding only accounts about 15% of our budget. The lion's share of it is state funding and local revenues, and obviously local revenues are down and state funding's down. So I would ask is if you can put that much channel and energy of coming all across the state to make these presentations, can you add to your agenda of can we try to get financial funding to these school systems all across the state? Because that was, to me, that is the biggest impact. If we can get this funding back to the states, and if we don't like Bill Gates putting money in Common Core, well, hey, can he subsidize the $6 million that we're losing every year from on the local level? Because to me, if we can subsidize that funding, we can answer a lot of these questions with Common Core, a lot of these misconceptions, a lot of this miscommunication that, hey, let's get these teachers trained, let's get students learning engaged, and there's so many things you can do with that kind of funding. And if you guys could go across the state and if you're talking to the Georgia Department of Education, well, hey, can you bring that up? Those are kind of things that I think are important and crucial to the future of Georgia public schools and our education. So that's all I would have. If you could do that, I would really appreciate it.
I can't let that go unanswered. Funding, school districts hurt because of funding. I just think that we need to be cautious of who we get our money from. I think in our own households, we would pick and choose who we would take a loan from. To go down to the old loan shark down the corner where that there is bad things behind that desk. I think we need to be very, very careful on who we decide to become daddy in the house.
Well, that's kind of how the public school system is funded, is through local, state, and federal funding. So, if they're not funding it, then business leaders, parents are funding stuff in the schools, helping offset field trips, and so there's so we try to. I keep hearing all this negative impact of these business leaders coming to the community. Well, in our school system, we're trying to engage business leaders in the community to come in the classroom. One of the things we're trying to do is we're trying to have business leaders teach for a day. So it's $1.1 million of our budget is to pay for substitute teachers when teachers can't make it to school that day. And so if we come up with an initiative where, hey, maybe you get a business leader like myself or another individual, hey, you go to that school and teach for a day, you can offset, we don't know how much it's going to be, but hey, it's a start, and we can start making that $1.1 million, and we can start having some savings. And so it's stuff like, that's how the funding's set up. So, if we don't get it from there, where do we get it from? So if we want to cut off the federal government, that's 70% of our budget. Well, where do we get that money from? Unless we start firing teachers, 90% of our budget is a $94 million budget. 90% of that budget is payroll, and that's basically teacher salaries, their retirement, and their benefits. So you really got about 10% flexibility where you can actually make a difference. So if you start taking money away from federal government, you don't get their money. Obviously we've had a $6 million austerity cut from the state. Well, how do you subsidize that funding?
I'm not the politician in the room.
I'm not either. I'm just answering questions. So, those are some big issues.
Those are big questions.
I feel like we talk about all these other things, but that's really, if we want to help public school education, that's where we need to help it with the funding. And that's just one school system. So, you can talk to Mr. Wilson, Dr. Scott down there. Every school system across the state is working with unfunded mandates, and ours is $6 million a year. It's $4 million this year. I don't know what theirs are, but you take that across the state. It's $54 million in 5 years just in Lowndes County schools, and that's a huge, huge impact. That it can make a tremendous difference. So, again, I would encourage you guys, if you could do that, I'd appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Ms. Day, I want to ask you, are you still teaching?
Yes, I teach in a virtual school. Yes, I'm an active teacher.
And
I
what
have
kind
an
of school?
active Georgia certificate, and so I teach. Yeah, I teach high school.
Okay.
And virtual school.
And you teach where?
I teach for Cobb Virtual Academy.
Okay.
I teach economics.
I had misunderstood. I thought you weren't teaching anymore.
No,
so
I'm active.
Mike Scoopine, you want to say something real quick? You can use that mic right there if you will. He wanted to piggyback on what Ms. Diddy was saying.
I just want to be sure that it was recognized.
Wait a minute, Mike. Let me get the mic on here.
How's that?
You blew it up.
I just wanted to make the connection. I didn't know what she was speaking on, but if you paid attention, what she's saying is happening with the AP is what the pattern that I was trying to show is bringing about. I know you haven't had a chance to look at it, but in the 45 Communist Goals of 1958 that I talked about, item 31, remember what she said about missing in war. Discouraged the teaching of American history on the ground that it was only a minor part of the big picture. Folks, we're seeing it in action right here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Okay, Trevor Packer with the College Board, you're on. Appreciate your time. We're running about an hour, 15 minutes behind right now, so that's okay. We're here till midnight if we need to be.
Well, let me start by giving my respect to Ms. Diddy and the organization she represents. And it's been painful for me to sit here for the past hour and hear these statements about the AP US History program, because I'd like you to look at the evidence for yourselves. Not a single slide that you were just shown represents the facts with accuracy. And I know that's not because Ms. Diddy was attempting in any way to mislead this committee. I have respect for her committee's work. And frankly, if I had received the information she had received and that she shared with you, I would be tremendously dismayed and frankly outraged by the AP US History program. The notion of cutting or reducing an emphasis on the Founding Fathers, on the heroes of American history, on American exceptionalism, on battles, the notion of not revealing the names of people who wrote the framework, the notion of trying to co-opt state standards would outrage me. And none of those things are true. But I'd like you to make up your minds for yourselves by looking at the materials. To give you a little bit of my background, I come from a very conservative state, and I'm deeply concerned in my own personal life about the erosion of family values in our country. I teach an Old Testament Sunday school class each Sunday afternoon, and I'm very committed to the notion of America being an exceptional nation. To answer your question very directly, Mark, the apples-to-apples comparison of the old 5-page outline that Ms. Diddy showed to you with the new framework, which admittedly looks a lot slimmer when it's not a photocopy, so this is what the bound copy looks like. The apples-to-apples comparison of what's required to be an AP US History program when a teacher applies to the College Board to receive authorization to label their course AP is 5 pages in the old book versus 7 pages in the new. So Dr. Scott, it was a very astute observation of yours to make that this 140-page document is full of practice test questions and descriptions of skills and a glossary. When a school applies to become an AP US History program, there are 7 pages of requirements, whereas before there were 5. So I thought it would be helpful to give you a sense as to why I initiated a redesign of the AP US History program in 2003. I became the head of the AP program in that year, and the first move that I thought I should make would be to survey AP teachers across the country and determine how they felt themselves about the AP program. I have tremendous admiration for the work of teachers, and I really wanted to understand, were they feeling good about the pressure that the AP exam placed upon them to teach certain things? So we surveyed teachers across disciplines, and we found out that while math teachers and English teachers tended to love the AP program, science teachers, history teachers, and world language teachers were very upset with the current state of AP. In fact, 72% of AP US History teachers reported that the old 5-page outline put pressure on them to buy 429-page outlines from test prep authors because the old 5-page outlines simply didn't tell them what would be on the exam. So they felt pressure to cover everything possible, and they reported that it made it very difficult for them to satisfy state and local requirements. As someone who comes from a state that deeply values, I come from Utah, and a state that deeply values sort of local control, it was important to me that AP not be competing with states for the content that states prioritize. I did not feel that Georgia or Maine or Utah should all be forced to teach the same content by what showed up on an AP exam. So based on that feedback from AP US History teachers, I implemented a redesign process. You've heard that we kept the names of the faculty who wrote the new framework mysterious. I don't know why people claim that. They're on page 5 and have always been on page 5 of the document. There's no mystery. The names of all of the faculty who've been involved are here. So could I take a few minutes and give you some information for you to look at that compares the old AP program to the new AP program so that you can make up your own minds about whether or not the new program better serves the students in your state. So if you've each got a dark blue folder, it says somewhat obnoxiously College Board right on the front of it. If you'd open up the folder and pull out to the left, you'll see a set of slides. And on the right-hand side, we've got an old exam and a new exam so that you can tell me which you think better honors your state standards and better supports a balance of political perspectives rather than simply liberal and liberal perspectives. So let's start looking at pages 2 and 3 if you just flip open the slides. AP, it is not accurate that AP US History is the first AP exam to have been changed. We change AP exams from year to year and have been doing so over the past 60 years. This is not even the most recent redesign. This is not the only redesign of this decade. Throughout this decade, the AP Biology redesign took place 2 years ago. AP Chemistry and AP Spanish took place last year. AP Physics has also been redesigned this year. Next year, AP Art History. The AP program must continually update its materials to align with what your colleges are teaching so that we can ensure that your students receive college credit. So if you look at page 3 describes the current state of AP in Georgia. And this past year, Georgia students qualified for about $61 million in college credit through their AP scores. The majority of college admissions officers are saying that seeing that AP course on the student's transcript will favorably impact the college admissions decision. And we're really pleased with this because it enables your students not just to qualify for admission and credit within the state, and 73% of the AP students in Georgia do apply to your own state's colleges and universities, but 27% are able to use that credential to receive credit and admission to universities outside of Georgia. So that a challenge, we also at the College Board like dual enrollment programs, but sometimes they're not recognized outside of your own state. So this helps your students stand out to other states as well. And an interesting fact, of all the colleges and universities in the world, the University of Georgia at Athens ranks 7th in the world in the number of AP students who attend, and Georgia Tech ranks 18th. So looking at page 4, here is how we develop AP exams. Not a single AP exam question is written by myself or my staff. The College Board staff, it is not our responsibility to write the AP exam questions. So occasionally that frustrates me. It happens, the fact of the matter happens to be that in AP Art History, my very favorite painting in the world is not included in that course or exam. My very favorite statue in the world is not included in that course and exam because it's not my role. It's not the College Board's job to say, here is what must be taught. No matter how much I might love that painting, the fact that it's my favorite painting doesn't matter because it's not the College Board's role to dictate content to states or schools. That is the role of the university system and the secondary school system working together. So you can see on page 4, more than 200 Georgia professors this year worked together to write the AP exam questions with professors from other states and to score the AP exams. And then if you look at page 5, you can see in microprint that more than 400 Georgia teachers also worked to write the AP exam questions and score the AP exams. So I wanted to make sure that was clear. It's teachers and faculty from across the country that work together. So why did we decide to redesign AP US History? Well, we found 2 problems. Once I surveyed those AP teachers and they said, and 72% said, we do not like AP US History, I wanted to understand why. Why would the majority of AP teachers say, we don't like this course? That felt important to me. So you can see on page 6 the first thing they really disliked about the course. The first problem is only one question on the entire test actually asked the student to look at a historical document. Instead, the test was full of multiple choice questions that could be written about anything a college professor wanted to write about. So because the old framework was only 5 pages long, college professors could write about anything. So you'll see some of the things that showed up on the old AP exam. Every AP student in the world had to respond to those questions. So while the 5-page topic outline did not mention Marcus Garvey or the 1979 incident at 3 Mile Island and emphasize that negative event in American history, it could show up on an AP test because that 5-page outline didn't restrict anything. Anything goes. And if we're concerned about the liberalization of American education, we should be concerned about an old AP model that allowed any exam question about any topic under the sun that a professor cared about to make its way onto an AP exam. These questions are no longer allowed because on the new AP exam, if you look at the next page, the new AP exam, every AP exam question now must be based in a document from American history. So what this says is, it's not a college professor's opinion about American history that counts. Students are not going to be scored on whether they agree with the opinions of college professors who submitted multiple choice questions to show up on the AP exam, because all 80 of those multiple choice questions have been removed from the exam and replaced with 55 multiple choice questions that require students to look at what the founders of our country actually said and other great leaders in American history. So every question now, and I've got for your own review, if you'll take out of the right side of your packet, the old exam versus the new exam. You can see the second problem with the old exam right on the cover. It says the 2006 AP United States History exam. That's the last time an AP exam has been shared with the public. Because for the old AP exam, they were only released once every 5 to 8 years. The public has not seen an AP exam since 2006. One of the commitments we've made with the new AP US History exam, and one of the things that made me most excited about redesigning this program, was we put in place a test development process that allows us to release the AP exam every single summer. I believe we should be held accountable to the public for what's on an AP exam. I believe people should care. That's why I'm grateful for organizations like Ms. Diddy's that raise these questions. How sad if we lived in a country where no one cared about what would show up on an AP exam. So it is inspiring, this dialogue, but I do want you to look at the exams side by side and you tell me which does greater honor to your local standards and local control. So if you look at the old AP exam, flip, for example, to question 5. There's the Kent State University. Do you agree that every student in Georgia should have to study the Kent State University riots? Do you believe that? Well, that's what the old AP exam required, because anything could show up on it, because that 5-page framework did not give any specificity. Look at question 7. Do you believe that every student in Georgia should be tested on the Congress of Industrial Organizations? Look at question 8. Do you believe that every student in Georgia should be tested on union membership cards? Look at question 28. Do you believe that every student in Georgia should be tested on the birthday, the founding date of the National Organization for Women, an organization that has made its name as a sort of pro-abortion group? Do you believe that? Look at question 37. There's the question on the 3 Mile Island incident. Is the 3 Mile Island incident in Georgia's state standards? So that's a concern I had as I looked at the old exam. None of these require students to actually look at primary source documents. They rely on students agreeing with the opinion of that professor who wrote that question. So we've replaced the old exam with the new exam that now requires all of the questions to be based in the actual documents of American history rather than one professor's perspective. So that's change number 1. Let's look at change number 2 that we've made. Flip to page 8 of the slides. Here is what the old 5-page outline looked like that Ms. Diddy mentioned to you. As you can see, to Mr. Glanton, did I pronounce your name correctly? To Mr. Glanton's point, look at the bottom of page 8. There was no reference to Martin Luther King Jr. There was no mention to Rosa Parks in the old framework. In fact, there wasn't a mention of a single woman or minority in the entire old 5-page outline. Not a single reference. That's a concern of ours. The new framework is full of references to the diversity of American peoples, and I would not position this, as Ms. Diddy did, as a record of strife, but as a record of peoples working together to accomplish equality and liberty, which are the ideals on which America was founded. So I don't see the new framework as negative, but I would be curious for your feedback if you do. We have a public review process that opened on October 1st that runs through February 28th, and would welcome any feedback if you see examples of the way the framework is negative, because the intent is not that the framework be negative at all. looking at the old framework on page 8, you can see the old framework didn't list names. All of the people that Ms. Diddy said were cut from the framework have not been cut because the old 5-page outline never listed those people. No one's been cut because no one was listed. In fact, the only names you can see are presidents because the only names in the old framework were the names of 9 presidents. That's fine because the purpose of the framework is not to co-opt your state's control. By design, neither the old framework nor the new framework list names because it's the role of the teachers to select the content for the course. So let me show you how that works. On page 9 of the slides, we wanted to solve this problem. The old framework, actually let's go back and look at page 8 just to show you how problematic this old framework was. Look at the very top on the old framework. Every teacher was required to teach development of the West in the late 19th century, including gender, race, and ethnicity in the far West. What is that? If you're a teacher, you're thinking, am I supposed to teach a unit on Annie Oakley? Am I supposed to teach a unit on Calamity Jane? What is gender in the far West? What are the environmental impacts of Western settlement? I'm not convinced that students in Georgia should be required to do a unit on environmental impacts of Western settlement. These things were so vague that they put pressure on teachers to buy test prep material, 429-page documents like this one, that filled them with stuff to try to race through on that exam. So the new AP says, okay, we are going to no longer allow college professors to submit test questions about anything under the sun. We are going to survey colleges nationwide and say, you must prove to us the concepts that are truly required at your university to grant college credit. We developed a long list for the colleges to review, and unless they were willing to score, unless each topic received an average score of 7 out of 10 points in terms of being critical for college credit, we said, we're not going to mention it in our framework because we don't want to put pressure on schools to cover everything that any individual college professor feels is important. So the new framework consists of, looking at page 10, a list on the left-hand side of what the colleges reported they felt was essential for college credit. In the middle of the framework, there is space for teachers to then decide what content they are going to choose to investigate that claim. On the right-hand side of the framework, we describe what the AP exam questions will be about. So if you look at this example, the first example is the colleges indicated that for college credit, students needed to know that the United States and its allies achieved victory over the Axis powers through a combination of factors. The teacher can then say, how do I want to teach the Allies' victory? One teacher might choose to focus on D-Day and the invasion of Normandy. Another teacher might choose to focus on the battles in the Pacific. The College Board should not be mandating that all teachers teach the same battles. It's up to the schools to make that decision. But students will be required to furnish an example of such victories on the exam, but they now get points for the battle they chose to focus on in their state, in their school, rather than having to know whatever was on a multiple choice question. So the way the new AP US History exam works is the teacher gets to choose which content to teach, and then the exam questions give students points for the example they choose to use. The students do need to know an example of how the United States achieved victory. That's the concept required for college credit. You can see on the left-hand side, concepts required for college credit, that the Allies played a leading role in the victory of World War II. This was very important to me. The old AP US History framework didn't mention a single battle except Pearl Harbor, which was a defeat. That's painful for me as someone who, both of my uncles fought in Vietnam. My grandfather was a World War II veteran. I take tremendous pride in America's military past. The old framework only mentioned Pearl Harbor, didn't mention Gettysburg, which the new framework mentions, didn't mention the battles in the 18th century, which the new framework mentions, didn't mention the battles of World War II. But the new framework does require that teachers pick an example of each of those. We don't mention those by name because we don't want to say every student in every state must learn the exact same battle. Instead, the teacher gets to pick the battle, and our test questions ask students to describe the evidence of American military victories that their teacher taught. So that's how we've addressed that issue. We need to report to the public what colleges require for college credit. We can't censor that. It would be entirely inappropriate for us to not share with the public what colleges require for college credit. But we do need to manage that more effectively than we did in the past by ensuring that the AP test questions themselves give students flexibility to use whatever battle or whatever individual their teacher chose to teach. On page 11, you can see how teachers have reacted to this. For the old AP US History course, 72% of teachers felt it covered too many topics and not enough detail. That's dropped all the way down to 6% for the new framework. For the old AP framework, only 24% of teachers thought it was the right balance. On the new one, that's jumped up to 81%. On the old frameworks, only 62% of teachers thought it was appropriately paced, and on the new framework, 91% do. So I'd like to share with you 3 myths that are being circulated about the AP US History program that are simply inaccurate, and you heard some of those earlier today. Again, I don't ask you to take my word for this. I ask you to look at the materials yourselves, but I need to go on record in terms of disagreeing with some of the claims you heard earlier today. They're simply inaccurate. So the first claim that you heard is on page 12. The new concept outline removes or reduces the roles of important figures and heroes, the founders, Martin Luther King Jr., the Tuskegee Airmen, etc. The fact of the matter is not a single name has been removed between the old framework and the new framework, because it's not the job of a College Board framework to dictate names to a state. Neither the old framework nor the new framework contain those names, so it's not true that anyone has been cut or removed. In fact, if you look, you can see the quote from the Washington Post. The changes to the AP US History program make it less stressful without being less challenging. It's less stressful because students don't have to cover everything under the sun anymore. It remains challenging because they do have to look closely at historical documents, answer questions about what those documents are saying, and write effective essays. The number of essay questions has increased from 3 to 6 on the new exam. But now teachers and schools have flexibility to focus on the content of most value to them. It's not true that you heard earlier today, you saw a slide earlier today that said that John Winthrop's City on a Hill has been cut. You saw a slide that said that Martin Luther King had been cut. That's not true. Here's what AP teachers are teaching based on the new framework. You are the first group to see these data. In fact, you're the only state that I have visited and presented to. So I'm not sure why it was relevant to make this claim that the College Board is sort of traveling around the country concerned about protecting AP US History. We're a nonprofit, so my motivations are not to protect AP US History. My motivations are to present with accuracy the work that your teachers and professors, with teachers and professors from around the country, did to improve this program. So you can see on page 13, this is what AP teachers are teaching based on the new framework. They start the year by teaching a model of Christian charity, the City on the Hill sermon that Ms. Diddy claims that we cut. You see that they are teaching Thomas Paine's Common Sense. You see that they're teaching the Federalist Papers, the Farewell Address, Declaration of Sentiments from Seneca Falls about women's right to vote. The Gettysburg Address, for the first time, wasn't even mentioned in the old framework. Abraham Lincoln's second inaugural address. Move to the right-hand side, you see Booker T. Washington for the first time mentioned there. You see Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream. You heard earlier today from Ms. Diddy that we cut that. That's simply untrue. This is one of the texts that is taught most often in AP US History because of this new framework. We asked AP teachers, what are the texts that the new framework is giving you time to now teach that you haven't been able to teach in the past? This is what they told us. Malcolm X, Ronald Reagan's address to the National Association of Evangelicals, George Bush's address to the nation on September 11th. These are the top 25 documents that AP US History teachers said the new framework now gives them liberty to teach, when in the past they had to rush through everything that test prep publishers were telling them they had to do. So I understand why these changes are threatening to a test prep publisher. I understand that. These people made their livelihood from selling 429-page books to people because the College Board was only providing 5 pages. If we only provide 5 pages and then we have AP exams that test anything under the sun, parents and teachers feel that they've got to buy test prep. What we've done with the AP redesign is said there's no longer a need to buy test prep because we're going to be transparent with the public for the first time in the AP program's history. We are going to report to the public the results of our survey of colleges and universities nationwide. That survey produces a 50-page concept outline that tells the public, here is what colleges value for college credit and placement. So you can expect that there will be exam questions about these 50 pages. You can expect that because college professors are those who write the AP exam questions. So you can expect that there will be questions, but no longer will we allow them to ask questions about specific details that they may care about but may not be in your state standards, because every AP exam question now gives the student and the teacher flexibility to cite the example that they chose. So if your state chooses to focus on the Tuskegee Airmen as an example of the concept that in World War II, conditions were favorable for the progression of minority populations in America, you can teach Tuskegee Airmen, and the students can use that as the example for the test question about World War II providing increased opportunities for minorities. But your state might not choose to do that. In New Mexico, your state may choose to focus on the Navajo Code Talkers. And then the students can write about the Navajo Code Talkers and get the same points. That wasn't possible in the old AP US History program. So that's myth number one. Myth number one is somehow that we cut these people. No one's been cut. In fact, teachers are saying they finally have time to actually focus on the founding documents. That's myth number one. Myth number two is that somehow the new framework is downplaying the positive elements and focusing on the negative. I don't understand why Ms. Diddy only shared with you an example from World War II that you might think is negative, the Japanese internment camps, because the framework itself has a full page of information about World War II. It's page 70 of the framework, and we'd be happy to provide you copies of the framework. There is a statement there about the Japanese internment camps. Ms. Diddy's right, but that statement is placed next to statements like, the dominant American role in the Allied victory allowed the United States to emerge from the war as the most powerful nation on earth. I don't know why she chose not to share with you that statement, because that sounds very positive to me. It also says, the United States and its allies achieved victory over the Axis powers because of our military cooperation, our industrial production, our technology advances, our scientific advances, our commitment to advancing democratic ideals. That sounds like a really positive depiction of World War II to me. I don't know why Ms. Diddy didn't want to share that with you. So I do think colleges do have a right to say, we want students to know about the Japanese American internment camps. We want them to know about the dropping of the atomic bomb. But we also want them to know about all of these positive things. And I think it's misleading to only share with you the negative, because the framework attempts to be balanced, to show some things that are unfortunate in our history, like slavery, but also to show some incredibly positive things in our history, like religious tolerance, like the fact that America created the first modern mass democracy. So myth number two is that the framework is somehow negative. That's certainly not the intent. However, I have been concerned that I've been concerned that sometimes when college professors work together, they may miss certain perspectives that are important in a balanced, focused program. And so there's an example of one of these that I would highlight for you that I was concerned about. I first saw this statement 3 years ago in the framework, and it's a statement talking about Ronald Reagan, and it says that among other things that Reagan did during his leadership of the country, he used bellicose rhetoric in his interactions with the Soviet Union. When I first saw that 3 years ago, I have to tell you, it rubbed me a little bit the wrong way. I thought, oh, that feels like a jab. That feels like a jab. And so I asked the professors who were working on this, I said, why are you using the word bellicose there? And they said, well, Trevor, if you do a Google search for Reagan and rhetoric, what will pop up is Reagan's bellicose rhetoric. It's typically the adjective that is used in college-level textbooks, and we didn't want AP students to be unprepared for that sort of vocabulary word. I said, oh, okay, so I'll defer to that. But it's been a focus of real concern as people have looked at the framework today, and so I've taken that back to the committee of faculty and teachers that work on the framework, and I've said, hey, no matter what your intent was here, that word is being perceived as a jab at Reagan. Was that your intent? They said, absolutely not. Our committee is partially conservative, partially liberal. The conservatives on our committee had no intent for that to be a jab at Reagan. So we're happy to change that if that's causing any offense to Reagan's assertive rhetoric or Reagan's rhetoric that threatened military action. They say it is important to understand that Reagan took a forceful approach to the Soviet Union and did threaten military action. That's important because it was a distinguishing feature of his presidency that sets it apart from others. But if that word bellicose is offending anyone, that was not our intent, is what they say. So we're happy to change that. So we've implemented a public review process that runs through February so that anyone who has concerns about any of the statements in the framework, our committee wants to hear those things. What we're not open to doing, is to eliminating statements from the framework that would make it misaligned with college credit requirements or that would tip it towards favoring one political party's values. So we're not willing, for example, as was requested in Colorado, to eliminate examples of civil disobedience. We have no country if there were not a Revolutionary War or a Boston Tea Party. Civil disobedience is part of what makes our country great. All the way up through the civil rights movement and beyond, we need to honor that. And to censor civil disobedience in the civil rights movement from American history means that would not be a college level course. So any school that attempts to censor AP US history by removing any of the concepts in the 8 pages of required concepts, we will not allow them to call that course AP. They're welcome to offer their own high school course, but for it to be a college level AP course, we need that to meet college's requirements, which include the teaching of the civil rights movement and civil disobedience. Let me look at the third and final sort of myth on page 15, and then I'll finish up. The final myth is that the redesign of AP US history is an effort to impose the Common Core. You saw statements about the amount of federal funding that the College Board receives. That information was false. The College Board is a nonprofit organization. Our budget is such that less than 0.5% of our funding comes from the federal government. And what does that federal funding look like? Well, most recently it was a grant from the National Science Foundation to create AP Computer Science. So that's the sort of grant we get from the federal government, a grant to create AP Computer Science. There has never been the College Board has never received any funding from the federal government for the design of AP US history or the development of the AP US history program. That's not how we work. You heard claims that we receive funding from the Gates Foundation. We have not received any Gates Foundation dollars since 2012, and before that point, it was less, again, than 0.5% of funding the College Board receives. In no way are we obliged to or guided by the federal government in our design of the AP program. We are guided by colleges and universities from your state and 49 other states. We convene your college faculty to work side by side with your AP teachers to design these courses and exams, and then we back them. We support them in raising standards in American schools so that students can qualify for college credit and placement. There was no involvement of the Common Core in the redesign of AP US history. I started this process in 2003. It was done in 2012, before David Coleman became the president of the College Board. I had never heard of the Common Core when we began developing the AP US history program or redesigning the AP US history program. Never once did we look at any documents associated with the Common Core. The Common Core is focused on math and English. This is a history program. There was no involvement in any way of Common Core advocates. We use the same processes we've used for years, bringing college professors and teachers together. The difference is this time we've made their work public by publishing the concepts they say they value for college credit, which is a much slimmer set of requirements than when AP teachers felt like they had to buy test prep to figure out what would be on the AP exam. I want to point out a great irony. This author of Test Prep who is the person who started these critiques, we released the changes to AP US history over 2 years ago to the public. There was never a concern until this Test Prep author became very upset about things. Conveniently, the year in which his book is no longer viable for sales. So he began calling for a return to the old AP exam. What's ironic, though, is that in his Test Prep books, he says, he himself admits Pearl Harbor is the only World War II battle that has ever appeared on an AP US history exam. Do not expect to see any other battles. So talking about the old exam, in the test prep materials he sold, he acknowledges that it was the old AP US history program that didn't talk about battles. In fact, he says never once was there a battle, whereas in the new framework, there are references to battles all throughout the framework. It is an absolute dishonesty to claim that the new framework reduces the role of the military in American history. In his test prep materials, he says, of all the topics to focus on, students spend extra time focusing on oppression and the treatment of Native Americans, women, and minorities because the AP exam focuses on the negative. The new AP framework does require students and teachers to focus on issues of the minority experience and women's experience and Native American experience. But by Larry Krieger's own admission, that is not a change. This course and exam have not been made more liberal or more leftist in any way. In fact, I have confidence that if you look at the two exams side by side, you would agree that it is the new exam that gives your schools and teachers liberty. And when we piloted this curriculum, before we ever released it to the public 2 years ago, we had teachers try it out to see if we had achieved our goal of giving you more flexibility. And the teachers who piloted it found that they had on average 21 more class periods to teach local content than the old framework allowed them. They're saying the new framework is so much more flexible because it doesn't require us to plow through 429 pages of content that we have 21 additional days to focus on doing justice to our local standards. We had people evaluate the framework for fairness and balance between Democratic and Republican perspectives, and we had a 98% approval rate from the public in terms of the balance of the framework. So I know that the test prep industry is upset about these changes, but I see nothing in the new framework or in the new exam that in any way fulfills those complaints that we're hearing. Let me close by telling you the actions we've taken. Because of the misinformation that's been circulated, I've been concerned. I've been concerned about how the public would react, how my own parents would react as they heard about this. In fact, I went home to visit them over Labor Day, and they had taped off of Fox News a description of the redesign of AP US history. And it concerns me that the information they would have about their son's work would say the new AP exam cuts references to George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, when in fact that's not at all true. So I do feel a commitment to making sure the public has the facts so that you can make up your own mind. And so as part of that commitment, we've taken 3 actions. First of all, we clarified the instructions in the framework to make sure it's clear to the public that the framework is designed to be populated with content from state standards. And we reformatted the framework to make sure that it's very clear to teachers exactly how they have to fill in their own state's content in order to teach any of these historical claims. In addition, we rolled out the public review process that I spoke about. In summary, many people have jumped to the defense of the AP US history redesign. Just this past week, James McPherson, who won the Pulitzer Prize for his treatment of the Civil War, made the statement to the Washington Post, "My sentiments are entirely on the side of the AP history framework. It was put together by teachers and historians who have been working on it for years. It is a sound framework that will help teachers improve the teaching of AP history." I won't go through the following slides, but if you look at them on your own, they're full of statements from all of the nation's leading history associations that undercut the misinformation you've heard and espouse the new history program. The College Board did not request a single one of these statements. These were all generated without any outreach from us. The American Historical Association went on record defending the changes. The Organization of American Historians did the same. The National Council for History Education. All of those attestations, as well as all of our course materials and the form that anyone in the public can use to recommend revisions to the framework, are all available on our website at collegeboard.org/APUSH, because the AP program will always iteratively review and improve our materials based on feedback that is grounded in evidence about the facts of American history. We will not allow the course to espouse one particular point of view on the right or the left, but if there are any improvements that can be made to the framework to ensure that it is aligned with the evidence of American history, you have our commitment to making those changes. Thanks very much.
Okay, questions? Yes, Representative Glenn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellent presentation, and Mr. Chairman, whoever did the lineup, I really appreciate that. It kind of brought a lot of clarity to us. My question is pertaining to slide, let me put my glasses on so I'm trying to make sure I can see. On slide 11, you mentioned about the teachers' survey and you showed the difference, the comparisons in the percentages. Was that the same population of educators that were polled, or just the various on the first and the second survey?
We only counted people here who responded to the before and after. So these represent the same group of teachers looking at the old versus the new.
I do have a question. Obviously, since Common Core was implemented, and the exam, the AP exam was 2006, and you had to release something in 2014, with the 44 other states implementing Common Core, you've had to get on your toes and work the states, I assume, based on what we've been hearing for the last several years. Is that a fair statement?
We did not consider the Common Core standards in any way in thinking about the new AP US History exam. We see it as a very different issue, that because the Common Core standards are focused on K-12 standards in math and ELA, the standards for AP US History are not high school standards. They're college standards in a specific discipline of US History. So we used a very different process. We used the same process that AP's used for the past 60 years, which is to survey college and university departments, quantify which topics they require for college credit. The difference is we're now releasing those statements to the public, and we haven't released those statements in the past. We think it's good to be transparent with the public about what colleges are requiring for college credit, because we think it puts pressure on everyone to ensure that those requirements are based in evidence.
Okay.
But there was no Common Core involvement in it.
Next question. When you solicit, how do you solicit colleges and teachers? How is that done as far as protocol? Is that done through the president or superintendent of the school, or how do y'all do that?
Yep. For a college and university, for colleges and universities, we reach out to the department chair of each department. So in this case, we reached out to the department chairs of the history department, and we asked them to identify for us the faculty person on their campus who was responsible for defining the freshman course requirements, because the AP model is to align with what's required in that freshman course so that students who do that advanced work in high school can skip over it. So that's how we identify the college faculty to review the materials. For the teachers, when a school participates in the AP program, the principal identifies the AP teachers in the school through an annual process called the AP course audit. Once those AP teachers are identified, we have direct contact opportunities with those teachers. So we reach out to all 10,000 AP US History teachers in the country and invite them to provide feedback anytime we do this sort of work.
Do you pay the teachers? Do y'all pay them to participate in any form?
We do not pay the teachers who are surveyed to participate in responding to the survey. When teachers work on weekends with college professors to score the AP exams in June, they receive an honorarium of about $225 per day. And when teachers participate on the curriculum and test development committees, they receive an honorarium of about $800 a day.
Okay. In the state of Georgia, how many colleges actually respond to AP history? I know you show the list of all the colleges, but do you have a number that have responded and number of teachers that you have responded? I know you show a lot of them, but actual response from, say, University of North Georgia, where we are right now.
Right. So by response, do you mean who've responded to our invitations to be
what kind
involved
of
in AP US History?
percentages? I'm sure they all don't respond.
The lists I've given you, though, are only from those universities where faculty have responded.
So that is the list.
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. So last night when I was doing my little due diligence, getting ready, and I was on the evil internet, looking around, because I've heard the conflicts and debate about this, what we're going to listen to today. I saw Texas. I want you to tell us about Texas. I know their State Board of Education has really put you on hold, asking you to redesign, and also to make sure that Texas standards, the history of Texas, is involved in yours. And would you just kind of address that, what's going on in the Lone Star State?
Sure. So looking back at what the framework looks like, The state of Georgia has done something that hasn't yet been mentioned today, that was sponsored by the Georgia Department of Education, and it was work that was done to take this concept outline and to determine, does all of the content that is identified in Georgia state standards, does it fit into these columns where teachers decide what content they're going to teach? So we can provide you with the document that was created by the Georgia Department of Education, or Georgia Department of Education can provide that for you themselves, that shows that your state standards fit really nicely into these overarching concepts that colleges are requiring for college credit. So we have no concerns or no fears that in any way these changes to AP US History will make it harder for AP US History teachers in Georgia to teach your state standards. In fact, it appears that it will make it much more easy for them to do so in the past, because we've stripped away the notion that you have to buy test prep and cover 429 pages of content in a really rapid way. So what happened in Texas? Texas has done something very similar. They've made a statement saying, we want all AP US History teachers to cover the Texas standards within the AP US History course. That's completely their prerogative. This is an important issue because, as Ms. Diddy said, frequently the AP US History course in high school substitutes for the high school history course. So if a state has high school standards, it's important that they be addressed if that AP History course is taking the place of a high school history course. You don't see this in other subject areas like calculus. It's not really a conflict because most states don't have calculus high school requirements. It's a college level course. You don't see this in other subject areas where the AP course really clearly sits outside of high school requirements. But in AP History, many students are taking AP US History in place of a high school history course. So it's very fair for a state like Texas to say, look, if we want to send a strong message to our teachers, there's enough sort of rumbling about this new AP framework in our state that we want to make a strong stand and say, we're going to require, require, I don't know how to use that word. My understanding is that the school board, the way Texas law works is that the school board doesn't actually have control over district curricular choices in Texas. But they can express a preference, and my understanding is that the school board's resolution communicates their preference to districts that they use the Texas state standards within the AP US History course. And our perspective is, since the new AP US History course provides teachers with apparently 21 additional periods to cover content that they didn't have time for before, if this was working for the old AP US History exam, it should work even better for this new framework.
But what I read, I believe they voted to ask y'all to redesign so it fits theirs better.
That is not accurate. If you look at there has been a desire by consciously, I think, to persuade other states that a victory was achieved in Texas. There has been misrepresentations of what the school board's resolution was. There was a resolution represented by Ken Mercer, and you might want to look at the Washington Post on this. Washington Post just recently exposed the fact that the chair of their school board, whose term ends this February, rejected the applications from university faculty in her state to be on the History Textbook Review Committee and appointed her own pastor in their place, and that they've approved standards requiring schools to recognize that Moses influenced the founding fathers and things that are simply not historically accurate. Replacing references to the slave trade with the more safe or antiseptic term triangular trade. So there are some political moves that have been made by that school board. There was a resolution that was put forward that was very aggressive about, we want to require the College Board to redesign AP US History. That's simply not something that has come out of those discussions. The resolution affirmed that that the school board that schools should use their own standards and encourage the College Board to give due heedance to this public review process, which of course we will, but we won't allow the framework to be censored by those who are espousing one particular political perspective. Our commitment is to college credit for your students, not to whitewashing American history by removing key issues related to minority populations.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you. Thank you for making the trip here. I appreciate it very much. We all do. We're going to take a little break. I need a break, so we're going to break for 10 minutes, please, and we'll start back 1 minute after 5. How does that sound? Everybody, please no applause, or we're trying to get through the meeting. We're running about an hour and 15 minutes behind. And we have Billy Wise. Billy, you want to go ahead and come down and start us up from the second session or third section? Billy, if you'll tell us who you are, of course we know who you are, but where you live and all that kind of good stuff. So.
All right, sir. Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Billy Wise. I live in Duluth, Georgia. I guess you'd say I'm a private, unpaid activist. I represent no public or private organization. I've come here today to read to you the testimony of Jane Robbins. Jane is a senior fellow with the American Principles Project. Each one of you have been provided with a copy of Jane's presentation. And with that, I shall proceed to present it. I'm going to be talking today about data collection in the education arena. The privacy of Georgia students and their families is under assault in our public education system. Much of the threat stems from federal requirements, federal initiatives, and relaxation of federal protections on data privacy. It's imperative that the Georgia legislature institute strong safeguards to blunt the attempts by both federal government and private interests to access and share our students' private information. A particularly troubling aspect of the Common Core National Standards Scheme is the emphasis on massive data collection on students and the sharing of that data for various purposes, essentially unrelated to general education. The U.S. Secretary of Education, Arne Duncan, has said, and I quote, "Hopefully, someday we can track children from preschool to high school and from high school to college and college to career. We want to see more states build comprehensive systems that track students from pre-K through college and then link school data to workforce data. We want to know whether Johnny participated in an early learning program and then completed college on time, and whether those things have his bearings on his earnings as an adult. To know all this, of course, we have to pretty much know everything Johnny does throughout his lifetime." The underlying philosophy has its roots in early 20th century progressivism. The progressives believed that the modern world had become so much more complex than the world that existed at the time of the American founding, that the old principles of individual freedom and limited government were no longer sufficient. In the modern world, experts would be needed to address increasingly complex challenges. Experts, they argued, armed with sweeping data on the citizenry, offer the best hope for societal progress. An essential component of this, quote, necessary, unquote, data is information that can be gleaned from the captive audience of public school students, and maybe even private and homeschool students as well. Progressive education reformers such as Mark Tucker of the National Center on Education and the Economy have long advocated the creation of massive student databases that can be used to track children from birth through workforce. This is what Arne Duncan quite openly wants to do. Now, the problem here from Duncan's point of view is that a federal statute prohibits maintaining a national student database. What to do? What the federal government has chosen to do, and this predates the Obama administration, is to incentivize the states to build identical databases so that the data can be easily shared. We end up with a de facto national student database. All this was done, of course, through the power of the federal purse. In 2002, the federal government began something called the Statewide Longitudinal Data System Grant Program to offer grants to states that agreed to build their student data systems according to federal dictates. The most recent iterations of this giant program were in the infamous stimulus bill of 2009, which required the construction of particular data systems in exchange for money from the state fiscal stabilization fund. By the way, under that fund, Georgia received an education grant of almost $1.3 billion. And then, following on with the Race to the Top program. A successful Race to the Top application required the state to adopt the Common Core standards, to adopt an assessment aligned with Common Core, and to commit to expanding its students' database. This is what Georgia, in its Race to the Top application, agreed to do. So, what kinds of data are we talking about? The National Education Data Model recommends over 400 data points, including health history, disciplinary history, family income range, voting status, religious affiliation, and on and on and on. Well, is this really connected with Common Core? Yes, it is. One connection is through the national assessments, PARCC and Smarter Balanced. Each of these consortia has signed a cooperative agreement with the U.S. Department of Education in which the department is allowed to access all student-level data the consortium gets through the testing. But even for states such as Georgia that have had the good sense to opt out of PARCC and Smarter Balanced assessments, the privacy threat remains. The U.S. Department of Education is becoming increasingly aggressive about demanding personally identifiable student data in conjunction with federal grants, as can be attested by the states who are not in Common Core. The federal government is encouraging widespread sharing of student data within states, such as with departments of labor, public health, corrections, and so forth. And as I will explain in a minute, the very structure of the Common Core regional standards encourages the accumulation of so-called, quote, fine-grained, unquote, data on students to determine their attitudes and dispositions. The idea is that the state, that's uppercase state, should know everything there is to know about a student so that he can better be directed toward his proper slot in the economic machine. We're told not to worry about this because any sharing of data will comply with the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act, or FERPA. But as of January 2012, FERPA has been gutted and no longer protects our children's data from almost unlimited sharing. Under the new regulatory interpretation, the U.S. Department of Education, hereinafter referred as U.S. Department, and in fact state departments of education and schools may disclose personally identifiable student data to literally anyone in the world, as long as the disclosing agency uses the correct language to justify its action. Parents need not even be informed of the disclosure, and there is no Georgia law that protects what FERPA no longer does. Pursuant to this enthusiasm for sharing student data, where might that data end up? Under the new regulations that gutted federal student privacy law, personally identifiable data may now be shared with literally any agency if the correct enabling language is used. The Department of Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, the IRS, and data may be shared with any company, foundation, or even individuals in this country or abroad, as long as the goal can be loosely described as, quote, an audit, unquote, or, quote, evaluation, unquote, of an education program. Just 1 year ago, for example, the Seattle Public School District was caught sharing student data with the Seattle Times newspaper. Parents were horrified, but under the FERPA changes, that breach was not illegal. The U.S. Department is supporting a plethora of other programs that encourage states to build even bigger and even more useful data systems on students. It is funding something called Common Education Data Standards to help states develop a common vocabulary for their data, the better to enable interstate sharing, interstate sharing. It is funding the assessment interoperability framework to allow for the transfer of assessment-related data across applications within a district, between a district and a state agency, and across state lines. There are many other such programs, which you'll find referenced in the Pioneer Institute report, Cogs in the Machine. You also have been given a copy of that report. So, although the federal government assures us it is not building a de facto national student database, everything it is doing in the area of technology is designed to allow for just that. Both the U.S. Department and Georgia Department of Education officials further insist that privacy concerns are overblown because student-level data will be anonymized. Y'all say that 3 times fast. Anonymized. In the first place, bear in mind that newly gutted FERPA allows sharing of personally identifiable data without parental consent or even knowledge. And in the second place, in the era of big data, there is no such thing as anonymization. When there are multiple, perhaps hundreds of items in the database, the absence of a name or social security number becomes a mere inconvenience, not an obstacle to identifying the student. There are many examples of data re-identification. In Kentucky in 1999, for example, a researcher was able to match over 2,300 students who appeared on anonymized lists of test takers, and the match had 100% accuracy. And this was almost 15 years ago, long before education bureaucracies were collecting the myriad data that they are today. One scholar who has studied this problem has explained that utility and privacy of data are 2 goals at war with one another. At least for useful databases, perfect anonymization is impossible. And the U.S. Department fully intends for student data to be enormously useful to the progressive machine. Anonymization will be impossible. So where are we headed with all this? It is instructive to look at what the U.S. Department itself is working on and writing about. One report that appeared in the U.S. Department's website in February 2013 is called Promoting Grit, Tenacity, and Perseverance. The thesis is that education must inculcate these qualities in students and that their presence or absence must be measured in some way. How would you do that? The report suggests assessment of physiological reactions that a student exhibits to stimuli such as stress, anxiety, or frustration. These reactions could be measured through posture analysis, skin conductive sensors, EEG brainwave patterns, and eye tracking. And the report barely mentions the appalling invasion of privacy this kind of physiological measurement would entail. Rather, it focuses on the problem that isn't practical for the classroom yet. The Grit, Tenacity, and Perseverance authors also drew a direct line to the Common Core national standards, noting that the math standards expressly require perseverance in struggling through problems. If it is in the standards, they reason, it must be measured. Another U.S. Department report that came out around the same time focused on the enormous windfall of student data that will result from digital learning technologies and digital assessment, the fine-grained data that I talked about earlier. This report was authored primarily by Karen Cater, who now heads up another federal data development project. This type of digital learning that the Cater report promotes is not simply an alternative means of accessing text or lectures. Rather, it's the type of interactive platforms that work by stimulus response. The student sees something on the screen and has to choose a response, which leads to another prompt, and so on. Think Pavlov. This type of technological interplay generates enormous amounts of data on each student's behaviors and dispositions. The term for it is, quote, data exhaust, unquote. The Cater report urges that this data exhaust be used to develop individual profiles on students, that it be shared with various institutions and other stakeholders who may have an interest, and that it be used for studying the non-cognitive aspects of 21st century skills, namely interpersonal skills such as communication, collaboration, and leadership, and interpersonal skills such as persistence and self-regulation, precisely the kinds of attributes targeted by the Common Core national standards. In fact, in the Cater report, the U.S. Department emphasizes that the gathering of this, quote, extremely fine-grained information, unquote, on students will help with the implementation of Common Core. There is no Georgia law that restricts schools' ability to use these digital learning platforms, or that prevents the developers from harvesting the fine-grained data that they make possible. Nor is there any law requiring parental notification of and consent to this untested digital education. Finally, there is no Georgia law that prevents the commercial exploitation of such student data. In October 2012, the U.S. Department hosted a conference to explore the possibilities of implementing Common Core with the help of these intrusive digital platforms. They called this conference Datapalooza. You might have heard that name. The CEO of one educational technology company waxed enthusiastic about the future. He said, "We are collecting billions of records of data, pulling data from everywhere, tens of thousands of places. This data," he said, "will help students develop the 21st century skills that the government has determined the students will need." How are these 21st century skills being promoted in the classroom? Through Common Core. Common Core, he said, is the glue that ties everything together. By the way, one of the featured speakers at Datapalooza was Bob Swigum, the Chief Information Officer for the Georgia Department of Education. Mr. Swigum also serves on the board of directors of a Gates-funded organization called the Data Quality Campaign, which tries to shape both federal and state policy to achieve this stated goal. That goal is to break down data silos and link, match, and share data across sectors. Mr. Swigum's prominent position in this organization is troubling evidence that Georgia seeks to be in the forefront of collecting and sharing student data. Another note about what the Georgia Department of Education is doing in this area. In response to numerous queries over the course of months, we were told that no personally identifiable data on Georgia students ever leaves the state. But then we discovered, quite by accident, that Georgia was the anchor state in something called the Southeast Education Data Exchange, or SEED for short, S-E-E-D. Through this initiative, Georgia was coordinating a system to share data with other southeastern states when students move across state lines. It's impossible to determine the status of this project because the department's website has been scrubbed of all information. But SEED's existence raises doubts about whether state borders are as sacrosanct as the department claims when it comes to exchanging student data. Let me insert a side note about how this data madness is playing out in Georgia schools. One Georgia high school teacher, who wishes to remain anonymous, reported that the teachers in his school were told during professional development sessions to click on the Georgia student database at least 50 times a month, whether they were using the database or not. Why would they do that? Creating the illusion of using the database would give the school extra points in its College and Career Performance Index, the CCRPI. More rules and regulations there are, the more games will be played. But the data obsession, statewide and nationwide, isn't a game. I haven't even mentioned the ever-present problem of data security. Hacking into student databases will occur, and in fact has already occurred on multiple occasions. The wealth of data collected on students and their families is a hugely tempting target for people with malicious motives. But as serious as this problem is, the deeper problem is that the government has deemed our children to be little machines to be programmed, human capital to be exploited. Progressives have yearned to do this for at least 100 years, and now they have the technology to do it. And the Common Core national standards, which diminish academic knowledge in favor of 21st century skills that are developed and measured by this technology, are their passport to the progressive future. Given the evisceration of federal student privacy law, it's critical that Georgia take steps to prevent the data free-for-all that governments and private corporations are eager to exploit. The officials at the Georgia Department of Education insist they do not share and have no intention of sharing personally identifiable student data with the federal government or anyone else. If that is true, then presumably they will support strong legislation to ensure that future Georgia DO officials don't buckle under federal pressure or trade student data for federal bribes or corporate money. Georgia students and their families deserve nothing less. It was the end of Jane's testimony. I have 3 brief comments I would like to make of my own. I received this document about 2 days ago, and upon reading it, I was appalled. I'm an older man. They're not going to get my data. But what about all those children who are currently or will be in school? Now, board members and those in attendance, are you content with the school sharing your child's most intimate, personal, and family data with the entire world? This Common Core data collection scheme is George Orwell's 1984 on steroids. Comment number 2. This document clearly and unequivocally shows direct involvement of the U.S. Department of Education in Common Core. It was your task, I believe, to investigate that connection. My third comment, this document is in and of itself provides sufficient grounds to extract Georgia from the Common Core program. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Anybody have any comments? Okay, Representative Brockway.
So thank you for coming and for reading on behalf of Ms. Robbins. And I share your concern and her concern about the data that some folks would want to collect. And I hope that we do as a legislature take steps to address that with strong steps. It's not just a problem in the Department of Education. We face this as legislators all the time. There are good folks who may have great intentions who are trying to collect data that frankly is none of the government's business. So I hope we need to address that, and I appreciate you bringing that to us today. And one thing I think that one question I have, and not necessarily for you, is probably for the superintendents and teachers who are on our panel here, that I think it's one thing that I think can be helpful as students move around in the state of Georgia to know how the students performed in their previous school, and that's helpful for teachers. So I think you don't have to get into a long discussion, Mr. Chairman. I'm not trying to drag out the time, but I'd like to know at some point, maybe tonight or some other time, what sort of data teachers and educators think we need to help them do their job, and then let's collect that and nothing more. And that would be, as we move forward as a legislature, I think that's how we ought to address it. And I'd love to hear their thoughts on that.
Okay, we got several that want to speak, so y'all chime in, please.
Well, a lot of the data that we shared regionally or between schools now is electronic versus paper copies. So we always had the data for that purpose of test scores, any kind of records that were appropriate to the individual child as far as any issues with maybe they're being served by special education programs or that kind of thing, so that we're able to, and of course, we're able to share those, and we have to have a withdrawal form with the parents to sign those forms saying that we have permission to have that information. The other thing is the state is requiring us to document if we say a child transferred from our school system. I know earlier today it was mentioned that we use a cohort graduation rate, so those kids who enter in the 9th grade, we look 4 years later to see if they graduated from high school, and that's how you produce the graduation rate. And that student counts against you unless you can show proof, not only that the child disenrolled from your system, but that they in fact enrolled in another system. So if a child just comes and says, I'm withdrawing from school to go to school in Houston County, the county that the student's withdrawing from has to count that student as a dropout if they never have proof of that child attending school in the other county. Now the proof can come in several different manners. It can come in the way of a records request from the previous system, to the previous system, saying, hey, this child's shown up, we need their records. The other way that can happen is they show up in the database under their student ID number, and each student has a student ID number for the state that recognizes that student. So if that student pops up and is counted at another school during our FTE count, then they would, have done what they needed to do to qualify for a transfer from your system. It's not a Social Security number. It's a student ID number.
So
I'm not sure.
Who has access to that student data?
The student data, if a teacher, if it's test scores, one of the things that we used to do is years ago we would re-roster the student data. So we would get a list of students who took the CRCT in the 7th grade, and then we would take the student's current schedule or teacher's current schedule, and we would re-roster those scores so that when that teacher started on the first day, they would have those scores. And so now we're able to do that electronically without having to do a lot of handwork. So if that child is enrolled in that teacher's class, they can see it. If the child is not, they can't. But it's mainly test scores, previous test scores, and any special services that child may receive.
Do parents have access to this, to their own students' information? Or?
Sure they do.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
And is there different pieces of information in the file that's available, that might be available to you as a superintendent that's not available to the classroom teacher, or generally the classroom teacher has anything he or she needs?
Well, the basic information is demographics. I mean, we don't collect information. I don't know what other information we would collect.
Disciplinary, if there's a disciplinary issue with a student, is that sort of stuff kept in a file? Or
the student,
how is that
the
handled?
teacher could be able to see that, especially if there's a discipline issue, and that could be described. But again, the only difference between now and previous practices is it's more efficient now. In the past, the teacher would go in the file room and pull the file out and look at it. So the teachers always had access to that information.
Right. Okay. But I share your concern. It is, the technology, as you mentioned in reading Ms. Robbins' report, makes this sort of stuff very, very easy. We see it every day with Google. You surf the internet, and your stuff is out there. So it is of great concern. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Can I follow up to Representative Brockway for just a second? As a classroom teacher, the role of the SLDS system that's been discussed, I use it fairly frequently. I only have access to those students in whom I have a legitimate educational interest. So they have to be in one of my classes. I can't see any other students' data. But what it has given me is the ability to go in and I look at their test results from previous tests in my area. I can break it down into the domains. I can see where they struggle individually. I pull their Lexile results where it measures their reading level, and then I can give them individualized reading assignments that are catered to their specific needs. And so it's one way for me to allow differentiation for the different levels of students like we discussed earlier. So it's really been very beneficial for me to have that so handy. But again, it's very restricted. So after, I can't go out and see my mock trial kids' results, like only those that I actually have instruction in the classroom.
So next year you couldn't go and look at the student you had and see, how did he do after he left my class?
No, I don't think so. I'm not trying.
No, and go ahead.
What data are we concerned about?
Well, I really could not answer those kind of questions. I read the paper for Ms. Robbins, and you would have to ask those of her. I don't want to get into it and presuppose to guess an answer that she might make to that. I'm sorry.
And if I could respond to some extent, and I share your concerns as well. I mean, really, this unbridled and unmanaged, this could go in a lot of wrong directions. We all live with it, from the use of our credit cards to our own children's information, anything. I mean, we live in that day and age, and the matter of how to secure it, I think is really an important issue. To answer your question, I think you, Ms. Welch, you hit on it. You have to have a direct interest in the student's education, which, and you get into user rights issues from the teacher level to the principal to the superintendent. And I think there are some basic protocol on that in terms of at the teacher level as to specifically what you can see. A principal may or may not be able to, more than likely because they have a direct interest in all the students, would have access to that. If a parent were to call, normally that would be the case, and to the superintendent level. But that's not just broadcast, across and just given to anyone. But, and this sort of comes back to a point I think that was made in this report, but the question of whether the data can be anonymized or scrubbed or cleansed to some extent where it's just unidentifiable data points, so that certain informed analyses can be done as to correlations. Regression analyses are done. Things you start looking at data points as to, well, gosh, certain demographics or maybe certain people that had a certain teacher, not identifiable specific information. Can those types of things be done? And that's where you start getting into some of these more advanced analytics, and that's not necessarily in our SLDS or the student data system. How can those things be used? And I think those kinds of discussions, on a very general level, can become very concerning. I mean, even with myself, and I feel like I have a decent understanding of it. So I think in terms of how that, I think really when it comes down to, if data are going to be collected, it goes back to the point of the hard copy. How do we know whether somebody didn't sneak in and make a copy of something, or whether it's in digitized form? What security measures do we have, and how do we manage that, and how do we enforce it, and how do we address it if it's violated, which I think are very serious issues that have to be considered, especially the responsibility if something's breached. Because I think in trying to help students, we'll want to know as much about them, and I think the teacher directly needs to know as much as they need to know, and how that gets defined, I think, is back to your question. But from there, how we can neutralize that information to what extent is acceptable to be able to make informed analyses and decisions to help our students without getting into the point I think that is very legitimate in this, is how easy is it for someone to access? What can they do with it? What are we trying to do with it? And I think that is a good question, and I think it needs to be more understood. Otherwise, it becomes a fearful conversation, and to a good reason. To some extent, it can't be controlled, though. And I think there needs to be more informed discussion as to what's being collected, how it's being restricted, how that's being enforced, and how it's being used. And I would be glad to have a longer and deeper conversation on that from a superintendent's perspective in the future.
Well, since it's all come up, let's ask the Legislative Council. Betsy, why don't you take a mic, and since you're our lead attorney here, you may need to use a stand-up mic. Or you can come up here and use this one. Here, why don't you do it here where we can get you on film.
So what do you want me to address?
Well, we're talking about data breaches and private information, privacy issues. There seems to be a convoluted discussion on what's protected and what's not protected.
Well, under FERPA, and I know there is some school of thought that feels like that was gutted several years ago. That's not been my understanding, though, especially what's sort of being implemented in the school systems. I think they would, defer to not releasing something before they would. So FERPA does protect that, and there are some state laws in the area of consumer protection, that kind of thing, that would protect also some identifiable information. But right now, there's very stiff penalties under FERPA for releasing or misusing that kind of data or passing it along. So again, in my understanding, FERPA is still in effect. I mean, the law is still on the books, and I think the thought was that some of the regulations had sort of minimized it, but as far as I know, the teeth are still there, and the school systems are still implementing it in that manner.
So, but we don't know if teachers and principals, Charles, and do they really know what the law is, I guess is a concern I'm hearing right now.
Well,
You teachers, y'all know okay, you know the law.
Yeah, I think that's a very, I think the School Boards Association, that, I mean, there's a lot of education in this and a lot of awareness and frankly a lot of concern. I mean, you don't want to misstep. I mean, I think, again, they're mostly going to err on the side of not releasing something rather than releasing something.
Well, I remember in the first meeting we had, the state school board said they were not releasing, none of this data was being collected, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
And it was not individually identifiable. Do what now?
I think they said it was not individually identifiable.
Right. Yeah, they aggregate it.
Okay.
And to some extent, I think a legitimate issue, and you may be able to speak to this, but a point that was brought up about, we were talking about state governance and making our decisions and data being shared across state lines. One of the practical concerns, it's just one of the elephants in the room, and when we start getting into this discussion is, let's say you live in a border area of a state and your students are more transient with Tennessee, South Carolina, Florida. It may be close to that student, the transient population may be closer to those other areas than they are to, say, to Atlanta. So in terms of being able to make informed decisions to help students, how do we deal with that? And that really just sort of comes back into this conversation of how are we able to do that from a standpoint of state, factoring in state governance, data privacy, at the same time trying to address the issue of helping students with that being, with it being personally identifiable or not being personally identifiable. I think those are questions that have to be answered because otherwise it becomes a stumbling block for everyone that's afraid to do anything.
And I think we are somewhat in a transition period right now because, we had a law that was passed a year or two ago about the military students. So, all this is kind of like fighting against each other. We're trying to protect information on the one hand, but on the other hand, there are, state laws and federal laws recognize there are occasions when the information should be freely shared. So if you have children who move between school systems, out of state, that kind of thing, if they're with the military, or even within the state, I know there's been some discussion about different agencies sharing information, like you have kids in foster care, and the kids, the education information from the schools is not being shared with, say, DFACS or something like that. And not all of it should be, but kind of where those parameters are, I think is still kind of being
and I think one thing for sure we're all pretty clear on, we can't take student information and share it with a sort of like selling a database. I mean, no. The answer is no. That information is a parent who has the authority to have the information of their own student. We even get into custody issues with non-custodial parents of not releasing information to parents that are not the custodial parents, and that causes a real problem. So, I mean, we're not marketing and selling the student's information, especially on a personally identifiable level. I mean, that's not happening. There are severe ramifications for doing that. That violates FERPA and everything else. So I think maybe a better understanding of what's happening and what's allowed, what is happening, and on a state level, I think would be very conducive to the conversation and the decisions moving forward.
Just real quick, I agree. Teachers need to know what their students are doing, but I think that more emphasis on what you were saying is the step above us, the step above a school, and that to make sure we as legislators or whoever put limits on what's collected and limits on where it's sent to and who can access it that are reasonable, that do protect the privacy of Georgians from whomever. Would that be a better?
I think you're on target. I would have said, again, I got to be careful. I'm not Jane Robbins, but I think most of the discussion to this point has been within the school. And they're all valid applications. A teacher needs to have access to her students' data. Certainly, if a student gets transferred to another school, okay, you may transfer that student's data. The issue that is concerning to me when I read this is the expansion of what's in that database. They talked about 400 data points. I don't know what they all are, but that's a lot of them. I don't know what the heck they're collecting. but they talked about, you know, what religion is in the home, what's your income level. My gosh, you know, that kind of information gets collected in one place. And then I think Ms. Robbins discussed what I would call a perverse sharing or data mining, allowing a sharing or data mining of that extensive database for purposes that had really nothing to do with education. That's the concern, and that is really, as you point out, that's all well above the individual school level. And that's where we're lacking protections, I believe.
Yeah, but I'll piggyback on that. As a parent, I want to know where you're getting that information, because when I think about what I have given you, like on behalf of my children, it's a telephone number for who's allowed to pick them up, you know, if there's like a weather emergency. Like, you don't have my income, you don't have any of my children's social security number, again, at least from me. So I would have a further question about, what do you have? You know, what does the school have? And because Ms. Robbins connected it in her report, I want to understand what the school will have as a result of Common Core that you do not have today. Because again, that was a premise in the paper, is that this data mining is going to explode even more as a result of Common Core. So I would like to know.
Yeah, I can't address that.
You know,
I'm sorry. I wish I could.
No. I'm not trying. I'm just saying, as a parent, I'm just thinking through. You know, I have a special needs kid. I know they don't even tell me who else is in his classroom and what other, you know, what their, you know, need is, or how, you know, gifted, you know, how they're gifted or not. I've been given enough copies of my parental rights that I could wallpaper my home with them. So I know that they take it, you know, super, super seriously. So I'm curious also, if this data exists, what is it? How did they get it? Because it's not from me. And what else will they get as a result of Common Core?
Okay, I think that finishes. Thank you, Billy Wise. Appreciate it. Okay, we have Dr. Dooley. I think Dr. Dooley's from the University of Georgia, is that correct? Okay. Thank you for your patience, too. So.
Sure. With regards to the data, just one of my areas is digital literacy, so I do a little bit of research in this area too, and there are two other federal laws that are taken into consideration. They're COPA, or COPA sometimes it's called, and SIPA, which are more business oriented, so when you're doing the background, you may want to look at FERPA, COPA, and SIPA. Okay. I'm going to just read my what I had sent to you earlier, just to make sure that we stay on time. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to this House committee. My name is Caitlin McMahon-Dooley. I'm here as an education researcher and a parent of school-aged children in Georgia. I'm an associate professor of education at Georgia State University with 25 years of experience as an educator, and I'm speaking as a concerned citizen today with specialized knowledge about this issue. I see that you've heard from many people already about the process for developing the Common Core state standards, the private interests involved in that process, the lack of funding and support for the resources and professional development necessary to effectively implement the standards, and as you've heard from several teachers already, the resiliency of Georgia's educators to adapt and adjust to yet another mandate that's given to them. My comments here are meant to supplement information that you've already received and help to expand your conversation. My research is about children's literacy development. I study how elementary-age children learn how to read and write. I'm going to talk specifically about the implementation of Common Core state standards for English language arts, and specifically with young children in mind. I've co-authored several publications, overseen a dissertation, and am the editor of an academic journal that focuses on articles and features research on the Common Core standards in English language arts. In addition, my children have attended public schools in Georgia during these transitional years and have been administered the standards of learning objective tests that have accompanied the implementation of the Common Core state standards. So I've come to the conclusion that the standards, while well-intended, may require some adjustments to make them useful and supportive of learning. I speak today so that you can appreciate and perhaps avoid unintended consequences of implementing Common Core state standards in the early grades. My comments are provided as recommendations. I give specific citations from the Common Core state standards so that you can see where, in fact, I'm referencing in the state standards, and then I'm going to give you research-based justifications for my recommendations. My first recommendation is when considering the text to select, educators need to be aware that contrary to the Common Core standards claim that text difficulty and text complexity has increased, know that complexity and difficulty has increased, not decreased in the last century. A re-examination of 2 studies that were cited as evidence in the standards refute the claim that the standards make, especially in the early grades. This research shows that 3rd grade texts were the most difficult during the 1980s, and another article that was conducted in 2013 demonstrated that grades 3 through 6 texts have either gotten more complex or stabilized in the last 50 years. Studies not included by the Common Core state standards writers show that 1st grade reading texts have gotten substantially harder over the last 50 years. Given the lack of empirical support for the Common Core standards authors' assumption that texts are becoming less complex, we need to be sure that we're not trying to solve a problem that does not exist. Overemphasis on text complexity can be a dangerous distraction from more pressing issues, such as instructional quality, equitable funding for educational resources, and access to a wider variety of texts. My second recommendation is to be wary of the emphasis on making children progress quickly through increasingly complex texts, especially in the early grades. Standard 10 addresses this specifically, and the standards themselves in Appendix A, which is used a lot, suggests to grow, students must read a lot of complex texts. And in publishing, a lot of educational publishers are really focusing on this idea of text complexity. Research has not identified what exactly makes for complex texts. There are no agreed upon grade level texts in my field. Some states have what they consider grade level texts, but we've never taken all of those texts and compared them. The Common Core state standards presents somewhat strict bands for grade level texts that are accelerated in the early grades based on growth curve analyses of one cohort of children in one state, and they cite a study by Williams conducted and published in 2006. That's the only study that the Lexiles are presented on. There's no justification to generalize this cohort to an entire population of K through 12 students in the U.S., nor was the original study about instructional effectiveness. It was a description of growth among a relatively small group of children. That growth curve is now being used as the default goal of instruction due to its prominence in the Common Core. Critics have suggested that emphasis on acceleration toward an increasingly complex text model is perhaps to account for a gap in texts that are complex in later years. So basically what's happened is they've taken this growth curve, and because it didn't reach the final goal of career and work readiness, they made the early grades accelerate faster. Researchers do not know if showing a young child a harder text will in fact cause that child to become a better reader. Appropriate reader, text, task, and context fit for instructional effectiveness is a function of student proficiency, language, background knowledge, interest, and instructional context. My third recommendation is to be wary of the term close reading as the primary goal of reading comprehension. Again, this is a term that's used a lot when we talk about the implementation of Common Core. This term, close reading, can result in poor instruction and can result in invalid assessments of reading. The need for children to read increasingly complex texts via close reading is a claim that's being questioned by many sides. There are several articles about this in some of our premier research journals. And David Pearson, who's a former dean of education at Berkeley, and a longtime reading researcher, suggests that the aspirations for close reading suggested by the Common Core seem anchored in extensive attention to what cognitive research says we do when we comprehend what we read. These expectations represent a mental and situational model of text that readers construct for close reading and interpretation, but unfortunately the standards omit attention to the sociocultural aspects of reading. So they've basically taken one model of how we think reading happens and completely omitted the rest of that model instead of looking at a comprehensive model of reading. Moreover, the widely adopted revised publishers criteria, and I don't know how familiar you are with that, that was a document that was presented after the Common Core state standards were written, and they are specific criteria for textbook publishers to adhere to so that their textbooks can have the qualifier that they adhere to the Common Core. The revised publishers type criteria were written by two of the Common Core English language arts authors. They undercut the standards representation of reading comprehension using methods that focus solely on what texts say, close reading, and minimize the attention to a child's prior knowledge and personal interpretation of text. This is especially troubling because it means that assessments of the Common Core will focus on children's ability to decipher a predetermined meaning rather than to construct their own meaning with text, which when we look at the RAND Reading Study Group, which is about reading comprehension, it was published in 2002 and has been the model for reading comprehension, for the way that the field thinks about reading comprehension. This way of looking at reading comprehension is not at all aligned with how my field looks at reading comprehension. It is in line with how test makers think about reading comprehension, though. And I used to do that, too. So I see why it fits that way. It's not a healthy way to instruct children, though. It's a strategy that's more in line with assessment than instruction, and one that's contrary to what we know about how children develop as reading comprehension. There's a Washington Post op-ed about this. If you look at my testimony online, you'll see that these links are live. My other recommendation is that instruction assessment and children's access to text should not be determined solely using leveling systems like the Lexile levels. The Common Core promote quantitative Lexile measures. It's notable that the Lexile company is a for-profit private company that's being promoted here, at the detriment of significant research on qualitative elements, including especially a reader's background knowledge. Research to refute the claim that readability formulas are appropriate as a basis for state policy is long-standing and substantial. This is likely because the reader, him or herself, is basically ignored in most readability formulas to the detriment of readers and instructors. The Lexile levels depend primarily on digital formulas for identifying difficulty levels, usually looking specifically at the vocabulary within a text. This can be a problem. For example, if a reader is reading about a specialized topic, say with a specialized term like digestion, and that term is used repeatedly, then that text will be deemed higher difficulty simply because the term is used many times, even though repeated exposure in this case may actually help the reader and make it an easier text. Additionally, Lexiles usually do not account for the length of text. For young readers, especially those in first, second, third grade, we know that a longer text is more difficult to comprehend even if the vocabulary level is the same. For early grades and young readers, Lexile frameworks are less reliable than for the older readers that they were created to predict growth with. A broader range of text should be available and supported by instruction beyond those simply promoted by the Common Core. The text exemplars presented in Appendix B provide a 100-plus page list of books. These text exemplars are admittedly not an exhaustive list. The Common Core states that itself. However, these texts are actively being promoted and for all practical purposes create a new canon for readers. They're being talked about a lot in publications made for teachers. The books listed are not representative of an increasingly diverse student population. There was an op-ed about this published on September 16th in the Washington Post. And additionally, critics have found that the average publication date in that list is more than 50 years ago, And the most recent text for grades 6 through 8 seemed to be 20 years ago. It's a little more recent for some of the early grades, but it's not that far off. My next recommendation is that in this digital age, for our children to be able to compete in a global economy when they graduate, technology and digital literacy should be foregrounded in instruction, and more consideration is necessary with regards to how digital text can be effectively taught and integrated into assessment. There are several studies coming out right now that are critiquing the place of digital technology and digital literacy in the Common Core. In an age in which we're seeing the types of text available to children expanding, hypertext, websites, multimedia text, interactive text, the Common Core list has gone back in time rather than look forward. Just to give a little perspective, recall that the first iPad was introduced in 2010, the same year that the Common Core standards were introduced. Times have changed since then, and so have texts. The internet is relegated to become a hyperlinked informational text in the Common Core rather than the multimodal digital platform that it is. The exclusion of the internet as a central text in the standards and accompanying documents will underprepare students for the 21st century literacy demands and has the potential to further alienate at-risk readers and writers. That was from a piece written by Sally Drew, who's from the University of Connecticut. An additional study that just came out in Ed Week, I think it was yesterday or Monday, was by Dawn Liu, who's also in Connecticut, which just looked at how kids from low-income communities are increasingly falling behind with digital comprehension. And it's more aligned to income, probably because we aren't doing a good job of teaching that in schools, and the Common Core is going to hold us back from doing a good job of that if we keep it as it is. For early grades, we do need to emphasize, and for all grades too, social, emotional, physical, and psychological health in addition to academic learning, but especially in the early grades. Academic learning without the rest of it is no good. The Common Core state standards for kindergarten through 3rd grade represent a push down of cognitive and academic learning standards rather than for the purpose of supporting holistic learning among young children. I know that this House Study Committee has already seen the Alliance for Childhood's position statement denouncing the Common Core state standards for early grades. The National Association for the Education of Young Children has also cautioned that the implementation of Common Core state standards threatens to overemphasize academic learning, especially in math and language arts, and underemphasize social and emotional learning goals that are fundamental to supporting children's healthy development. By overemphasizing academic elements of education, implementation of the Common Core with high-stakes assessments and accountability will threaten the ability for educators to emphasize other important aspects of children's learning. It's notable that the NAEYC, the second organization that I mentioned here, is the biggest organization for early childhood educators. It's a huge professional organization, so I hope that you'll click on that link and look at their statement. I'm recommending that you reduce the stakes associated with the Common Core, especially in the early grade. While the Common Core document does not disallow the introduction of additional standards focused on holistic, sometimes called non-cognitive outcomes, the reality is that the stakes will measure the Common Core as well as the stakes will drive what is taught. One example of the stakes are the SLOW tests, introduced by Georgia to measure the Common Core as well as to provide data for the teacher evaluation program. Two things are important to consider here. One, children in grades K through 12 take the SLOW tests twice for every course, once as a pre-test and again as a post-test. And right now, although there is no milestones test for grades K through 2, there are SLOW tests for those grades. Early grades teachers complain that the test takes too much time from instruction. The test is more a test of a child's attention, and when on the computer, it's a test of computer knowledge and keyboarding rather than a true testimony of children's knowledge. Two, the teacher effectiveness measure, or TEM score, for each teacher, a mandated element of the ECA flexibility waiver, depends on the student's SLOW scores. This raises the stakes even more, making decisions about whether a teacher is fired dependent on the SLOs and further pressuring this cognitive, academic-only approach to instruction. I say this knowing that the Common Core State Standards is part of a package deal built by a consortium of private entities, including the Gates Foundation, New Schools Venture Fund, Teach for America, and other organizations pushing for a market-driven change to education. When introduced by the National Governors Association, the Common Core State Standards were part of a deal to create a set of common standards, along with increased use of standardized tests and increased accountability using those test scores to rate, hire, and fire teachers and to rank states. The federal government got on board with Race to the Top funds and ESEA waivers, but this boat has already taken sail long before the feds got involved. A recent article by Sarah Reckow and Jeffrey Snyder in the Educational Researcher, one of the premier journals in education, demonstrates how 15 of the largest funders utilize convergent grant-making to maximize political impact on Capitol Hill and in state capitals around the U.S., doubling their financial contributions between 2000 and 2010. What's best for private markets may not be what's best for children's learning. We've learned that from television media. There is no evidence that this package deal can produce more effective workforce or improve student achievement. In fact, the opposite might be true. We now have evidence that our most vulnerable children, students living in poverty, are detrimentally affected by the high teacher turnover rates, even when teachers who stay rate highly. In sum, I realize that the Common Core adoption came with the caveat that they could not be significantly adjusted. However, my hope is that my recommendations will spur improved circumstances for children and for their teachers, and that you can make some recommendations for these kinds of significant changes and ways of implementing the standards in ways that won't hurt children's learning.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Anybody have any questions? Anyone? Okay.
Of course, he said he did. Well, thank you, Dr. Dooley. This is very enlightening. I guess, you know, you're in the research side of it and been in the classroom and all. And I mean, you don't have to answer this question for sure, but in the academic world, how split is it? And that what we're looking at Common Core State Standards and not, and doing what you're recommending, what's out there at your level? I mean, in the research level.
It's pretty split, and I think the split is about the nuances, like what I'm describing here. Usually academics don't just go yay or nay. We usually pick apart the details and try to figure out why it's yay or nay, and so I would say it's pretty split. The devil's in the details. It really is, and the 100% adoption caveat is something that I think it can probably be adjusted with the right political weight for that. So I wouldn't take that you have to adopt the Common Core 100% or change 15% or things like that to be the end of the discussion.
So chasing that a little bit, something that's in these 4 meetings that I've been to, you know, this is my little 1 minute, that I do believe we have the academic power at your level to fix it, to make it where Georgia is in charge of what our children do. Do you think we have the academic power, I guess is what I'm asking, to be able to take what we have today and do it? And why haven't we been doing that? I guess that's what my frustration is
so I don't know, I don't understand what you mean by that
academic power. That the knowledge at your level in research can take reading, you know, K 1, 2, 3. You know, we want everybody to read on 3rd grade level, all that good stuff, and present a program that hasn't been done already. I mean, why are we seeming like we're grasping at Common Core to make this improvement when, you know, between the University of Georgia, Georgia State, and our other institutions of research, I guess I'm frustrated why we hadn't done it.
Yeah. So I'm reading a really good book right now. I just finished it, called The Teacher Wars. And I highly recommend it. It's written by a journalist, not an academic, so it may make you want to read it more. And it talks about the history of how all of this started back when common schools started back in the 1800s. And one of the things that we know from research about standards is that standards don't usually change learning outcomes. Historically, they've never made a big difference in terms of outcomes. What's different about the Common Core, and really it's not just the Common Core, it's the whole package, is the extraordinary might that the private entities coming together with the government have had to push this through relatively quickly. The National Governors Association started working on this 10 years ago, but really we came together and we are seeing some enormous changes happen now I'm an academic, but I spend a lot of time out in schools, so I'm watching it happen at all levels, whether it's from the College of Education level, where we're looking at the TIPM, the teacher effectiveness, the teacher program effectiveness model, all the way through to curriculum with Common Core, the milestones. All of these are happening at the same time, and I think it's because of the extraordinary amount of funding that's been into it. The reason we haven't been able to do it before is we've never had this kind of might. And so I do think that it's the superintendent who was here before, was he a superintendent? I'm not sure. But he was saying, a lot of it is because we haven't had the funding, and we really haven't. And the book, The Teacher Wars, will talk about the funding crises that have happened throughout the history of education. But this is what funding does, and we've kind of given up. And I think in Georgia we've lacked a lot of funding. I've lived here for 10 years, and we've had austerity cuts long before the recession ever hit, and continue to see those cuts happen. So when you cut funding, you allow someone else to come in and take that power, and we've really allowed private entities to take power, and the government, the federal government, to take that and run with it, which that's what it leads to.
Well, thank you. George.
I was going to ask you the question. You mentioned the Common Core standards and I guess the curriculum on the K through, say, 5th grade, 4th grade. We're moving too quick. Did I hear you say that?
There's an
too much
acceleration.
Testing. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on that for me, please?
Yeah. So the difficulty levels that the Common Core promotes are based on a growth curve analysis of reading growth. And that original growth curve was not meant to describe it was not meant to be generalized across all kids across the whole U.S. And in order to make that growth curve fit for K-12 for all of the U.S., they basically stretched that original curve and extrapolated it to get at kindergarten all the way up through 12th grade. So when we did that, we had to accelerate the lower levels in terms of text difficulty. So then when we create these tests based on readability formulas, we're accelerating kids in kindergarten at a rate that has never been demanded of kindergartners before. And I say that knowing too that kids don't grow in reading on a growth curve. Like, we derive growth curves in research to explain general phenomenon, but if you watch a little kid learn to read, they go like this. They go all over the place because it's almost like a series of these little micro aha moments that they have that can never fit nicely on one curve. So when we created this accelerated curve, we also created some assumptions about how reading happens, and then when we extrapolate that into individualized assessment, and with a teacher with maybe 25 kids in her class, that's not a great sample size to then make some predictions about whether or not that teacher's tested. We've really done some damage with how we are turning the research into trying to figure out one kid's growth and one teacher's teaching.
So we've been doing that for the last 4 years, since what you're saying, since we implemented Common Core.
Well, the slow tests were not implemented 4 years ago. There are diagnostic tests that that can help teachers with understanding their kids' readings. The slow tests were not part of the original implementation of Common Core.
Where did it come from?
The slow test came from our state. And I think it was originally developed to fulfill Race to the Top.
Student learning objectives.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, you didn't know that.
Could I make a comment?
Sure.
Mr. Chair? I appreciate your comments on the SLOs, and I've talked to some of our lower level teachers, and they have a lot of concern about the time that it's taken to do those evaluations. And one of my concerns, and I wanted to express it to the committee, is the fact that with the SLOs, every system was left to develop those on their own. So there's 180 school districts with 180 different tests for those items. And by the nature of the way that it's calculated, it's based on student growth. And you mentioned the student growth and the inconsistency there with the very early age. And so a teacher, and I feel like that's where a lot of the pressure is, in addition to implementing a new curriculum. These teachers are now going to be administering tests that really haven't been vetted as far as validity and reliability. And then their livelihood is going to depend on that. And just by the very nature of the scoring of student growth, it's 100 percentile. So somebody's got to be 1 and somebody's got to be 100. And somebody's got to fall all in between those two numbers. And so by design, if 30% is your cutoff, then 30% of the teachers in the state are going to be unsuccessful because it is a percentile, and your students are compared as a percentile. And we did mention it at one point. I feel like that, and I don't know if this came from a recommendation from the state school board, but we did actually put that in legislation. So 50% of that teacher's evaluation comes from those SLOs or from those tests, and that's in place. I understand they're not going to use those this particular year, but then next year they will be in place to do that. So
Well, it's both 50% of their teacher keys score, and it's also written into the keys that the teacher keys score should be correlated to the 50%. So we have a confounding factor, like as a researcher, it's not kosher.
and that is a good point. He just said that it was kind of separated. That's not Common Core, and I would agree with that. That's part of the ESCA waiver.
Right.
And you said that, I think, in your presentation.
It is part of this package deal, and so it's hard to decipher one thing from the other, because a lot of the authors of the Common Core were also very much involved with the testing organizations that were then being asked to turn around and build the test to assess all of this.
And
so it was.
Well, we created our own SLOs.
We did.
The teachers at my school created their own SLOs. So.
Right. So that was. I don't know. Do you want me to comment on SLOs?
Sure.
So the SLOs, I used to actually create tests too. I used to do it for then Governor George Bush in Texas. And so there's a science to creating a good test, and especially when you're using them for decisions about hiring and firing teachers, which our SLOs are being used for, and especially when you're using them for how to place children. I think it's really important that you use item analysis and you use the statistical tools that we have to create really good tests, because we can create items that are not going to be predictive of long-term learning. And I'm not saying that that your tests are bad by any means, because oftentimes the tests that are created that get that statistical quality, the items are created by teachers. But there's several rounds of review that you have to go through, and field testing that you go through to make sure that the items themselves are stable and predictive. And that step seems to have been lost in creating high-quality assessments for our kids.
Add on to that, because she's talking about the whole package. I mean, the SLOs, account for probably, I'd say roughly 70% of the assessments taken on our students. Now you have Common Core, which is assessed by what was CRCT and EOCT. It's going to become the Georgia Milestones. The SLOs are for all of those so-called non-tested subjects that, you know, beyond math, basically math and ELA, anything outside of that. And those are not necessarily, as you said, they're not directly related to Common Core, but they're part of the total package, which I guess you could say is in this Leader Keys and Teacher Keys evaluation system. Those are the two pieces, your tested and non-tested subjects, that are being eventually collected to decide whether there's student growth occurring. Instead of achievement, you're talking about growth, whether a student is growing on their own, and as Dr. Scott mentioned, how they're growing in relation to the others and the other students in the state. So there are two components going into it. How are you doing in relation to that one, the student themselves, and then how are you doing in relation to everyone else? So you're looking at these two components, and all that going into it. And of course, as she said, you know, teachers are not professional test developers, and so everyone was left, because everybody teaches. You may have a course in one county that's not in another county. Everybody was dependent on, all right, develop this assessment where you can pre-assess, where are you now, and where do we want you to be, so what's the growth. Everyone was left at the school system level to develop them. Now, they had to be approved at the state level through the Department of Education. They did have to get approved. And I guess to some extent it comes back to how much happened, how fast, how quickly. Yeah. And I think one of the issues that we're finding, at least I am in our school system and talking with other professionals, no one really has an issue with being measured. It's a matter of what are they being measured on, and how well developed is the measurement. And I think a lot of that is finding its way into this conversation. It's just a mass of different issues colliding. The state, I think, has taken some concessions on that and backing off a year in terms of how this data go into the assessments, the ultimate accountability model. But I think there are a lot of these things happening at one time. And I'm not trying to confuse the issue of what you're saying about Common Core versus SLOs.
No, I think it is all intertwined.
It is intertwined, and more as the teachers are being held accountable for this cross-curricular understanding by students, even at the third grade. What's being taught in ELA and math is also having to be incorporated into what's happening with science and social studies and other things. And the students are having to comprehend this and then be able to display it through what we know as ELA. So there are different assessments going into it. They're trying to accomplish the same things, being done differently. But I wouldn't necessarily say it's all part of, directly associated with Common Core. It's just a matter of pieces coming together. Is that?
No, I think it actually is really related, because the origin of Common Core is through the convergent grant making that some of the private foundations were making about 10 years ago. They started about 10 years ago. The Reckow and Snyder article that I mentioned, it was just published in Educational Researcher. It describes this process, and it talks about how the convergent grant making, there is a group that came together and basically went from about 4 million to about, from about 400 million to about 800 million over the last 10 years with this whole package in mind. And so as it's been rolling out in our federal government, it's rolling out as a package because that's how it was conceived of. And the slow tests are just our version of a part of that. In other states, we're seeing other tests that are similarly quickly created. And for whatever reason, different states have opted to test different grade levels in different ways, but everybody has had to adopt some sort of teacher effectiveness measure that's related to these tests. And so you have to have tests for every teacher, and so you had to have standards to test, and so all of it was just kind of pushed through at one time.
Could I make a statement?
Yeah.
I spent a week this past summer working on the SLO exemplars with the Department of Education, and so we went through the entire process, I guess, of going through the standards, and I'm not exactly sure how much I'm supposed to say, but I expected there to be more buy-in from teachers there. I guess I expected more professionals to be part of the decisions that we were making, because I felt like they were huge decisions to be placed in not so many hands. So my question to you would be, how should we do away with the SLO process? What is your opinion on how would we revamp that, or how would we reform that to get something that would benefit our students and also provide whatever accountability roles that forces would like it to play?
That's a good question, and I'd have to think about it. I know that there are several position statements that are put out by the National Council of Teachers of English, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, the American Educational Research Association. They've all put out policy statements about this with specific recommendations. And oftentimes what they are recommending is something more like the NAEP, which is the National Assessment of Educational Progress, and it's a test that's conducted on a regular basis, and it's a very well constructed statistical test, but it's conducted in a way that samples kids at different moments in order to get program accountability. And then they are recommending other tests that are usually diagnostic tests that are deemed, reliable and valid for teachers so that they can get good diagnostic information about individual children. What we've done, and I think it's a matter of efficiency more so than effectiveness, is we've combined the need for testing for accountability at the program level with testing for children's knowledge at the individual level, and those may be two different things. Because if you're just looking at the individual level, you could do more performance tests. You could do more constructed response. I'll give you an example. I have a 16-year-old son, and he's in chorus, and rather than have a test of his singing, he's having a test of the history of music. So it's a good example to sort of show you how sometimes when you have to create a test around it that looks at the whole program, you actually pervert what you're looking for. So that's what AERA, NCTM, and NCTE have come to the conclusion of, but I don't know exactly how we do that in Georgia.
I guess I have a concern that, the conversation being, well, do away with Common Core or suspend it. Well, then you're back to Georgia performance standards, and you're back to using something, let's say it's SLOs, to assess your growth. There has to be some sort of a measurement tool on the issues if for whatever it is you're teaching. So we're back to having to measure something.
We could have used the NAEP, but it was a national test, and so that would put us, federal government, in control of our testing again. So I don't know what to do.
Okay. Anybody else? I want to ask you something. Does the Georgia Department of DOE, did they ever reach out to you, or do you reach out to them at all? Or any of the staff people at DOE?
Yeah, but not for this. I have worked with the Department of Education for other projects that I've worked on, and we are working very hard to develop a good relationship with our Department of Education. I know that we have Associate Dean of Partnerships who routinely reaches out. Another entity is the Professional Standards Commission. They've been wildly active in the last 2 years, and so we're really trying hard to be collaborative with them. At the same time, I think we would really love to be asked to participate more. We being, I'm speaking for all, I shouldn't say that. I think, I think the universities are a resource that are often underutilized.
Okay. Well, good. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for coming up here to do that. Very good. Okay, next on the agenda is Denise Spangler, Professor of Mathematics Education, Associate Dean, University of Georgia, supporting Georgia's involvement in Common Core mathematics. Thank you for your patience in waiting.
Good evening. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing as a local public elected official. Myself, I understand that the work you're doing is very difficult work, and I do appreciate you inviting comment and feedback. My background is in mathematics education, and I'm going to try to confine my remarks very tightly to mathematics, first of all, because I believe there are significant differences between the Common Core mathematics standards and English language arts, both in the process and the way they were developed, the buy-in among the professional communities, and the level of agreement over the content. And I'm also going to try to confine my remarks specifically to the Common Core state standards and not all of the other things that get conflated with them, such as teacher assessment and student assessment and so on and so forth. As a school board member, I have lots of opinions about TEKS and leaks and slows and other things that I'm happy to share with you, but I'm going to try to confine my remarks to Common Core. So just to give you a little bit of the perspective from which I speak, I'm a former classroom teacher at the elementary school level. I've been a mathematics teacher, educator, and researcher for 20 years. I have been an elected member of my local Board of Education for 12 years. Which is Athens-Clarke County, which is a pretty diverse district that was a Title I distinguished district for closing the achievement gap 2 years ago. I was not at all involved with the writing of the Common Core, but since the Common Core has been out to be implemented, I've been involved in 2 projects. One is a project called Progressions, where we've attempted to write a narrative form for teacher educators, teachers, and administrators, an explanation of how the content topics grow over the levels. So an idea like number and operations across K-8 to show the continuity. I also participated in a project that was funded by the College Board called the Affinity Network, which brought together, they selected 6 states, Georgia was one of them, and within the state of Georgia, they selected the Gwinnett County School District, Georgia Perimeter College, and the University of Georgia, and brought teachers and administrators from all 3 of those organizations together to look at both English and math. What does Common Core mean for universities? For example, one of the visions of Common Core is that every high school student will graduate with a robust pre-calculus class. We teach a lot of pre-calculus at Georgia Perimeter and the University of Georgia, and we teach a lot of courses below pre-calculus. So the question was, what are the implications for colleges and universities? We looked at alignment, we looked at bridging, we looked across the K-16 curriculum. So I've had those 2 experiences related to Common Core that I think are relevant. Quickly, I'm sure you already know this, but Georgia's been at the table with Common Core since the very beginning. Governor Sonny Perdue at the time and State Superintendent Kathy Cox were very involved from the very beginning of this. In mathematics specifically, Jeremy Kilpatrick, who is a Regents Professor of Mathematics Education at the University of Georgia, was on the validation committee. I believe you heard from another member of the validation committee by video at a previous meeting. Sibylla Beckman, who's a professor of mathematics, very highly decorated for her teaching and her achievements, was on the mathematics work team that helped develop the standards. If you look through the list of who is involved on both the validation team and the work team, it is a veritable who's who of mathematicians and mathematics educators and a few statisticians around the country. In mathematics education, you don't see the fracturing that you see in English language arts. There's pretty widespread agreement on the quality of the content that's in the Common Core state standards for mathematics. Do we all agree on everything? Absolutely not, and I'll give you a little glimpse of that in a minute, but it's a pretty diverse, representative group. I want to emphasize what Common Core standards are and are not. They are standards. They're not a curriculum. They're not teaching methods. They're not assessment methods. And as with all standards, what happens with them rests on what happens with teachers in the classroom and those people who support teachers, their administrators and professional developers. So I think of standards as being like house plans. You choose house plans, you decide whether your house is going to be a 2-story, whether it's going to have a basement, if it's going to be a ranch, what the pitch of the roof is going to be. Those things don't change, but then you can personalize what kind of flooring you put in the kitchen. Is it tile or is it hardwood? What color is the carpet? What color is the wall coverings? Are you going to have wallpaper in the bathroom? All those things you get to choose, and you can actually change them over time. The standards are the same way. The standards are like the house plan that tell us where students ought to be, what they ought to know at the end of grade levels. How we get there is up to those teachers in individual classrooms, those districts, and the Georgia Department of Education. From the state down to the individual school district and school, we can put as many other parameters and choose their paint color for them as we want to. But the standards don't dictate all those other things, such as how you teach and how you assess. So I want to make a distinction between the standards themselves and the implementation of the standards. I'm going to argue that by and large the standards are pretty good and we ought to stick with them, but I will not defend the implementation of the standards. The implementation has not been good, and I'm not blaming the Georgia Department of Education for it. It's been a rushed process. The standards were written in a rushed manner. They were rolled out in a rushed manner. Teachers have not had curriculum materials to use to teach the standards the last several years. They have been scrapping and scraping. The DOE's been bringing teachers in the summer to write frameworks, and teachers are grabbing what they can get. The assessments have been very unclear. They're still pretty unclear what's going to happen. Professional development for teachers has really lagged behind on the standards. So has the implementation been great? No. A lot of the problems we're having with Common Core can be blamed on the implementation. They're not necessarily indicative of problems with the standards themselves. So speaking of teachers, our teachers have been through the ringer in the last several years, particularly high school mathematics teachers. High school mathematics teachers just barely got rid of the Quality Core curriculum. Remember that? Because of the way we phased things out. We started the Georgia Performance Standards in 6th grade and rolled them up through 12. So we rolled out the QCCs out the door over a 6-7 year period, rolled in the GPS, and then we rolled in Common Core. Some of those high school mathematics teachers have literally been teaching a different curriculum every single year if they've switched from teaching, say, Algebra 2 to teaching Math 1 to then teaching something else. So you couple that with the changes in teacher evaluation, the changes in the assessment system, everything else that's going on. Our teachers have been through the ringer, but I will say they have stepped up. The teachers that I work with and the teachers that I have seen that have gone to the DOE to help write these tests and the frameworks, they have embraced the idea of more rigorous standards. They just need more time to get things done. It takes time to see change in education. Unfortunately, education will forever be tied to the political process, which is a 4-year process. Sometimes 2, sometimes 6, depends on what office you're talking about. There's a thing that's very well documented in research, and it's called the full-in dip. Anytime you try something new, you're going to see a dip in performance when you first try something new. If you do sports, if you're a golfer and somebody tries to change your grip, your golf shot gets worse. Whatever sport it is you do, or if you dance or anything else, if somebody tries to make a change, even though long-term that change is better, short-term your performance is going to get worse. So too often in education, what we do is we change something, we see a dip in test scores, we say, oh, it didn't work, we throw it all out and we start over. We need to stay the course with something in Georgia. I would not argue that we should stay the course with something bad, but the Common Core State Standards for Mathematics, the Georgia Performance Standards version, is not a bad thing. We need to give teachers a break. We need to give them a chance to catch up and figure out what it is they're teaching and how to do it well. We need to get assessment to catch up and curriculum materials to catch up. This changing for change's sake, we're driving a lot of teachers out of the profession, honestly, is what a lot of this is doing. Georgia is making progress. We are not the laughingstock with Mississippi anymore, 49th and 50th and 48th. We're making progress. We have got some things figured out. We need some time to implement it in Georgia. I will not sit here and tell you that Common Core is perfect. If I could be queen for a day, I would change some things about Common Core. I used to teach 5th grade, and I love to start the year teaching probability, because probability is a great way to apply what you know about fractions, decimals, and percents, and it's a heck of a lot of fun. It's a lot more fun than starting with the first chapter on order of operations and parentheses and all these boring things. Probability is no longer in the 5th grade curriculum. It's been moved to middle school. If I could choose, I would put it back in elementary because I thought I taught it pretty well, and my kids loved it. But in the grand scheme of things, I can see why people decided that we needed a better foundation in rational numbers in elementary school, and you apply it in middle school. It is not going to ruin my day that I don't get to teach probability in elementary school. You could pick 100 mathematics educators and put us in a room and ask us to pick apart the Common Core, and we could all do it. We would all have preferences about what should go here, what should go before something else, what should go after something else. But on the whole, Common Core is pretty good. People talk about perfect curriculum. I'm not sure what a perfect curriculum is. You would never find the perfect sequence of standards for every kid in every situation. What we need, in my opinion, is we need to stay the course with Common Core and get over all of this political rhetoric about it so that we can start improving it. The people who wrote the Common Core aren't willing to talk about revising it because they're afraid that the minute that they admit that there's a problem with it, the whole thing is going to blow up even worse than it's blown up already. There are gaps in the Common Core. There are things that don't work from grade level to grade level. There are missing pieces. We need to go back and fix those, but they're fixable. Okay? I testified before the State Board of Education in August, and the question I was asked was, if Kathy Cox was at the table and the Common Core is built largely on the Georgia Performance Standards, which is true, 90% of the Georgia Performance Standards are in there, why not go back to the Georgia Performance Standards? I would argue the analogy I made for the State Board is that Georgia Performance Standards and the Common Core is like a Toyota versus a Nissan. Both really good, solid products. Not a whole lot of difference between either one. But what we've invested, both dollar-wise and in terms of teachers' time and effort in getting materials ready for Common Core, I would hate to see us go backwards. And Georgia Performance Standards weren't perfect either. Georgia Performance Standard wanted us to teach circumference in 5th grade. Circumference requires irrational numbers like pi, and I promise you 5th graders aren't ready to do irrational numbers. So there's no set of standards that's going to be perfect. Common Core is pretty darn good. I would argue that we need to leave it. Quickly, again, I'm probably telling you things you already know, but the main ideas in Common Core is that it's a narrower and deeper treatment of content. The American curriculum has been characterized as being a mile wide and an inch deep. You probably learned mean, median, and mode about 5 times when you were in school, and you probably still can't tell me what the difference between the 3 of them is. Common Core is designed to get rid of that and say, let's teach something and teach it well. Let's preview it and review it where we need to, but let's actually expect students to learn things in certain grade levels and not just keep repeating it. It's built to have coherence across grade levels, and I'm going to show you one little snippet of that quickly. I know math isn't everybody's favorite thing to see examples of. And also linking topics within a grade level. So how does measurement relate to fractions, for example? Common Core is meant to end this age-old math war between procedural and conceptual fluency. Nobody in mathematics education believes there's a divide between those two things. Kids need to be able to compute. I do not want kids who can't go to the grocery store and estimate what their bill is going to be and know whether they're going to get change back. But I also want kids who conceptually understand what they're talking about, and when they forget the formula, they can figure out either the formula or something close to it. So Common Core offers a balance between procedural and conceptual understanding. And it also offers the standards for mathematical practice, which are not very different from other things that have been around about. It's basically how do mathematicians think and how do we want students to think. Historically, the U.S. curriculum, this is the mile-wide, inch-deep thing. We've covered every topic every year, kindergarten through 12th grade. 6th grade is 5th grade, only louder kind of thing. Common Core really breaks the curriculum down and says, if algebra is a target for high school, what is it they need to know in middle school? What is it they need to know in elementary school to get there? And so there are very clear curriculum maps like this for the Common Core about what goes in what grade level over time. A lot of times you see standards that are written by multiple committees and there's a big gap between 2nd grade and 3rd grade or between 5th grade and 6th grade. The Common Core was written to try to smooth those out. There are still some dips there, but for the most part it's pretty coherent. So here's just a quick example. In 1st grade, kids are supposed to understand equations in lots of ways. So their first one, they're supposed to understand that the equal sign doesn't always have to come last. It doesn't have to be 8 minus 1 equals 7. 7 could come first. The commutative property. This last one, I see people do this all the time. 4 plus 1 equals 5. We'll go ahead and add 2 to that, and that's going to equal 7. But you can't do that because 7 isn't 4 plus 1. So that's what we want them to understand in 1st grade. Then in middle school, we want them to understand equivalent things that involve algebraic expressions. So how do I use the distributive property? If I've got 3 groups of 2x, 3 groups of 2 is 6, and 3 groups of x is 3x, so those things are the same. So then later when they get to high school, and this will make your head hurt, I know, you probably vaguely remember something called completing the square. The point of this middle school thing is for kids to see that this expression and this expression, while they look different, they mean the same thing. So when you get to high school and you're faced with a quadratic equation that you can't factor, you can complete the square. By completing the square, you transform it into something you already know and you can work with. So that's an example of the coherence from 1st grade to middle school to high school of how these standards were built. Common Core is widely accepted by those of us in the field as rigorous, as research-based, as developmentally appropriate, as consistent, and as coherent. The advantages I see to it as a teacher educator and as a school board member, we have huge economies of scale. Right now, textbook publishers write textbooks for the states of Texas and California because they have the largest populations, and then they slap stickers on them and move things around and say, oh, this will work for Illinois, this will work for Georgia. We can at least get curriculum materials now that can be built for one set of standards. Teacher education and professional development, we can get lots of economies of scale with pulling together lots of 3rd grade teachers. We have lots of rural counties in Georgia, very small groups of teachers, very small systems. We can pull together and do professional development across the country with Common Core. Assessment, theoretically the same way, although obviously we've pulled out of Park, so we're not going to get that advantage. Common Core is also portable across state lines. We have a lot of transiency in this state, a lot of people coming and going. Students who move in, who move out, who you can miss fractions if you move from 3rd grade to 4th grade and it was in 3rd grade in one state and 4th in another. We have teachers who move into our state. There's a teacher shortage in the South and there's an oversupply in the North and the Midwest. We're importing teachers to Georgia. If they learn the Michigan curriculum and the New York curriculum, they have to relearn the Georgia curriculum if we're not using Common Core. And as a teacher educator, I prepare students, I don't know where they're going to go teach. The majority of my students will stay in Georgia, but not all of them. So a standard curriculum helps all of us in a lot of ways. And the thought I'm going to leave you with is that math isn't local, in my opinion. As a school board member, I think local control and state control of a lot of things are really important, especially where money is concerned. Curriculum isn't one of those things that I would defend should be locally controlled. Teachers can contextualize things to their area. Teachers in Gainesville, teachers in Savannah, teachers in Rome, teachers in Augusta, they can contextualize problems to their students and their area. But all those students in Macon and Savannah and Atlanta and Rome all need the same content. They may need it presented differently and with different contextual examples, but they need the same content. And students in Georgia need the same content as students in Colorado and Massachusetts. There's a really fine line between local control of curriculum and discrimination. We don't have to go very far back in the history of our country where certain people got to decide who learned what. And I would question who wants to sit in that place of judgment and decide who gets to learn what. I would suggest it isn't local school boards. As a local school board member, I will tell you I don't think I should get to decide what kids in Athens learn. I think decisions about curriculum ought to be bigger than that. And why we would not want students in Georgia to learn the same things that students in, pick your state, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Alaska, New York, Arizona, wherever learn. I can't come up with a very good argument for that. If you're looking for more things to read, and you're probably not, Alan Schoenfeld is a former president of the American Educational Research Association, very distinguished professor at the University of California, Berkeley, has recently written a very short, very readable piece on common sense about the Common Core, and he talks about what it is and what it isn't, and what the consequences of choosing it or not choosing it might be. So I appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Representative Brockway has a question for you.
Thank you for your testimony tonight, man. I appreciate it. I assume you're on the school board in Athens, Clarke County?
Yes, I am.
Okay. My question kind of is twofold. Number one, this is our fourth meeting now, and we've had one of the controversies that we've heard from both sides on, and I'd like to get your thoughts on it, is we had the Georgia Performance Standards, which were well regarded by some folks in your field. Mm-hmm. And so the debate is over, all right, by moving to Common Core, did we move forward or did we move backward? And sort of related to that, you referenced him earlier, and I'm sorry I forgot his name, but one of the members that we heard testimony from was on the validation committee.
Milgram.
Yes.
Chip Milgram. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And his contention is that Common Core, when they started, they said, we're going to take the math and we're going to benchmark it to the best countries. We look around the world, and we're going to see the countries that do the best job at teaching math, and we're going to peg it to that, and that that Common Core fell far short of that. I'd like to get kind of your comments on that. First on did we move forward or backward, or laterally, I suppose, is another option, by going from the Georgia Performance Standards to Common Core, and about how rigorous are the math score? Where does it help us gain ground with the rest of the world in terms of mathematics?
So Georgia Performance Standards versus Common Core I characterized as Nissan versus Toyota. 90% of the Georgia Performance Standards are in the Common Core. I would argue that it's a pretty lateral move. I was pretty happy with the Georgia Performance Standards. I wouldn't have been disappointed to see us keep the Georgia Performance Standards, but at this point we've gone to Common Core. We've invested a lot of time and effort and money in Common Core, and there's not that much difference between the two. Things moved around from grade level to grade level. There's some different terminology. There's some different representations, but I don't know what we would gain by going back other than being able to say it's Georgia. The international question is complicated. The Georgia Performance Standards were actually built on a translation of the Japanese curriculum, and Common Core, because Governor Perdue and Superintendent Cox were at the table, the Common Core is built largely out of the Georgia curriculum. So there is some international competitiveness and benchmarking there, but it's a lot like when people make analogies between business and education. We're not doing widgets. A lot of other countries in the world, and the countries that we're often compared to, don't educate all children until age 16. They funnel kids at age 10 or at age 12 into certain kinds of schools, and we're often comparing certain groups of kids in other countries to all of the children in our country. Lots of other countries don't educate students with special needs. We educate all of the students in this country, whether they want to be there or not. We go find students who are truant and make them come to school. A lot of countries don't do that. A lot of the countries that we're compared to, Finland is a good example, and a lot of the Asian countries don't have the diversity that we have in our country. So it's a difficult comparison to make. I think that the Georgia Performance Standards and the Common Core State Standards in terms of rigor are light years ahead of where we were with the Quality Core curriculum. Light years ahead. You know, the difference in rigor between GPS and Common Core, I think, is splitting hairs. One of the things I think the Common Core does do a better job of is continuity from at least kindergarten to 8th grade. The Georgia Performance Standards, you could kind of see breaks between K2, 3.5, and 6.8, but it's a toss-up. If we didn't have Common Core, I'd be perfectly happy with the Georgia Performance Standards.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you for your presentation and coming from Athens to be with us.
Mr. Chairman, I really think y'all ought to compare what she said with what the previous lady said.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Letson. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and Dorothy Kitchen, you're up next, so you want to go ahead and get ready. Also, I want to go ahead and get everybody, if you want to make a public comment, we need you to sign up. I need your name, please, where I can call you up. There's a yellow pad down here in the front. If you'd like to speak publicly, we need you to sign up, please. Thank you.
My start is about money falls out of the sky for Georgia Board of Education. I just happened to get some information I thought was worthy of going over. The Department of Education in Georgia has a budget of $19 million, et cetera, there per year in just the elementary and secondary education. Students can look to education grants in addition to scholarships. Education expense is not cheap in Georgia. Although while there are student loans available, students should look into education grants first. Unlike loans, students do not have to pay back the amount they receive. In December 2013, Georgia was named a winner in the third round of applications, receiving the second highest score among 16 applicants. The state received $51.7 million over the 4-year grant period, the largest award given to any state in round 3. Georgia's application focused on expanding on these 5 critical areas: building successful state systems, increasing high-quality, accountable programs, promote early learning outcomes, developing a great early childhood education workforce, and 5, I kind of expanded on that, measuring outcomes and progress, including in number 5 is expanding the quality of data collected for children, programs, and educators by pulling additional existing data feed from participating agencies to expand the cross-agency child data system. That kind of disturbs me because I think we have too much data right now being collected. Let me go back here. Where am I at? Okay. Where the school scholars go, I specifically picked out one school. Nope, wrong one. I'll get the knack of this in a minute. Big city schools love to cry poverty every chance they get. They're very skilled at selling the media on ideas that they're barely getting by on spare change, mostly due to evil education budget cuts at the state level. Then they turn around and spend money by the buckets on items that have no connection to student learning. The APS is a good example. Heading into fiscal year 2013, district officials published a budget plan that called for $30 million reduction in overall spending, departmental budget cuts averaging 10%, a reduction in force of between 285 and 485 employees, and 4 planned furlough days where there would be no student instruction. Based on examination of other districts, we would guess that most of the travel was related to professional development conferences at fancy hotels in various cities. We would also bet that a fair number of the trips were grant funded, which means they may have been paid for grant money from Washington, D.C. or the Georgia state government. As I have stated before, so what? No, they have stated before, so what? Federal and state grant money is still tax money taken from the pockets of working Americans to fund a lot of waste at the school district level. Times were tough, you know, but somehow district employees managed to have a great time that year with 7, and I count 9 figures worth of food, drink, and extensive travel, all courtesy of taxpayers. District employees of the APS system had a total of 1,189 transactions at hotels between 12 and 2013, cost of $500,000. They had 1,343 transactions with airlines, travel agencies, and related businesses, costing a total of $250,000. They had 3,054 transactions at restaurants throughout Georgia and the rest of the U.S., totaling $72,762. They had 50 transactions of various catering businesses, totaling $100,566. We came across several other areas of questionable spending. Some of them may be reasonable, but it's impossible to tell without the cooperation of school officials, and they're not talking. We would love to know why district officials spent $6.8 million on legal fees or $330,000 on moving and storage fees, particularly with so many employees around who could help with moving if their union contract allowed such things. The district also reported medical expenses of more than $1 million, which would normally be covered by insurance. It also listed a lawsuit payment of $154,111, which would normally be covered by the district's liability insurance carrier. There was also a mysterious payment of $118,444 to Ellis and Tim Caputo. Now, I checked them out. I checked them out on Facebook. I can detail them. Ellis and Caputo, the lady, is a graduate of Florida State University in designing and home decorating. So somebody spent $118,000 on home decorating. It also gave $54,650 to the Atlantic Civic Center, $25,000 to the Georgia Dome, and $45,564 to the Georgia World Congress Center. That's a total staggering of $9,451,000, etc., amount of taxpayer or grant money with no accountability with the Atlanta School District. Perhaps those figures shouldn't be surprising, come from a district that gave us one of the largest, most notorious cheating scandals in the history of American education. But one would think with a greatly reduced budget and cuts for all departments, including 7% cut to the curriculum and instruction division, they might have made an effort to cut down on the travel and free food a bit. I'm a retired RN, and I had to do a lot of continuing education. Sometimes they flew me around this country from Northeast Georgia Medical Center for CEUs, and I was director of the short-stay surgery department at Northeast Georgia Medical Center. We did not have luxuries. Believe me, we were sparse. Most of the time, we paid for our own food, too. Perhaps shame and guilt are not common emotions for the people who operate Atlanta public school system. Ashley Costello contributed to this report from an EEG news website. I personally asked, where was Dr. John Barge when all of this, when the fox was watching the hen house? Of course, there's more grants here, and grants here and grants there. Let me get this up to date here so somebody in the back can see. This is next slide. Requires teachers to, there was one here, the federal mathematics and science funds will allow 180 hours of instruction to 30 area elementary teachers. Participating teachers will be allowed a substitute to attend seminars and receive a $750 stipend for each of the 2 seminars. Program requires teachers to then pass along what they learn, and I think that's good because you just cannot get enough learning. And there's my little snide remark there. Sorry. And this is the lemming parade here. Society needs come before the individual needs Adolf Hitler. We must stop thinking of the individual and start thinking about what is best for society. Hillary Clinton. And now this is a test here, a test question on the Common Core currently, number 6. And individual wants are less important than the nation's well-being. The next page, I'm getting this page apart here. There's comments from different sites, Lenin, Stalin, Hitler, etc. one from Joseph Stalin: state-run education is a weapon whose effect depends on who holds it in his hands and who it is aimed. And it goes on and on with different things that completely go along with Common Core. You must have can't have a state-run education. At the bottom there, Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton said basically the same thing. Bill Clinton says we can't be so fixated on our desire to preserve the rights of ordinary Americans. Teacher indoctrination, that was brought up earlier here today, and about the deception in teaching. And there's this teacher in Colorado, Jefferson County, and he was comparing George Bush to Hitler. And then when he says, Bush is threatening the earth, who is probably the single most nation on the planet Earth? He answers the same question: the United States. He peppered the students in the 10th grade with ridiculous statements saying the U.S. is engaged in 7,000 terrorist attacks on Cuba, telling the students capitalism is at odds with humanity, at odds with caring and compassion, at odds with human rights. And this goes on, and it's just never ending, the nonsense that's pouring out of these teachers' mouths. This one here, this is brought up about scanning. What you snickered about? Okay. This is the third year in a row I've chosen data as one of the top trends of EdTech. If you're looking for a sunnier view of data and education, read these 2013, in my opinion, was pretty grim. And yes, they scan, okay? And there was a lot of talking about here, the data system, LDS, and I presented that in my previous program. And data is the new oil for the government. And then I got this special alert September 14th. We just heard, telling me to call Johnny Isaacson. We just heard that right now the Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee is negotiating over the reauthorization of the Education Science Reform Act. We were told that there are Democrats on the committee who are pushing for relaxing limits on access to personal student data and are saying that researchers should be able to obtain open-ended access to complete student data sets. And they shouldn't have to even specify which specific student-level data they want, for what purpose. In no case should any researcher obtain open-ended access to personally identifiable data without parent consent. 2 years ago at Harvard University, released data on 70,000 members of the faculty and the students, and it was not encrypted. Reference John Whitehead, Government of Wolves, the emerging police state. I'll catch up here in a minute. Hang on. I just left out that stuff. I'm not even going to comment on the early warning signs of the Obama poised for hostile military takeover. If you go to the Government of Wolves, there was an FBI agent named Larry Grothwell, and he infiltrated the Weather Underground. And while many defenders of Weather Underground co-founder William Ayers have sought to minimize the bomb attacks on the U.S. Capitol and other landmarks because they purportedly did not target people, the former FBI agent penetrated the group, claimed he was witnessed at a meeting in which members discussed a future communist takeover of America in which some 25 million diehard capitalists would need to be killed. And he wrote a book about it called No Place to Hide. It was published in a 1982 documentary. In the session with the members of the radical group founded in 1969, Grothwell said discussion centered on a future in which the communist nations of Cuba, North Korea, China, and the Soviet Union would occupy various parts of the U.S. with education centers established in the Southwest to prevent counter-revolution. I asked them, well, what's going to happen to those people we can't re-educate? They are diehard capitalists. And their reply was they have to be eliminated. And I'm going to skip John McCain because he's always putting his mouth in this. Ayers now has a college professor, has said in interviews over the past decade he has no remorse for his 19 terrorist activities, saying only he wished he could have done more. Grothwell, who worked as an operative for law enforcement agents in Cincinnati, said when he pursued the genocide issue further, the Weather Underground members estimated they would have to eliminate 25 million people in these re-education centers. And then I say, eliminate? I mean, kill? He continued, 25 million people. Grothwell told the interviewer, I want you to imagine sitting in a room with 25 people, most of which had graduate degrees from Columbia and other well-known education centers, and hear them figuring out the logistics for the elimination of 25 million people. And they are dead serious. And remember, many years back, this gentleman came to Elberton, Georgia, and he set up the Georgia Guidestones, where the elimination of people would be in the future. And it would be under a one world law. And they estimate they had to eliminate a lot more. In California, they're really going all out for the historic election of Obama, and they're just really, really making a messiah out of him. And there's 2 pages there if you would read that. And why not just pass out T-shirts and say Godfather? They did pass a bill in California. The legislature finds and declares all of the following. The election of Barack Obama to the office of the President of the United States was a historic step in the effort towards equality in the United States. Before the civil rights movements, la la la. During the next revision of the history social science curriculum, the framework from the Commission shall consider including the adoption of the State Board instruction of the election of President Barack Obama as the significance of the United States electing its first African-American president as appropriate. And there's a picture there on the next page. I am just fooling around here. That's it. Oh, there. Picture of Obama. That is actually a picture of one of the school books out there in California that has a picture in it. The United States Constitution gives no authority to the federal government over education. In fact, you know all that. Okay. With the introduction of Common Core standards, schools around the nation have witnessed not only a decline in academic standards expected of children under the guise of improving problem-solving skills, but we have seen numerous examples of children being exposed to very dangerous and disturbing lessons. On to the next page here. Told you I'd go fast. Okay, I put this family in here, the Harding family, because this is a family with 10 children. They homeschool all their children. Every one of them has been in college by the age of 12. And their daughter, Serena Harding, is the youngest U.S. physician in the United States at age 22. They're doing something right. We need to do something right. And they have a program they put on the internet. You can go into their site. It's an ebook of sorts for $20, College by 12. It's a rough idea how they've done it. And it's just more how to do accelerated homeschooling. Look at those children. Aren't they beautiful? Charter schools. Law declared unconstitutional, May 26, 2011. Now this is, I've talked to this lady, Orlean Cole. She has written a book, Hidden Seeds of Common Core, and she is brilliant, and she nails it, in my opinion. And I talked to her a couple times now. She lives in Santa Rosa, California, and I asked her permission to use this information. And anybody's information that I hear in this, I contacted the publishers. She said, Dorothy, you can use anything you want, and I did. But that is an excellent book. Perspective, where I'm going to drop down to charter schools there on the bottom. I have it circled because why are charter schools included in the Hidden Seeds of Common Core? Aren't charter schools a solution to the problem of education? Doesn't that make things better to have school choice? That's what I used to think as well. Then I found out that in the majority of cases, when a school becomes a charter school, they no longer come under the auspices of the elected school board. So no longer under the control of the voters in the district. They are usually run by a private corporation, a local charter board, or come directly under a state-appointed charter commission. However, I get this over here. However, they still receive tax dollars paying for funds. If parents have complaints, who do they go to? If there's no accountability on elected officials over the school, there is no accountability to the parents. We again have education without representation. In the race to the top funding, well, you know about that. In other words, charter schools are being encouraged and are made to sound really good. Why? If you want to usher in socialism, as the Obama administration has made great strides in doing, one of the main objectives is to destroy local control and representative government, what every good socialist country has done. Charter schools are designed to help in a Soviet system. According to Charlotte Iserbyt, who has written and spoken much against charter schools, they are the Trojan horse to change our form of government to the unelected council system, the Soviet system. This is by design. It is not happening by chance. A socialist totalitarian ruler does not want representative government. He wants government by appointed commissioners who only answer to him, not the people. And charter schools may be illegal. In December 2013, summary judgment ruling in Washington State in regards to the Cesar Chavez Charter School, the courts ruled that if education is to be open and common for all students, then perhaps charter schools are in violation of state law. A charter school cannot be defined as common school because it is not under the control of the voters of the school district. The statutes place control under a private nonprofit organization, a local charter board, or the charter commission. The system must be uniform in that every child should have the same advantage and be subject to the same discipline as every other child. To summarize, a common school within the meaning of the Constitution is one that is common to all children, free and subject to and under the control of the qualified voters of the district. And there, lower down there, you'll see a lot of the cheating that's going on. Let's see, what page are you on? Hidden Seeds of Common Core. I've kind of lost my place here. I don't know where I'm at right now. I'm going to go to page 59, if you can see it at the bottom there. According to Sandra Stotsky, the next generation science standards are the new name for the Common Core standard science. According to Sandra Stotsky, chemistry will no longer be taught or will have a dumbed-down version. The main problem with NGS is that it eliminates high school chemistry and in effect physics, since the math for it is there. It is science for dummies. Children indoctrination, the earlier the better. The government wants to get your children out of the home and away from the influence of parents, even in infancy. Actually, from birth on, that is why so many early government programs have been started over the years to do so. Common Core is no exception. And of course, then too, you can get tax credits for voucher programs if you want to do your own. And now, Ms. Cole is a teacher as well. And she was, had to do page 65, she had to do a 2-week session teaching, 2-week course on Islam in the 7th grade at a middle school in Healdsburg, California in 2002, 12 years ago. I was shocked as I witnessed firsthand the pro-Islam bias and the anti-Christian slurs in the textbook. I was also amazed at the suggestion that I was to do as a teacher, such as have the students make a prayer rug, memorize scriptures from the Quran, come dressed in Muslim attire, have a Muslim name, and memorize the 5 pillars of Islam. Okay, well, she kind of worked her way around that, and she brought in the 10 Commandments, and Jonah, and Joseph, and Abraham, and slaves of Egypt. and she worked around that. But the text in there was, on page 67, the text I was teaching was called Through the Centuries. A few years later, she had to teach from one called World History, Medieval, and Modern Times that was even worse in pro-Islam bias. Here is a direct quote from what it about was written concerning the Crusades. Another legacy of the Crusades was rising Christian hostility toward Jews. More and more, Christians believed that non-Christians were the enemies. Muslims, however, allowed Jews and Christians to live in peace in most cases. Many crusaders who stayed in Palestine came to respect Muslims, but Christian intolerance toward Jews continued. Well, we know that's not a fact. Then another thing she said, the Muslim invasions were not happy, peaceful events as the textbook portrays. The caliph showed tolerance to the people they conquered. The conquered people welcomed the Muslim armies as liberators. Muslims let conquered people keep their own religion as they wish to do.
Ms. Keating, can you finish up in about 5 minutes, please? Would you mind?
I will go back to page 245, the second part. I had no idea they're teaching Muslim things and having students making prayer rugs 10 years ago.
If you will, speaking to the mic, I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I said I had no idea they're teaching children 10 years ago how to make prayer rugs and learn the Quran in public schools. Okay, have you got the second packet, the Citizens of the World? Page 245. You have? Okay. Common Core, Citizens of the World. This is one mantra that is being blatantly used to promote Common Core. One would think those behind Common Core would be a little discreet or clandestine in using these words, but no. They probably state them as if this is something all Americans should want their children to become. The goal is to have Common Core taught in every country and every village around the world. Global citizens. An attractive, colorful pro-Common Core insert in the Santa Rosa paper was, our interconnected world requires diverse individuals to interact on a local and global scale. As students are engaged in thinking about the world and the larger community, they are acquiring skills that enhance their role as responsible global citizens. Next page. Before we can unite global citizens, we must be all states united in Common Core. And down the bottom it says the Common Core is already global. If you Google Common Core Sustainable Development, Africa pops up with the next exact same words as is being taught in the USA. Google Common Core UK and the same thing happens. Just more emphasis, so preparing children for the workforce to be cogs in the global economy. A lady who moved to Brussels wrote back to a friend who sent her email message on to others. She wrote, Common Core has made its way to the math curriculum at the International School of Brussels, the school that the State Department employs and the new ambassadors send their kids to. We are very upset at the moment because they are requiring Justin to repeat Algebra 1 even after he finished last year with an A. Lots of change here, difficult with the kids at the moment. If you read the frequently asked page questions on the Common Core Standards website, don't bother looking for the words like or exploration, intrinsic motivation, developmentally appropriate, or democracy. Instead, the very first sentence contains the phrase success in the global economy. Main emphasis is preparing students for a global economy. I'm going faster now. You can read it after. Dr. Dietrich Jones this morning saying her PTA is global organization. Okay, kind of climbs in here. Harvard promotes wide world Common Core standards teaching for understanding framework. It is amazing to read what is up at the Harvard's website. They go in with one set of values and they come out with another anti-American set of values. An example of how wide world support educators as they align their curriculums with Common Core standards. We are pleased to share a unit study developed during our teaching of understanding. The Wide World Online Professional Standard, page 249. Professional development, helping educators build their students' deep understanding, rigorous content, and all of that, collaborative effort. You want me to move along. What I'm getting in here, that letter from a teacher in Bosnia-Herzegovina, Common Core is in their country as well. Thanks to Charlotte Isabet, the author of Deliberately Dumbing Down of America, for the following letter. My name is Bojan Garachovic, and I am a primary school teacher. We are now having almost all the things, reforms, innovations, and restructuring that you have warned us about. The government now shifted into the higher gear in the process of restructuring our once fine education system into workforce training. They don't even hide it from us. It is almost exactly as you have been telling us for years. Common Core is part of Agenda 21, mass-producing green global serfs. A new reform of education, Newman writes that one of the key agendas behind the deeply controversial Common Core is the top world leaders revealed the clandestine plan to transform American children and students around the world into what globalists refer to as the global citizen, ready for coming green and sustainability, a new world order. Of course, these plans of a top-down plan and regimented society will be completely at odds with the U.S. Constitution, national sovereignty, individual liberty, God-given rights, Judeo-Christian values, and Western traditions. A major component of the scheme is so-called sustainability and a radical UN program known as Agenda 21, encompassing virtually every fact of life, how man interacts with the environment. To prepare humanity for this vision, however, will require a new form of education. And this is the Sustainability Future on that page 251. And the Georgia Guidance Stones, before the term sustainability was in vogue, the late U.S. Deputy Secretary General Robert Mueller, the architect of UNESCO's World Core Curriculum, offered some insight into the purpose of the UN-led globalized pseudo-education. The goals were: 1, groupthink, part of the greater whole collectivism. 2, traditional education out. 3, in its place, impose the World Core Curriculum on humanity, a standardized Common Core education on all nations. 4, teach Green World Order. What will it consist of? Now we come into our education director, Arnie Duncan. He laid out the plan in a speech given at a sustainability summit in 2010. Teach the UN sustainability agenda through Common Core. Teach green citizens and prepare them to contribute to the workforce through green jobs. Centrally planned, UN-directed green economy and the green world order will determine what jobs citizens will have, and central planners will train them accordingly. That's why the data. That's why they want the data. They want to see what you have and what they're going to train these people for. This was tried by Obama's green czar, Van Jones, but after his own words exposed him as a communist, his plans did not go well. Duncan states that other U.S. agencies and departments have made important contributions linking education and sustainability. Much of the green sustainability indoctrination will be funded with stimulus money. At the global level, the World Bank, multiple UN agencies, big labor, big business, tax-funded, non-governmental organizations, and more are all involved in harmonizing global education as well. When Arnie Duncan presented a speech to UNESCO in 2010, the Obama administration's goal is to work closely with UNESCO to change the world through education. He stated, "Our goal from the coming year will be to work closely with global partners, including UNESCO, to promote qualitative improvements and system strengthening, and education is the most powerful weapon that you can use to change the world." That's a quote from Nelson Mandela. The world is looking for new ways to build peace and sustainable development and sustain the hope of a new humanism. And I think that was brought up earlier today when someone talked about humanism. I forget which one it was. Globalization will intensify. Arnie Duncan apologized that the U.S. had not done enough in the sustainability movement, but promised the efforts will be intensified. He quotes, "Today I promise you that we will be a committed partner in the national effort to build a more environmentally literate and responsible society. We at the Energy Education Department are energized about joining the UNESCO leaders in the commitment to preparing today's students to participate in the green economy and to be well educated in science and sustainability. Restructure human civilization. Centrally plan global society under the control of international institutions such as the UN. Human existence must dramatically change. UN documents explain that under the green economy banner, literally everything about human existence must drastically change. Lifestyles, opinions, education, health, consumption, production, agriculture, diet, law, taxation, industry, governance, and much more. Transitioning to a green economy requires a fundamental shift in the way we think and act, explains a 2012 UN report entitled Working Towards a Balanced and Inclusive Green Economy. A more recent UN report developed with help from Obama policy architect John Podesta noted that the worldview and behavior of every person on earth must be dramatically altered. What about American traditions, self-government, and Christianity? Newman writes, according to the UN documents, national sovereignty, individual liberty, free markets, inalienable rights, traditional values, self-government, biblical Christianity, and much more must all be pushed aside. Well, that certainly explains why our history books have been so altered with very little in them to support the idea that America is an exceptional nation, one to be proud of, and that we were built on a Judeo-Christian foundation. Preparations for green careers and green citizens. Arnie Duncan stated that he would build the science of sustainability into the curriculum, starting in kindergarten and extending until the students graduate from high school. The same sustainability education is happening across the globe. At the 2012 UN Conference, Students on Sustainable Development in Rio, chaired by an anti-American Chinese communist, every national government represented committed to do what Duncan described. They made the following pledge: the future we want. We therefore resolve to improve the capacity of our education system to prepare people to pursue sustainable development, including through enhanced teacher training, the development of curricula around sustainability, the development of training programs that prepare students for careers in fields related to sustainability. Of course, we in this pledge does not represent the people, but the legions of bureaucrats, dictators, presidents, and mass murderers at the UN Sustainability Summit, not the public. The higher the education, the greater threat to sustainability. U.S. website. UNESCO's website makes it abundantly clear why we see such a dumbing down of standards through Common Core, the global education plan for the world. Traditional and classical notions of education have no place in the sustainable green world. In fact, what they're training for is to be forced laborers. In order to, in a stunning admission in the UN Toolkit for Global Sustainability, they explain generally more educated people who have higher incomes consumes more resources than poorly educated people who tend to have lower incomes. In this case, more education increases the threats. Read the sentence again. The higher the education, let there be no doubt that the real purpose of Common Core and its deliberate dumbing down of the minds of our nation's children, this is the broader globalist vision of education, and it has burrowing its way into the U.S. schools for decades. Do we choose continued globalization, a green economy, and dumbing down of education, or a well-educated citizenry and liberty? With the ongoing globalization of education under UN and Obama administration guidance, Americans are at a crossroad. One alternative is putting a stop to it all now, withdrawing from Common Core, rejecting unconstitutional federal bribes and mandates, and restore proper education to promote a well-educated citizenry capable of critical thinking and maintaining liberty. The other option, as globalist voices have made clear, is a green economy and everything that radical vision entails. We must choose wisely. Mark Stein's book, After America, I saw the president getting on a plane one day, and he had that book in his hand. I thought, well, I got to read that. So Mark Stein immigrated from Canada because he wanted to get away from all the leftist things up there. And got to the end of his book, and he said, America is the last bastion of freedom in the world. If we continue on the way we're going, we will just be there will be no more freedom in the world. And he feels American is losing its freedom, and I do too. To continue to allow CC's pornography in Georgia schools is tantamount to child abuse. And it's a lot of it in the Georgia schools. If Kevin Jennings spouted his filth 50 years ago, he would be arrested as a sexual predator. And now they're thinking of putting his pornography information on the Common Core test. If Georgia is clinging to the money with CC, it would be much more down the road. Money can buy you anything but happiness and get you anywhere from heaven. John Adams did not postulate what would happen when our society studied painting, poetry, and music, but we now know what happens to freedom when we forget its price. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. Heaven knows how to put a proper price upon its goods, and it would be strange indeed if so celestial an article as freedom should not be highly rated. I fear that we have returned to the beginnings where we must study politics and war to set our nation back on the course of liberty. Whether the nation will survive intact is not a consideration. The only consideration is that our children must be free at any cost to us. The voting booth is now exposed as the only source of normalcy bias. Our politicians have been exposed as vain and aspiring men, as Sam Adams warned. If ever a time should come when vain and aspiring men shall possess the highest seats in government, our country will stand in need of its experienced patriots to prevent its ruin. And he also gave us a pathway to rekindle the spark of freedom. It does not take a majority to prevail, but rather an irate, tireless minority, keen on setting brush fires of freedom in the minds of men. I will never look in the eyes of my children and feel shame for not fighting. Who else will set brush fires of freedom in the minds of men against these domestic enemies? Period.
Okay. You finished?
Yes.
Good, thank you.
You're welcome. I skipped quite a bit, but the
Any
bottom line-
questions for Ms. Kitchen? I think she answered them all. Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome.
People that want to make public comment, again, please register. We've got a little registration pad. We're going to take a 30-minute protein break and
Not surprised.
and be back in at 8:20. I'm sorry, we're running way behind, so.
I want to thank the committee for letting me come up here, and also Gwinnett. You have an awesome job to do.
If you'll use the microphone, everybody can hear it, please.
I want to thank you, the committee, again for the awesome job you have ahead of you and what you've done so far. Your openness and consent to let everybody speak their piece is American freedom.
Well, thank you.
Yes, and I wish you well in your conclusion.
Okay, we'll be back at 8:20.
Thank you. I'm going home and take care of my German Shepherd.
Okay.
He's hungry. Thank you very much.
Take some time here to talk about the Common Core, and there are a lot of different things we can talk about, but specifically I want to concentrate on the way the Common Core can stifle school choice, innovation, and particularly the kind of innovation that's making a real comeback in this country, which is goes under the title of classical education, or you might say traditional education. And it's ironic and maybe even intentional that at the very moment when different schools around the country, particularly schools of choice, are proving that the traditional methods of studying, of reading, of teaching, whether it be mathematics or literature or grammar, that when these are proving in many different states what can be a great education, the Common Core comes out, which is hostile to this form of education and in fact stifles it. And I want to go into some detail to explain that, particularly concentrating on the literature standards. Now, first of all, I would just ask rhetorically, and I don't want to put you on the spot here, but I would ask whether you've actually read the standards. And I ask that question a lot in front of audiences and different people, sometimes career educators. And when I ask it, people tend to laugh because most people have tried to read the standards. They've gotten a little ways into them. They found them frustrating, to be very opaque, to be written in a jargon-filled language, and then they think, well, I'm not a career educator. How am I supposed to understand these things? And I guess you could say that the joke's on us, because in fact these are jargon-ridden standards that don't help us towards achieving an education or even describing an education. And in fact, I think that's the very obscurity that have kept us from actually having a meaningful discussion about what the standards are. And I'll just take one example of an actual standard, and this is one that was lifted straight from the Common Core. It's now in the Georgia standards. This is at almost every grade level, but I'm taking it from the 9th grade English standards. And this is standard, let's see, ELA, which means English Language Arts, CC, which means Common Core, 9 to 10, which means 9th grade reading band, and it's standard 10. And it reads this way. By the end of grade 9, read and comprehend literary nonfiction in the grades 9 through 10 text complexity band proficiently, with scaffolding is needed at the high end of the range. Wow, that sounds pretty fancy. Until you actually look at the words and try to unpack what this means. For example, what is scaffolding? This sounds like a pretty fancy word, and we probably never heard it before. In fact, scaffolding is just one of the latest buzzwords in education. It refers to the metaphor of a scaffold where you erect a house, and of course you are a building of any kind, and you have scaffolding along the side, and once the house is built, you take away the scaffolding. So what did we used to call scaffolding before we had that word in education? Well, we called it teaching. But you throw that in there, and it makes the standard look like it's something pretty fancy. When you go on and you actually look at what this standard is saying, it's basically saying, by the end of grade 9, students should be able to read and comprehend nonfiction. In the 9th or 10th grade, they ought to read it proficiently, and sometimes they're going to need some extra teaching. Is this truly a standard? Do we have to get exercise about this and have this to be a standard that's imposed on the state? This should be at the level of common sense. And that's the way that a lot of these standards are written. When you actually examine them, they're innocuous, or in some cases they actually dictate things that you can't know that they're dictating, but that's because you haven't yet, or just people in general haven't broken the code. One of the words in the code in this is this whole business about text complexity band. You have to read texts that are in the text complexity band that are at the high end of the range. What is that? Well, what it actually refers to is a computer model of rating literary texts, or any sort of texts, that is called the Lexile Framework. And maybe you've heard about it. If you go to the Georgia Standards website, there's actually a link to the Lexile Framework. The Lexile Framework supposedly gives you this rating system so you can look at different texts, that is, readings of any kind, and you can rate them according to how difficult they are. And one of the great principles, or one of the leading principles behind the Common Core, is that we want our kids reading really complex texts, right? Because that's going to be the kind of text that will prepare them for a 21st century global economy, which is what the standards are constantly driving towards. Here's the problem with the Lexile Framework. Under the guise of science, it allows people to choose texts that have a higher rating than others, and it is wildly inaccurate. So, take the text, if you want to call it that, The Grapes of Wrath. Great book, thick book, 585 pages, and it's in the edition that I have. What level would you say that book is ready for, is suited for it? What grade level would you have reading it? Well, according to the Lexile Framework, it's rated at a 2nd to 3rd grade level. Now, I would urge you to try that sometime. Hand The Grapes of Wrath to a 2nd grader and say, here, have at it. It's not going to happen. But that is actually a deliberate, I don't know if it's deliberate or simply incompetent, but that is what the Lexile Framework gives you. Why? Because it underrates literature. Great literature is often written in simple language. If you think of some of the great literary works, or even a work like the Bible, which is not written in very complex language, nonetheless it can have much deeper meaning because it uses ordinary words. What then become the texts that get elevated to this very high level? The so-called non-fiction texts or informational texts that are encouraged by the Common Core. And so the real story behind the Common Core literature is the fact that it's taking literature out of the curriculum. And if you look at even just the opening pages of the Common Core English Standards, you will see that they have a diagram whereby by the time that a student gets to his upper years in high school, they want 70% of the things that the students read to be so-called informational texts, that is, not literary texts, and only 30% be literary texts. And that's in the English class. It would be one thing if this were applied to standards across the board. But in fact, what's going on with the Common Core is you have an intrusion of different forms of text that didn't used to be considered literature going into what used to be a traditional English class. Okay, so why should we care about that? Well, that's important because a philosopher as great as Plato said a long time ago that whoever controls the stories controls the script, the way the nation understands itself. And whoever controls those stories then gets to essentially dictate what we're supposed to think. And so for a variety of different things, all of them having to do with educational progressivism, there is this demand all of a sudden, this crushing urge to put in less and less literary text inside of an English curriculum and more so-called informational texts. Okay, so where's the harm there? Well, number one, we're graduating students, and I know this because I've been a professor at 2 different colleges and have taught college freshmen for a total of 8 or 10 years, and depending at which level you're talking about. And I will tell you that we are graduating students from our high schools who cannot have an intelligent conversation about a single work of literature. Some of the great works of literature that we think the students have in their hands, such as To Kill a Mockingbird or The Scarlet Letter, that we know that they read and that we know that are prescribed to them, they cannot really have a conversation about the characters or about what's going on in the book for a variety of different reasons. But one of them is the fact that the way that the literature is taught is stultifying. And it's all based on this pseudoscientific idea of how we're supposed to analyze plot structures and main characters and all the rest of it, and it's boring and it's dead. And that is another thing that is continued. It's not invented by, but it is continued by the Common Core English Standards. And if you look at the standards, and I have the Georgia standards right in front of me, it does the same sort of thing. Compare and contrast, main characters, plot summary, so on and so forth. This is not the way that intelligent people read a literary text. So what does that mean? It means that the Common Core is, number one, dictating what kind of curriculum we can actually have by the inclusion of less literary text and more informational text. On top of that, it's also telling us how to read those literary texts. So it is dictating curriculum and it is dictating teaching methods, and is doing so in such a way that is actually unfriendly to great literature and is unfriendly to the classics. So, for example, when you also look at the state standards, I'm looking here at a 9th grade curriculum map that comes straight off the state website. We're told that in the first 9 weeks they're supposed to concentrate on literary texts. But in the second 9 weeks, their focus is supposed to be on informational texts. Why? The curriculum that I have for the 9th grade that our students are going to go into next year, they spend the entire first semester on the literary works of Greece. Take a look at the Iliad. That is a long book. It takes almost a semester to read that book. And so if you read the Iliad and then you read a couple of Greek plays on top of that, you don't have time for any informational texts. If you want to read some Plutarch and some Thucydides as an example of an original source of history, great, do that in history class. Why are they forcing these informational texts into our literature classes? What it does is, in effect, is it breaks up great literary works into small snippets of literature that are supposed to be consumed, forgotten, and never make a lasting impression on the mind. Whether it's just the superficiality of our age or of education these days, or whether there's a greater plot behind it, I won't go into at this point. But what I know is it makes for superficial people, because anybody who actually takes a story seriously wants to get to the end of that story. Reading just the second chapter of Tom Sawyer is not enough. we have to see what happens to Tom Sawyer over the course of the story. If we get a little snippet, we become superficial people, not only understanding the story itself, but in understanding human nature. That's a problem. Now, in addition to that, I would say that there are some other sneaky things that are going on, perhaps sneakier, just untoward, that are going on with the Common Core. And again, it goes back to this idea of informational texts. When you put these so-called informational texts, which sometimes are historical and sometimes are just silly, into an English class, it not only makes the English class silly, but it also tries to turn English teachers into something that they're not, which is people who can teach what normally would be reserved to a history class. And if you do that, then it puts the literature teachers in a defensive position where they can't actually teach more things that ought to be taught properly, such as the Declaration of Independence. So why am I worried about the Declaration of Independence? Well, in one of these different manuals that goes along with teaching the Common Core that schools are being inundated by all the time, I'm sitting here, this is one that was sent to my school called Reading and Analyzing Nonfiction. Notice the emphasis on the nonfiction. Slant, Spin, and Bias. So this is a guide to how you're supposed to teach text in the Common Core. And they have a selection here from the Declaration of Independence. Great, so far so good. We actually see that in Appendix B of the Common Core. But then what did they do with this text? Beside the lines, we hold that these truths are self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. We have this in the margin of the teacher's edition. The, quote, self-evident truth is a basic logical fallacy. The writer making such a claim either cannot conceive of someone's holding a different view or completely abdicates any responsibility to support the claim. There is no room in the discussion for disagreement. Well, the author in this case is Thomas Jefferson, and the foundational argument that's being made there is what the country is based on. But notice how in this subtle teacher's guide to teaching the Common Core, the Declaration, and in fact its leading statement, the principle on which the country is based, becomes a logical fallacy. And if you actually go into the literature textbooks, as I have done, that Prentice Hall publishes that are Common Core friendly, you will find a combination of two things: great literary texts that are being chopped up into little bits, and the intrusion of different kinds of so-called informational text, which are either, I would say, stupid and irrelevant, such as a government form, which teaches you the importance of knowing how to fill out government forms. Or, on the other hand, in the treatment of World War II, in which there is an entire section devoted to it, only one text at all, which is a lengthy history of World War II, taught only from the perspective of dropping the bomb on Hiroshima. Of course, nothing about the European War, nothing about Hitler, nothing about Nazism, just a story, I guess, about how Americans are bad, with a lot of marginalia describing how the teacher is supposed to teach this text so as to show America's culpability in the war in dropping the bomb. So that's your slant and bias, and yet all of this is done under the auspices of saying we're going to take slant and bias out of these other literary nonfiction texts, such as the bias that we find in the Declaration of Independence. So there's a bait and switch going on here. And in fact, there are lessons that are being programmed by books like this. Now, what usually happens, and I've talked to folks at district levels, I've talked to folks at the state level, I've talked to lots of different legislators across the country, many of whom are really concerned about what's going on here, and many of them who are spending a lot of time, as y'all are tonight, extra time trying to figure this thing out. And what they hear a lot, and sometimes this comes from school superintendents, is they hear, well, the standards, they're just standards, and they're pretty good standards, and they're not perfect, but schools still have local control, and don't worry too much because our superintendent is no way going to adopt this Prentice Hall literature textbook. Well, first of all, that defies logic because Prentice Hall is in a billion-dollar publishing industry, and they do not make investments in something that they do not think is going to sell. And as one of your previous speakers said with relation to math, having a uniformity of text is something that not only textbook companies but districts find extremely beneficial and easy. If you can just hand your teachers a classroom in a box, that's an easy thing to do because they stop saying, what are we supposed to do about implementing the Common Core? And then on top of that, there's this basic reality which anybody involved in public education these days knows, and that is whoever controls the standards controls the tests, and whoever controls the tests controls the classes. The Common Core is being loaded into the schools through different things, and here in Georgia, I know it at the ground level. It's an important part of the TEKS and the LEAKS, the TEKS being the teacher keys, in other words, the educational assessments of every teacher in the state. It's a part of the SLOs that make it into classes that aren't even a part of the milestone assessments. The Common Core is being loaded into the system. And teachers are being evaluated not just on standardized tests, but on their basic evaluations that come from their principals on whether they are giving Common Core lessons. Because in all of these trainings that all of these administrators are having to go to, when they're shown how to upload a lesson into the system, the lessons that they're using are, of course, Common Core. And all of the standards are written in Common Core. So what looks like a kind of opaque set of standards that people who are not in education don't necessarily know how to read is actually a carefully coded message that says this is the kind of thing that we want in the class, and it's not the kind of thing that used to be in the classes. Nobody, in other words, is standing up for Shakespeare. Nobody is standing up for Mark Twain. Nobody is standing up for Moby Dick. And what I would say to you, and I think this is actually important, is that a nation that forgets its stories, a nation that it forgets essentially what gave it life in terms of its self-understanding, is a nation that's actually giving up its soul and giving up its ideas of who it is as a people. And those are the great stories, those are the great discussions that should be happening in literature classes, rather than this sort of deadly, soul-destroying test prep that is really what the literature classrooms, alas, are turning into. I'm happy to take any kind of questions on specifics or generalities either way.
Okay, Dr. Moore, do you remember where you were on January the 13th of this year?
January the 13th. Was I in Gainesville?
You were.
Okay.
I heard you speak.
All right, great.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay.
I'll be very brief. Have you looked at the text complexity rubrics? Because whenever we discuss text complexity, we can't just look at the Lexile. Like, I agree with you.
Right.
Because I don't agree with all of the Lexile scores, because they don't pay attention to things like the symbolism or the allegory or whatever element, the kids really need to take into account. But we also do have those text complexity rubrics, and you can find those on the Georgia Department site as well if you haven't looked at those for the different grade bands. And also the 70-30 split, which has been a point of contention between informational text and literary text. I've been teaching English for 11 years now, and I'm passionate about it in my classroom. We study Hamlet, we read it, we do Romeo and Juliet, which is not my favorite, but I mock my way through it. To Kill a Mockingbird, all of these classics are still there. And because it's been my understanding, because I had a meltdown when I first heard the 70-30 split, that 70-30 split of informational versus literary is to be shared among all the kids' classes. And even if you look at the standards website where it discusses it, it basically breaks it down, and it says they demand a significant amount of reading and informational text take place in and outside the ELA classroom. And then it talks about the other must take place in other classes. So it's not just the fact that the informational texts are being taught in I don't feel as though my literature has been stripped from me, because that's what I'm passionate about. To be honest, my passion and what I deliver is going to be fiction, because I love it. That's what got me into an English degree in the first place. And so when I thought that was going to be taken away, I had grave concerns. But then over time, again, as we looked into it more, that fear has subsided. And I still do some informational text because I feel as they're important, especially to some of my seniors who do not plan to go on to college. So I look at things with them like resumes, things that I feel can be, valuable to them when they graduate. But I don't feel that our literature has been stripped, and I don't feel that my class is a mindless testing machine robot creation.
All right, and here's what I would say to that. First of all, I would commend you. Because you're taking a stand, and I guess you know that you're taking a stand. But in the charter school that I run, we're not going to all of a sudden import all these informational texts and what has been a curriculum that's worked in every school that I've ever tested it in. And that's where you have to rely on your own students' careful reading and intelligence and understanding of a literary text to carry over into the other texts in which they're going to be tested on, I guarantee you. But realize that that takes a strong, courageous, and principled stand, which is essentially defying what the system is calling for. Because in order to get the Common Core through, of course they couldn't say, we're going to take away your great stories. But if you look in the literature textbooks, and you actually do a comparison, a percentage comparison, you see that even in the literature textbooks, there's all this infiltration of things that are non-literary. And there are extreme and even silly cases of it. So for example, in the British literature textbook that's also put out by Prentice Hall, they have 13 or 14 pages dedicated supposedly to Frankenstein, on which not a single page has anything about Frankenstein on it. And yet they have this extremely silly Saturday Night Live skit that's a parody of Frankenstein. So sure, you can decide, I'm going to go ahead and teach Frankenstein. But the pressure that's being put on teachers by the system itself, by the textbook companies, by the districts that are buying the textbooks, by the principals who are looking at the standards, who are also looking at the tests to try to game the system so that they can figure out what their teachers are going to be teaching, not to mention the many, frankly, naive students who are coming out of college and who are just, if they're handed a curriculum, they're going to teach it. The pressure on the system is to erode the English classes of great literature. And on top of that, where you would study, I don't even know why we're using the phrase informational text. Why don't we just call it primary sources in history? That would make perfect sense. And sure, you would read Lincoln's Second Inaugural because it's a great literary work, and you could look at the literary aspects of it in a literature class, and I'm sure that's what you do. But that's not the language that's describing what we're doing. Under the guise of informational text, you can sneak in anything. And what's going on in the history standards, which in Georgia, you have your own history standards, and they're actually pretty decent. But once you get the Common Core in with math and English, then there's going to be this enormous pressure to make sure that you also convert to the Common Core history standards. And when you look at those things, they're abominable because there's not even really a pretense that they're history. Not to mention the fact that history is having to teach all these other kinds of texts that have little to do with what we would consider the classic primary sources. So I commend you, but there is a bait and switch going on here, and it's fairly obvious if you're reading the tea leaves.
Well, I don't feel bound necessarily by the textbook. We have textbooks, and I primarily use them for short stories when I'm teaching a short story. But we use there is a lot of teacher choice in the development of our curriculum. And I really appreciate that. I mean, that is what has helped me to continue, I think, to innovate in my classroom and to do things a little bit differently to try to make an impact on students. And so I don't think that was necessarily what I was saying, but I guess I don't think I felt this pressure, and I don't, well, our assessments are so ambiguous right now, I guess. We're not exactly sure where they're going with milestones and what's on the milestones. But I still believe that literary will be there in the analysis of it.
Okay.
You see a glass that's half empty.
Any other questions?
One quick one. I know the hour's late, and I appreciate you staying late. Maybe to sum up, maybe I'll rephrase what you're saying in my words as your discussion with Ms. Welsh here is the great teachers are going to continue to do good things in the classroom, but what the rest of the teachers who maybe aren't great teachers, no offense, but I'm just saying, who aren't teachers who go the extra mile to fight for what they believe in, are going to be forced into something less than desirable. Is that more or less what you're?
And here's my anecdotal evidence, and this particular evidence doesn't come from the state of Georgia, though I have done some talks down here and talked to some teachers from Georgia. But when the transition to the Common Core first came in 2011, I was touring the schools up in Indiana where I was living there, and I was going to the suburban schools that I were told were the best schools in Fort Wayne. And I was going through and I was asking specific questions of the English teachers to see what they thought. And they just sort of said, yeah, you know, things are changing around here. We're having to read a lot more nonfiction than we used to. And that was it. And I would ask, I would say, well, what nonfiction? And they would take me to their textbook, and they would open it up, and they would show me these things, which were either almost completely irrelevant, or they actually had some kind of spin in them, such as a semi-recent newspaper article. And this is, I've gotten letters and had testimony from teachers around the nation that this is what is going on. There are great teachers who are hanging on to the old classics. But when I've talked to teachers who retired back in the 70s and they tell me what their classrooms used to look like compared to what most classrooms look like nowadays, you can't even believe the changes that have taken place in our lifetime. So the idea that we set up the Common Core, which is actually explicitly, you can tell in the actual plans that they've set aside in their curriculum maps, is trying to take literary text away. To think that we can just rely on kind of the old guard to hold on to the classics is, I would say, extremely naive.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Moore, for being with us.
You bet.
Okay, Dr. Shanika M. Williams, Associate Professor, UGA College of Education. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you, committee, for having me this evening. Not a problem to wait. I can understand how these things happen. I am a professor of education policy at the University of Georgia, and my work basically looks at issues of education policy more so at the 30,000-foot level, meaning I look at the intersection of policy and politics, and how that might affect implementation at the local level. So my presentation, or my testimony rather, is more so at a broader level. And some of what I will say you all have heard earlier this evening. But I want to start by talking about the origins of Common Core in Georgia. Of course, there's a lot of rhetoric right now about Common Core in the state and whether we should keep it, whether we should do away with it. But Common Core, standards rather, are not new. This is not a new phenomenon or a new policy issue, if you will. Perhaps maybe the way we adopted the policy might be new and might not be tasteful to many, but standards are not new. So many reforms have come and gone since the U.S. was declared a nation at risk back in 1983. And from that, of course, again, different standards were adopted, and Georgia, as did 40-plus other states, did the same in 2010 with the Common Core of Standards. So I'll talk a little bit, I don't know why my slides are. Oh, wait, maybe it's not on. Okay. So I'll talk a little bit about what the Common Core is and is not. And as Dr. Spangler said earlier, what the Common Core is, it is a national set of goals for student learning. And I think oftentimes in the rhetoric there is often a misunderstanding between what are standards and what is a curriculum, right? Standards are set for what we think students should know. Schools and classrooms, teachers in classrooms have a right to determine how they want students to reach those standards or reach those goals, if you will. And of course, we know that the Common Core is a result of a collaboration between the National Governors Association Center for Best Practices and the Council of Chief State School Officers. I think for some people in the general public, they misunderstand and sometimes want to equate this with the current presidential administration. And I understand that there are some indirect links there, but that, of course, is not where it comes from, and that also gets misconstrued in some of the messages. So again, when I say what Common Core is and is not, as I've just stated, it's not a national curriculum, and it's not a mandate proposed by the current administration. But I want to talk a little bit about what the research says and what Common Core might mean for Georgia schools and students. So what does the research say? Well, currently, the research suggests that students of color and students living in poverty are performing 2 to 3 grade levels higher than they were in the 90s. And some scholars would argue that Common Core might provide a set of standards where this trend might continue to increase, thus closing or narrowing the achievement gap between advantaged and disadvantaged students in our schools. We also understand that from the research, performance for students at the middle and top performance levels have remained steady, and that is a problem, though. Just as students of color and those who are disadvantaged might be plateauing in their achievement gains, we also don't want those at the middle and at the top to plateau either. And again, some scholars would argue that having Common Core, a national set of standards, might be a way to see further achievement of all groups of students. Now, I will argue that, you can almost find research to back any claim that you have. But I would also just share with you that currently, no research says that standards make or break an education system. So there's no data to support that, but there is data to support that if students within one country or one nation all are learning from the same set of standards, it decreases the variation from one state to another. And as Dr. Spangler mentioned earlier, that has the potential to help teachers who are moving across state lines, that has the potential to help students who are also moving across state lines. So given all of this, what does this mean for Georgia, right? So in some ways, the Common Core has the potential to place students in Georgia on a more level playing field with students in states where there are more dollars spent on education, and I'll use Massachusetts, for example. And also, the Common Core has the potential to increase global competitiveness among our nation's students. But here's one nugget I would like to share and leave with you. I think in the argument versus whether or not to adopt or continue with the standards, I think the conversation needs to move from that to the implementation of the standards, okay? We're existing in a state here where we have this urban center, if you will, in the Atlanta metropolitan area, and the rest of the state is basically rural. So I think the resources should be spent at looking at, okay, perhaps these standards might provide us, all students, on a more level playing field nationally, but also in this state, can we further equalize or provide a more equitable educational opportunity for students in Georgia? And what does that mean later on for Georgia's economy and how we see this played out years from now? So that is the argument that I would leave you with. Policy scholars would argue that any policy tends to go awry at the implementation phase. So given that, I think let's move the conversation and the energies to having these standards, but also making sure they're implemented the same in South Georgia as they might be in Gwinnett County, because I think that is where the benefit might serve Georgia's students. And that's what I have to share with you. I have some references here if you'd like to read more. But I'd also like to share again that this is what I tend to look at from the 30,000-foot level in a class that I teach with doctoral students as we look at standards. And I always also would just encourage us to think past what the adults might think we want, right? Everybody jockeys for a position. We see it locally with what happens on school boards, right? There's a jockeying of political position versus thinking about what are the long-term implications for students in this state. So that's all I have.
Okay. Any questions? Okay. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Jeremy Peacock. He's the Georgia Science Teachers Association, moving Georgia standards forward for STEM education.
Okay, I'll have to apologize for my voice. I got a little cold going here. Just make sure that's working. Okay, I appreciate everybody's time, the committee and the audience, and you know, it's been a long day, and y'all spent a lot of time throughout the whole process, and I appreciate y'all doing that. Let me tell you about myself first. I'm a public school graduate from Macon, Georgia. I went to the University of Georgia for a few degrees and worked as a professional environmental scientist, and then I moved into the high school classroom, taught high school biology for 8 years, and finished up my graduate degree, a doctorate in science education, and now I'm working at in the Northeast Georgia RESA, which is a regional support agency, and work with middle and high school science teachers in 13 districts around Northeast Georgia. I'm the president-elect of the Georgia Science Teachers Association and also involved in the national organization. And so I want to share with you the perspective from our membership and our board of directors. Our organization, our mission is to support excellent science education for all students in Georgia, and we try to do that by helping teachers connect with one another for collaboration, by helping to share information with them, professional information, and also by speaking up on their behalf like we're trying to do today. We have about 1,100 members in our organization, and they range from K-12 teachers to college educators and to also informal science educators, and they're spread around the state. Obviously, majority of the members are in the metro Atlanta area, but also members all around the state. I thought I was going to be bringing up a subject that was kind of brand new to the group, but Ms. Kitching mentioned it just briefly, and it ties back kind of to the history of this committee. You know, obviously a big focus. The goal of the committee was pretty broad, but a big focus has been on the Common Core standards, and those are exclusively math and ELA standards. There are no Common Core standards for social studies, and there are no Common Core standards for science. But you know, science has certainly been pulled into this in little bits back in the original legislation that I think, you know, it indirectly led to this group. Science was brought up. Science was brought up earlier by Ms. Kitching, and so we want to make sure that the voice of our science teachers is heard, and that we provide our perspective on the conversation. I don't need to convince anyone, I don't think, about the importance of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, and the importance of that for our economy in Georgia and the importance in education. But I'll provide a couple facts here. The photos there on the right come from the Georgia Department of Economic Development's website, and those are what they identify as 17 key industries in Georgia. 11 of those, things like the energy and environment industry or the IT industry, are directly STEM fields, and every one of those, even if they're not a STEM field exclusively, they certainly involve things. Like, for example, one of those is you know, movie production. So that's, you know, we consider that more of an art field in some ways, but lots of science and engineering and technology, obviously, that goes into that industry. And STEM fields as job fields are growing faster than others, as the statistic there indicates. And we also know, and I'm sure many of the committee members have had similar conversations, that when you talk to people who are hiring in IT and technology and engineering, that they have trouble finding people, particularly Georgia graduates, to fill positions at their companies. And you know, one way that we can help to address that is by improving science and technology and engineering and math education here in the state, so that our graduates are prepared to move into those positions. A previous speaker who spoke before the committee, Dr. Andrews, who's a deputy superintendent at DOE, indicated that one of the goals for the DOE is to lead the way in STEM fields, so lead the way in STEM education. And we have a really good team at the DOE in science and a specific office in STEM and mathematics as well. And what that means to us at Georgia Science Teachers Association is that we've got to prepare all students. If we talk about STEM careers, it's not just the engineer, it's not just the lead scientist, it's the support staff also, the technicians, and there are professional opportunities at multiple levels, and we want to help our students fulfill those different opportunities. And that's a view that is shared by business leaders in Georgia, by military officials in Georgia, by college faculty in Georgia, and our organization certainly supports that view also. So there are a lot of things that have been interesting discussion points earlier today that I'd like to echo, and a couple of those are Mr. Johnson, who's had to leave us now, but saying like, wouldn't it be great if we could get all our stakeholders together and have a positive and productive conversation about what we can all do together to help and improve education? And I really want to echo that. And the other sentiment is related to that is there was a question earlier about one of the professors who was here, and how much does the DOE reach out to you, and how much collaboration is there, and don't we have I think the spirit of the question was, don't we have the expertise in Georgia to kind of fix our problems? And we have incredible expertise in Georgia, and I agree that there should be even more collaboration, between the Department of Education, between the, higher ed faculty, between K-12, between parents and everyone. But at the same time, we've got to draw on information that comes from beyond Georgia. We don't have all the expertise here, although we certainly do have, some great resources. In this case, I mentioned that here because I'm going to point to a couple of national reports from the National Research Council that lay out criteria, characteristics of excellent STEM curriculum. Now, this is not these weren't targeted specifically at standards, but standards can certainly be a foundation for a curriculum. So they should be rigorous. They should hold students to high standards. They should be articulated K through 12, and so and we had some discussion of that, Dr. Spangler, with the math standards about, we don't just teach the same thing over and over and over, that we look very carefully at where we're going to introduce concepts. We look at how students progress through understanding those concepts and make sure that we support them along the way. That they focus on core concepts in each discipline, so STEM doesn't become some new thing that isn't science and it isn't math. It draws on core science and math concepts and technology and engineering and bridges those. That science is equally important. Obviously, that would be something that's important to a science teachers organization. And that the last thing there, that although we're drawing on core concepts from these separate areas, that the areas are integrated. So those are the National Research Council, which is a nonprofit advisory council at the national level for science policy and science education policy. Those are things they've identified from research that define quality STEM curricula. Based on that, our organization, we've adopted a position statement, and that's largely what I'm speaking from today, and I emailed that. I neglected to provide it in print here, but I emailed it to Ms. Gilliam, and she is going to pass that on to the committee, so you'll have that for your review and part of your documentation. But basically, we're looking at, what should this look like in Georgia? If we look at where we want to be in STEM education, are we there? And if not, how do we get there? And our answer is different than the answer in the math and ELA as far as the Common Core. There's several comments here that, it's 80% the same, GPS versus Common Core. Maybe there's not such a huge preference between those two. For us, it's different. We feel like our current standards, the GPS Georgia Performance Standards, they certainly were a huge upgrade from our previous QCC, Quality Core Curriculum. But we feel like at this point, science is constantly changing, and also our understanding of how students learn in science is constantly changing. And so we really feel like those standards have become outdated. It's not just they're okay, and maybe something else will be okay. Like, we really feel like it's time to update and to move on and to revise those. And so, we laid out, and these echo the previous slide, things that we want to see in our science standards for our particular state. We want them to be rigorous, but we also want them to support student learning, for students from all backgrounds. We want them, I don't think we get any disagreement on the second point, that we want them to help prepare our students to be nationally competitive, globally competitive. Our students are not competing against only one another. Companies that are hiring in Georgia are hiring from all over the country or all over the world. We do want those standards to be, while we want them to take advantage of knowledge that's developed in Georgia, knowledge that's developed outside of Georgia. We also want them to take into account Georgia's stakeholders. I think that as we basically what I'm getting to here is to recommend that we look at our science standards, look at revising and updating them. And as we do that, we can learn a lot of lessons, as have been discussed today, from adoption and implementation of the Common Core standards in Georgia. And so we want that to be an open and transparent process, and for Georgians to be involved in that. And we also want standards in different areas to support one another, for there to be real connections, among standards in those different areas. There are the process of updating science standards has begun in many places, and Ms. Kitching touched on the next generation science standards, and mention of those will be a bit controversial to some here. But let me give you some background on those and maybe draw some distinctions from the Common Core with those. I mentioned earlier, science is constantly changing, and so what students learn in science, while certainly some foundational things remain fairly constant, we need to update so that students are learning the most current science. And our understanding of how students best learn in science is also changing. And so back in 2012 was the publication date. Of course, the development was prior to that. The National Research Council published the document that's pictured at top, which is a framework for K-12 science education. 2 Georgians were on the committee that developed and published that document, and it summarized just those 2 things that I mentioned. What's the current science, and also what do we know about how students learn science? And the short takeaway message from that was that students don't learn most effectively when we focus a lot on discrete facts out of context. So they really learn when they're able to learn science facts, but also to be able to apply those, to be able to connect them to bigger ideas and to apply them in context. And there is this connection in the framework back to this idea of college and career readiness, looking at not only what if students are going to go on to be scientists and engineers, what do they need to know, but other students who may go into technical roles, or they may not be in STEM professions at all, but we need them to be to have an understanding of science that will support what decisions they need to make as a citizen. Just to touch back to a previous comment about the framework and the next generation science standards eliminated chemistry and this kind of thing. The framework would work in concert with other programs like AP, which you heard from Mr. Packer earlier on. So there's no looking at the whole picture, then we really can look at students at all levels and best preparing them for the options and avenues they want to take beyond high school. And the last thing there, that the framework and then the next generation science standards were developed based on that framework for K-12 science education. And they do an excellent job of those two things at the bottom, of specifically integrating with math and ELA standards. When they integrated, of course, they integrated to the Common Core standards as a model that is being adopted by many states. And they also bring in engineering specifically, which is something that's very new for science standards in our country. So, again, I want to talk about, so the framework that was published by the National Research Council, like I said, there were a couple of Georgians involved in that out of a total of 42 people on that. That's the wrong number. I'm jumping ahead of myself. And then from the framework, though, the states, and the states that are pictured in blue, the NGSS lead states, moved from the framework to actually writing the next generation science standards with absolutely no federal involvement, with absolutely no federal incentive to do that, and there remains no incentive to do that. And that's actually a really legitimate question going forward, is if we make changes in science standards and we need to provide professional learning and support, then that comes with funding, and there's not this this carrot out there of any federal grants in this case. And one of the themes I want to point out here is that Georgia was a lead state in this process, and our teachers were leaders in this process, and our teachers are leaders on a national level. There was a Georgia teacher on the writing team. That writing team was made up of 42 teachers. That's where my 42 came in. Georgia teachers were involved in the review and commenting on every single draft, and there were multiple drafts of the standards released. And back several years ago, when I was just in the classroom and not in this role, I remember sitting down at my school with my whole department, and we looked through the standards. We made comments. There were things we liked and things we didn't like, and we gave that feedback. And feedback from all those sessions were incorporated, and those drafts were updated. Our teachers now are, even while Georgia currently is not officially considering adoption or anything related to our science standards, our teachers are already serving as leaders in professional learning for teachers here and in other states. And I know that the Georgia Department of Education already has a process and a plan in place to move ahead with reviewing and revising, and that's a key thing that there's not a suggestion that we're going to take these external standards and adopt them outright. And there's not these, there's no question about this. Are they copyrighted? Is there this 15% rule? None of that exists here. And so there's no suggestion that we're going to take this document and just adopt it tomorrow and make it the standards in Georgia, but that we can review our own standards in light of the expertise inside of Georgia as well as the information outside of Georgia, and that we can move forward. And the Department of Education has along with the Board of Education, has a process in place to do that. And we certainly would like to see us move ahead with that process. This, I mentioned a couple times the importance of standards supporting one another, and I just want to point out some examples here. And this is based on the next generation science standards, as they exist right now, and then comparing those to the Common Core standards. And it focuses on, in science, what we call the practices. So what do students do with their knowledge? And in math, it's the same term, mathematical practices, and ELA, they use a different term, but same idea. And what's really important is to notice, obviously there are some things that are specific to math, and some that are specific to ELA, and some that are specific to science. But there's an incredible amount of overlap. And one that really stands out prominently is this idea in the middle there of arguing from evidence, of looking at evidence. And that might be in literature, it might be looking at a quote from a literary piece. In mathematics, it might be looking at data, numerical data and patterns and things like that. And then science, it certainly involves looking at scientific data. But then in moving from that data to make claims and support those claims based on your content knowledge, based on what you've learned in science. But what's important here is that those skills, those practices translate across the areas, and we have a real opportunity with the current CCGPS in math and ELA, and then if we take the step to revise our science standards to be in line with this approach, then we have a real opportunity where what students are doing and learning in math and ELA and science all support one another. And so, you know, we can start moving away from the situation where if you're going to ELA, your English class, you're just talking a totally different language. And certainly there are things that are unique to that, and I'm not suggesting that those two things should be merged, but there are some commonalities that we can draw on where we can really support students thinking across different disciplines. So to bring this home and at least bring the scheduled part of the meeting to a conclusion here, these are based on what the comments I've made, these are things that the Georgia Science Teachers Association are recommending. Based on our conversations with our colleagues in math and in ELA, we support maintaining the rigor of the CCGPS. You know, I'm not an expert in either of those areas, and so I certainly defer to others who have suggested improvements or adjustments in those. But we certainly support that process, improving and adjusting those rather than stepping out and starting from scratch. We do clearly, you know, as I've laid out, we're stepping out on the limb a little bit here, but we support looking at our science standards. We feel like the GPS are outdated. We want to look at those and revise those in a way that aligns with the framework for K-12 science education and the approach of the next generation science standards. And again, that's reviewing and revising our own standards with Georgia expertise doing that, you know, collaboration of K-12 teachers and university faculty and Georgia citizens creating our standards, but being informed by the really good work that's been done so far. And then, you know, as many people throughout the day have said, standards are one part of the education picture. And regardless of what the standards are, we have to support teachers. We have to give them resources. We have to provide them time to collaborate. We have to provide professional learning. And if we don't do those things, then the standards won't matter much. And we have to also, which is not here, but just to pick up on a theme from today, we really need to carefully consider how we're using assessment along with any of these standards, because, you know, people have raised some really important concerns on that front. And you know, ultimately our goal is to prepare students to have a solid foundation in science and the related fields so that they can move on after high school and they can be successful in what they want to do in the college, in whatever career path they choose. And we know that STEM's an important part of our economy now, and we know that importance will grow over time. And I appreciate, again, everybody's time, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Any questions? Don't see any. Thank you. You did a good job. Thank you for hanging around. Hope you feel better.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, that ends our presentations. Now we'll open for public comment. If anybody that hadn't signed up would like to sign up, please let me know. Anybody? Okay, first person that signed up was Jane Wise. Yeah, I think you can move it. Yeah.
I know. I don't know that I want to touch it though. You know, so. But that's the way it goes, right?
We can give you another microphone.
No, that's fine. I'm just kidding there. Courtney gave you all a couple of things, and I have one other small thing I would like to give you also.
Just give them to her. She can hand them out.
I'm Jane Wise. I'm from Duluth, Georgia, and I am a retired educator. Whenever I was still working, I taught K through 8. I was qualified to teach K through 8. I've taught English language arts, math, and then self-contained classroom K almost through 5, and ESOL for the last 10 years of my teaching career. I've homeschooled. I have taught in private school, and I've taught in public school. I've served as a consultant. I've developed teacher mentoring programs. So I've spent 29 years in education, and I love teaching, which is why I stayed and I continue to do it for so long. If I could go back and address some information that you all got earlier, I would like to do that. It's just really short. It's about the FERPA, which is the gathering of information on children. I had the privilege of hearing Robert Scott from Texas a couple of years ago. I think it was 3 years ago now. And he was, like I said, the superintendent of education in Texas, and he received, you're asking what kind of information, other than important information where a child's learning is concerned. What kind of information would these questionnaires have on them? And he received from his preschooler, one of the questions was, it was something about your income, and another question was, do you have a gun in your house? Now, he said that he answered the gun question with no, because he has more than one gun in his house. So that was his answer. But these kinds of unnecessary information as far as the education of our children goes, that's what we're looking at. And the federal government came to the state of Texas and was requesting information, and he told them no, they could not have it. The Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, which is what FERPA is a federal law. And what they've done is they have gutted it. They have changed the definition. They've not changed the wording, but they have changed the definition of who can hear and have this information. So that just leaves sort of a wide open field for ill-gotten information, or whatever you might want to call it. But that leads me to think that in Georgia, we need to go to whatever extent we need to go to protect our children and to protect that information. Of course, anyone who is responsible for the education of the child needs to be able to collaborate and have information on the children. So I just wanted to pass that along. I would like to first start with you have an envelope in your hand, and that envelope contains a letter to you from Judy Kraft, who's unable to be here this evening. She and I went to the Gwinnett, this is your small piece of paper. We went to a textbook review in Gwinnett County, which, as a member of the GEMS committee in Gwinnett County, which looks at their AKS once a year, and I serve on that committee, and they asked me to invite people to come and look at the textbook. So all the things that you've heard, all the things that are in question, there is from K through 12, the series, there's at least 2 for each grade level, and you can look at some of the things that Common Core is going to be, that the children are going to be taught through Common Core. So that would give you a personal opportunity to check out some of this information. So on that little piece of paper that Courtney just gave you, that's the time that you can go to Gwinnett County Instructional Center and look over some of these books. They're going to be adopted, they say. They've already been aligned. They know that they're aligned. And some of them are from the College Board, which is the APUSH that we talked about earlier. So they are in the textbook business also. So you can go and look at these books. Then she mentioned some that are of great concern, and the perspectives that the students are going to be looking at, some literature and some in informational text in. Okay. I would like to go now to the little packet of information that you have. It's Why Students Need Strong Standards and Not Common Core by Zev Werman. He's a visiting scholar at the Hoover Institute. In between 2007 and 2009, he served as a senior policy advisor with the Office of Planning, Evaluation, and Policy Development at the U.S. Department of Education. I had the privilege of speaking with him at one time at a conference that I attended, and he is very concerned about the issue at hand in this report, which is algebra being taught in 8th grade or beginning it in high school. You have 10 points there. Try to keep that as brief as possible for you. So you have 10 points there that really summarize his paper. And you know what? I think I left my paper with 10 points on it. Oh, no, I didn't. Here it is. Okay. Number one, it's well documented that American students do not perform well when compared with international mathematics. And we know that part of that is because of the number and the demographics of the students that are compared. So we know that that's a fact. Number two, in the 1990s and 2000s, a major effort to improve our mathematics achievement was to move Algebra 1 from high school to grade 8, as high-achieving countries have been doing for years. In addition, number three, many feel that placing Algebra 1 as default math in grade 8, which means that most students would take it, would help disadvantaged students so they will be prepared to take higher level math in high school. And you can see the full report for that, for more information on that. And then number four, much data is available to show the progress and long-term benefits for grade 8 algebra. Number five, California implementation of grade 8 algebra, in which students were prepared for grade 8 algebra, showed unequivocally positive results. You can see the report has graphs with that. And then the presidential, number six, the Presidential National Mathematics Advisory Panel viewed 6 studies supporting grade 8 algebra. And then number seven, National Governors Association, the Council of Chief School Officers, and Achieve, which we know was involved in Common Core, in its report in 2008, which was called Benchmarking for Success, agreed that for U.S. schools to be benchmarked against top-performing countries, we should teach algebra in grade 8. Number 8, surprisingly, despite the known research data, in 2010, which was a little bit more than a year later, the Common Core math standards appeared with Algebra 1 being taught in high school, which was contrary to the information and to the research data. Number 9, Algebra 1 as an accelerated class may be offered by some districts, and it has been in the past, and taken by more affluent students whose families can afford the tutoring to assure success. But most minority and disadvantaged students will be hurt by the failure of Common Core standards to offer Algebra 1 in grade 8, which will leave them unable to take higher level math in high school and unable to compete. And then number 10, a cruel irony is that the Common Core standards were constructed to offer Algebra 1 in high school, which will handicap those very students that the standards are claiming to help. This needs to be given serious consideration, I think, in the decisions that you make. And you can see the address for the full report there at the bottom of that page. I have, as you can see, the graphs in there, and it's 9:30, so I don't know if you all want to look at that independently. We can do that. Would you like to do that? Or I can go. I mean, there's room for you to make notes on it, but how long can you stay awake? How long are you willing to persevere?
We can look at it later.
Okay, that's fine. I understand that. Sure, but if you look at the graphs, you can see it backs up the data. And of course, again, the full report is at the address that I've given you there on the page. Okay, I'd like to say something about teachers, because I think it's sort of like once a teacher, always a teacher, and you sort of get in that mode. And I was going to bring you all red pencils to write with to keep you awake, you know, kinesthetic learning, all this stuff, because we have different learning styles on the panel, I'm sure, right? But I didn't do that. And I asked my husband, could he get them here in 10 minutes? And he said, no, I don't think so. So that's okay. Teachers are good people, and you all know that. And we have, what, at least one on the panel? How many of you are teachers? 3 on the panel. Thank you. Okay, and they really try and do the right things for their students. I do believe that. And like I said, I developed a mentoring program when I was last teaching, the last 10 years, in fact, I was teaching. and they really want to do the right thing. They really want to provide well for their students. And if they are given something to do, they will do the best they can to implement it. And right now, I feel like teachers are under a lot of stress. Now, this may not apply to every teacher. It may not apply to every teacher in every school. But I personally know some teachers, and they are very concerned with what Common Core has brought to them and the stress that it's putting on them. And the fact that the Common Core standards are tied to the student performance in one test is, to me, and to most of them, I think, unreasonable. You know, if a child comes to school sick, and you've got a child who has a very difficult home situation, and you've got a child who's just out that day, and that is going to impact test performance. So it's, I think it puts too much stress, and I believe that there has come almost an attitude of silence because they're afraid to say anything. But I know teachers who are currently in the classroom. I know teachers who actually can't wait until they can retire. And I know teachers who have retired, and I do not know teachers who really like the Common Core. I really do not. So that's just some personal things. Now, I would like to tell you very quickly, if I may, some of the things that I saw that concerned me about the textbooks that Gwinnett County is about to adopt. I feel like it's not just an opportunity to teach reading. English language arts is the 4 language areas, and you probably know that. You've got listening and speaking and reading and writing. So ELA, it used to be literature. Part of it used to be literature, so now it's all those 4 that are combined. And sometimes so many, as I looked through these books, and the teacher's textbook editions are there, which is a very good resource to try and figure out what is going on in the classroom. So if you can look at the textbooks, you can see how the teachers are teaching, what they're supposed to say. It even tells the teachers, say this, say this, say this, say this. So of course you can make your own comments, but still, for a lot of teachers who depend so heavily on the teacher edition, then they're going to be given the script that they're to say. Which with Common Core, I guess, you know, all the teachers and all over the country will be saying the same thing to all the kids in the classroom, which is creepy or whatever. Anyway, it takes away from the teacher's creativity, I believe. A lot of the work is collaborative, which you can see there's a great emphasis on collaboration in the method, you know, that is taught in the classroom. There's a lot of close reading, which is, you know, you take a passage and you go over it this way, and you go over it this way, and you go over it, you know, and a lot of kids, you know, they can kind of tune out on that, but that's part of what they're doing. Some of the, I was looking particularly, Judy was looking at the upper grades. She was looking at 12th grade. She got very concerned with some of the perspectives that the children have to interpret text from, one being the feminist perspective, one being the Marxist perspective, and you can see that in her report, in her letter. We did not see, as we know, I think it's fair to say that America is still a center-right country. But to get a view of these texts from that perspective, I think, is not going to be that easy to find. So, but again, you have the address, you have the time frame. Please go look and see what you think. In the lower grades, I was concerned with, as I was looking through this, I thought, ooh, there were some little books. I think they're so cute. I just love little children's books. I love to read to younger children. And there was this one book where this little girl, there was a series about Leah. And so she and her father, because her father's a single parent. And so it showed him following her instructions. So she would say, Dad, we're going to the park. And he would say, okay, let me get my boots. Something like that. That's not a direct quote from the book, but it was where she was following the father's, the father was following her instructions. So it's very, very, very child-centered. This whole group of books that I was looking at, this is kindergarten and first grade, you know, more the primary grades. And then there was some other situations where the children were telling the parents what to do. Another one was this little monkey, Min the monkey, M-I-N, the monkey. And so he would climb a tree or he would go play, and Grandpa was the one who was the parent figure for him. And so, but he was deliberately disobedient in these little kindergarten books with no consequences for being deliberately disobedient. To me, that's a problem. They had several books. I do not know how many books I looked at, maybe 30 books. I did not see a traditional family structure in the books. There was a single mother and a child. There was a single father and a child. There was a grandfather and well, he was a monkey, and a baby monkey. So that concerns me. And in kindergarten, this is where we start. You know, teaching children values and what is acceptable, and back to the child-centeredness. There's a lot of instructional little books. You know, how do you make a kite? How do you paint a picture? And always, in every single one of them, a child was teaching. A child was giving the instruction. So there was not a parental figure. There was not a teacher where the teacher was teaching the how-tos, which are the informational text. So these are some things that really concerned me as I looked at those. And, you know, we have an evaluation sheet provided by Gwinnett County. It'd be wonderful if you would go whenever you can. The ELA books will be on display until October 31st, as you can see there. And if you could evaluate, that'd be great. They're open from 8 to 4, but I was told if you want to stay later, someone's always there.
Is that it?
So, well, I could go on, but it's 25 to 10.
Oh, we got
so
5 more
what do you think?
people to
I know,
make
I
comments.
know. So
Any
I think maybe that
questions?
should be it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Jeff Fincher.
Oh, I forgot something really important.
I'm sorry.
I forgot something really important. One of the books.
Oh, okay.
Okay, Jeff. Okay.
He
fine.
sat next
I am
to
so
you.
sorry. I appreciate that so much. But this was an 8th grade text. And the titles, one was The Boxman that they were going to read. And it says, seeing a homeless man arrange a living room of boxes in a city doorway, the author notes a difference between loneliness and solitude. And then the next one that they read is going to be from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, a summary of homeless persons by subpopulation reported. This is the reading material. And then another one that they're going to read is homeless populations and subpopulations. Okay, and then another one, this is from Common Threads if you want to look it up. This was 8th grade level. Okay, so another one that they're going to read is going to be, let's see, let me get this one back over here. See, I need direction in technology, right? It's going to be, let's see, a Texas writer looks at grass and trash to describe the old way we live and think on the Mexican border. And the next one is vividly depicting a surprise encounter. The author considers the lessons to be learned from wild animals. And then, let's see, it was a double speak. Oh, from Area, a memoir of a bilingual childhood. And then Me Talk Pretty One Day, which is with unflinching humor, a popular writer recounts his classroom struggles to learn French. So that's, and then Today's Kids Are Like Killing the English Language. And it says, duh, like, yeah, right. Do these expressions signal verbal degeneration or a heightened awareness of the world? Okay, I'll stop.
If you want to send that in email to Courtney, she can make it part of the document if you want to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. Jeff, you ready?
Good evening. As a citizen and a taxpayer, I want to thank each of you, the panelists that have served on this committee, for the many hours today and the previous days that you patiently listened to the testimony. I've also sat through and attended each of these HR 550 hearings. The one thing upon which we can all agree, we want the best education we can afford to provide our children and grandchildren in Georgia. The stated objective of HR 550 was to explore the role of the federal government in education. A review of the Constitution yields not one mention or use of the word education. So we're left to the 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. I emphasize, or to the people. Constitutionally, there is no role afforded the federal government in education. It was not until 1861 that education found its way into the Georgia Constitution. It's not mentioned in the Georgia Constitution of 1777, 1789, or 1798. In 1861, the constitutional language concerning education is limited to the following. The General Assembly shall have the power to appropriate money for the promotion of learning and science and to provide for the education of the people. Since its introduction in the state constitution, education has become the single largest budget expense. The control of education in Georgia, until recently, has been left to the local jurisdictions and school boards. The current trend is moving more authority away from the local level, and Common Core is symptomatic of that evolving trend. When this committee dissolves on November 1st, your work will represent the best dialogue on Common Core since its adoption in 2010. As Representative Brockway pointed out at our last hearing, and I will paraphrase, there appears to be no area of common ground between the education establishment and those opposing GPS Common Core. He lamented, there is no policy prescription that will make people happy. What do we do? My personal opinion is that we pause. Why the rush? Stop spending money on implementation and continue the discussion. The future of Common Core is very much in doubt in terms of political terms. Look no further than the divided Republican Party. Candidates for federal office oppose Common Core, while state Republican elected officials refuse to embrace a resolution against Common Core passed at the State Republican Convention in 2013. In the interim, my recommendation is to return to the Georgia Performance Standards while continuing this dialogue until we can reach some common ground between the various positions. This will save the taxpayers in Georgia millions of dollars. E-learning is still in its infancy. Secondly, we should abandon longitudinal data tracking and reclaim the $100 million plus appropriated in the last legislative session to create it. Implementing a longitudinal data system will be difficult. It is a distraction to classroom learning, and yet another money pit that takes money away from the classroom. In my opinion, LDS is unnecessary. There is no empirical data or studies that demonstrate it will improve an individual child's education. Question, will it be used to weed out underperforming teachers? If we want to apply metrics to evaluate learning progress and performance, then scale down the cost by using smaller statistical samples. No child learns or develops at the same rate, so where is the value? Should there not be an option out of longitudinal testing? Concerning personal identifiable information and databases containing student records, Eric Snowden proved that data security is not a reality even in the most sophisticated agency, NSA. Whether there is a role for the federal government is subject to interpretation. You can argue that Title I and special ed are essential. You can argue that competitive grants like Race to the Top have merits. But you cannot ignore that the money that pays for it all comes from those of us blessed to be productive and able to pay the taxes that fund it all. Alarming is the number of people participating in the workforce has diminished significantly, while tax receipts are at a record high, and there's still not enough money to reduce our deficits. Historically, there is a weak correlation between money spent and educational success in public education. We all know that parents play the most important role in education, while teachers are a close second. Question, why have administrative costs in education increased at a greater rate than other areas in education spending? there is not enough money to sustain public education system that substitutes the classroom for parental involvement and accountability. It is irrational to think that we can continue to spend more money than the government can bring in and not diminish the future we hope for our children. In reviewing the testimony from the hearings, I did not hear one projection on the monetary cost of Common Core. This is alarming as a taxpayer. This question alone should be on the minds of all elected officials as they consider to whom they should answer on education policy. I hope each of you will review the testimony of Jane Robbins and the questions that followed. Her testimony best summarizes the concerns that are making Common Core an issue that will continue to challenge policymakers and legislators. I conclude with the 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Georgia is up to the task of educating our children. We should have confidence that our decisions in Georgia with respect to education will produce a superior education. We all want education to reflect Georgia values and our expectations for our progeny. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Joe Stout.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm Joe Stapp. I am a psychotherapist. And the reason why I'm here today is because we've done a lot of discussion about Common Core, the standards. We have smarter people than I coming up and saying how that is described in the text and the theory behind it. I'm here to talk about how this is impacting kids, because that's primarily why we're doing this. How does this impact them emotionally? And I have seen that this has been a real problem. I've been a therapist for about 20 years, and I work with kids from 5 years old on up to college age. I also work with adults. But I'm seeing an increasing amount of depression, of anxiety, of drug abuse, and we have cutting and other problems that are out there. Now, I'm not saying that Common Core is the sole reason for it. I'm saying that it is definitely a major contributing factor to that. And I want to just address some of the things that I see are problems from a developmental and emotional level. I thought it was interesting because I was not here all day, but I perused through this and I saw that at 10:50 a.m. there was a discussion about Common Core bringing calm to the classroom chaos. And it seems like the chaos is being taken out of the classroom and it's starting to be put into the family. What I'm seeing right now is a disintegration between the family, the teachers, and the kids. All three of those at one time were necessary in order to fully educate a child. Now, I'm a parent as well, and I know that I haven't been able to access any of the curriculum from the school. And I've heard that from other parents too. They've requested it. What is my child teaching? I've been told that there aren't enough textbooks, so we can't have you come in. I've offered, let me sit in a room at school. I would be willing to take a look at that. And that has not been allowed either. So what I see there is there's a disintegration between the teacher and the parent. The other thing that's a problem is when a parent has their child come home with homework, if they do come home with homework, which seems to be diminishing these days, they're not really able to understand some of the teaching that is happening in the classroom. I know my son, for instance, came back, and I'm not a geometry expert, but I do know that the sum of the angles of a triangle equal 180 degrees. We took a look at his problem that his teacher said, because he was very confused and the rest of his class was confused as well. And I hadn't been in geometry for a while, so I looked online to find out what exactly is the process of coming up with this answer. And it didn't follow what was stated online. So I thought, well, you know, knowing the internet, there's some bad information out there. So I went to another site that also gave me the formula for figuring out what the angles could be. And that was not the answer at all. We plugged in the figures based on a formula that were online, and we could not come up with the right answer at all. So I guess there's a different way of coming up with the answer, but I know I felt very disconnected from the teacher at that point because I have questions. I can't help my child learn this information. And I'm hearing this from other parents as well. Basically, what I wrote down here is I'm noticing in our discussions we're teaching to the test rather than teaching to the child. The standards really don't follow neurocognitive development. If we take a look at the development of a child, in elementary school age, their frontal lobe is not really well developed. It develops over a period of time. We pretty much thought that the brain, the functioning of the brain was based on size, and it's not. And we've, as a result of looking into it, realized that the brain develops in different stages. The reason why kids act up and they say rude things in the classroom, etc., is because they're doing a lot of their thinking from the limbic system, which is the emotional part of your brain. The frontal area is where you have reasoning and thought, and I'm presented with a problem, and here are the different ways that I can derive that answer. What I'm noticing is that with the curriculum, there's a flip-flop that's going on, which is very interesting to me and a concern. For instance, elementary school kids, and I've been asking the parents of the kids that I counsel, as well as the kids, and some teachers that I'm also doing counseling with right now. I talked to a kid that was in 4th grade, and he was told to read a story and then tell how that story matched the story of his family. Now, that child, based on where he is developmentally in his brain, he can tell you the story of his family. He can tell you the story that he read, but as far as linking those together, that requires a higher level of thought that his brain is not able to accomplish at that time. Now, the opposite side is where we have the kids that are in middle school on up. And this is a personal example, once again, with my son. They had a poem called "We Wear the Mask" by Paul Dunbar, which is a very good poem, and basically describes how African Americans had to wear a mask in order to get along in a white world. And they were asked to come up with a theme, and his theme was that you should be a good person and live an honorable life. And he was told that that was wrong. Now the answer, the correct answer, was be yourself. Now, I'm not an English major. My wife graduated in the top 5% of her class in English. She took a look at that and realized, oh, wait a second here, there's really not that much of a difference. And even if the teacher disagrees, you could mark it down, but he failed. In fact, most of his class failed. Now that's an opportunity for them to learn critical thought. But that wasn't encouraged. So basically what he's being told is, I want you to guess what the answer is. That's not teaching critical thought that these kids have to be able to have in order to go forward into college and beyond that. So that's what I mean by a flip-flop. Kids that are in elementary school are basically told that they have the ability to reason. Kids that are in school or in grades beyond that are having to stop their critical thinking and instead be able to read the mind of the teacher, which is essentially reading the mind of the text by the teachers that I've heard. Other problem I can see is the learning styles differences, disabilities are not taken into account. I haven't heard one person talking about that yet. Kids don't all learn the same at all. You have visual, you have kinesthetic, you have oral, you have logical, you have physical, you have a lot of different ways that kids learn things. And unfortunately, from what I've heard from the standards, basically what this comes down to is we're going to instruct the kids so that they can pass a test. Well, what if this kid doesn't have that ability to sit in the chair and to be able to write out a paragraph, and to answer other areas of that test, that kid's not going to be doing very well. So the problem I can see is we're not doing an adequate job of measuring whether this child is adequately learning the material or not. I know a lot of very, very smart kids that have difficulty learning from an oral point of view. They have to write out the information and understand it, and then they get the better grades as a result of that. So I'm not hearing how that's happening. If it is being differentiated from the other kids who are able to learn that way, that's fantastic. But my concern is, from what I'm hearing, everything is going to be the same, that this test is going to be implemented, and that's where it gets into mental illness there. I have kids that are high-functioning, kids that were in honors classes that are now suffering with depression. I have an 18-year-old who started smoking marijuana for the first time. Now, like I said, I'm not saying that Common Core is the cause of that. What I'm saying is it's a major contributing factor, because I asked him what's going on in school, which is a typical question I will ask everybody to see how they're functioning. And he said, I don't know what I'm learning. It seems as though everybody in my class, including my teacher, were very confused on what we should be learning. So he was talking about math and how he got the right answer, but he got it wrong because in his work he couldn't write an argument to show why he derived that answer. And that's what I'm hearing from a lot of other kids too, is when you have a problem, you're supposed to write a paragraph on how you got to there. Now, all of us had teachers that said, show your work. There's nothing wrong with that. But it seems as though the amount of writing for just coming up with an answer of 2 + 2 = 4 is getting outlandish, I think. The other thing is just the teachers I talked to. And the good teachers are really having to teach against what they know as best practices. I know that you're able, from what I've heard, you're able to take the information and implement it. Great. I haven't heard that from other teachers I've worked with. I haven't heard from one teacher that likes the curriculum. I've heard from many who have said that they are supposed to defend it when the teachers or when the parents come in for parent-teacher night. And they're given talking points on how do you explain this to the parents. But a lot of them are having to go against what they see are best practices. And I have a quote from a teacher that I thought was important. She said, a one-size-fits-all approach is the new standard rather than meeting kids where they are. We are to teach to the test rather than the students. Many of my students are going to feel confused and discouraged, and they aren't alone. I also feel the same way because I have to embrace something with a smile on my face when I know it's not going to be for the students' futures. How do you defend something to parents when you agree with them? So these are the concerns I have. If you want to see where things are progressing, look at the suicide rate in Japan. They have a national test that they take. That test determines their future. That's why you have a high amount of suicide. They take this national test, and if they don't score where they need to be, they bring shame to their family, not just to themselves, and they commit suicide as a result of that. Now, I don't think that we're going to see a bunch of suicides as a result of that, but we will see kids who struggle with that because I am seeing them. I am seeing how they struggle emotionally. I'm seeing the kids who have always done really well academically talking about suicide. I'm seeing how teachers and parents are being driven apart from each other, and the kid is being lost in the middle. I do family counseling, and one of the things we try to do is get the family together. Let's work on this communication. This is actually a formula to bring greater derision among those different aspects of this system that's meant to help the kids. So if we continue this without stopping and taking a break, and not only taking a look at the educational theory, but also what is the emotional ramifications of this, I think we're making a big problem here. And we will see it increase So what I would ask you to do is think about this. Are we truly testing, are we truly teaching to the test rather than teaching to the child? Do you have any questions?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Why do we have one?
I'm curious about how long you've been seeing this happen in your practice, because I can't argue with any of this, but it's also interesting because some of this starts when they transition from kindergarten to first grade, where it's not quite as fun. I mean, you know, so some of this stuff is normal and it's been going on since, you know, we were all in school. But I'm curious because we heard this whole teaching to the test is not new and it's not necessarily connected with Common Core. So I'm curious about how long you've been seeing this in your practice, this this stress and this anxiety that your students are seeing, because again, just in my own home, seeing it long before Common Core.
Yeah, last 2 or 3 years, you're correct. As far as the transitions from elementary school to middle school and all through life, there's going to be stress. So it's not as though we're coming from a situation where there hasn't been mental illness and all of a sudden we're starting to see it. I would say within the last 2 or 3 years, I'm starting to hear of kids in elementary school talking about suicide. The psychiatrist I work with is now doing drug tests on 11-year-olds because that's where they're starting to do drugs. I'm seeing cutting. I'm seeing some very severe things within the last 2 to 3 years. I really don't know when Common Core was implemented, to tell you the truth, but I would say I'm very, very concerned. That's why my voice is raised right now, because I'm appealing to you to please take this into consideration.
What school system are your children in?
Dawson County.
Okay.
Dawson County.
Could you spell your last name for me, sir?
Stapp, S-T-A-P-P.
Okay. The only reason I asked, there was a lady earlier here, I think she referenced you, maybe you being in a video that's floating around on YouTube. Is that?
Yeah, there is a video.
S-T-A-P-E?
A-P-P.
A-P-P. Thank you, sir.
Yes, certainly.
Videos under Mike Scoopine, isn't that right, Mike? Your videos under your Facebook? Yeah. Joe may have it on his too. So.
Thank you.
Probably.
Anybody
Anything
else? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mary Worley.
I guess I don't have a whole lot of things to put behind my name. I just, year before last, got my degree in education. I'm from White County. I've worked and done student teaching and practicum in White County and Habersham, so I've been both. Contrary to popular belief, White County is a charter school system. We're not privately owned. None of the schools. We voted on it as a county. The teacher, I guess that when the teacher responsibility is taken very, very seriously, and it's not all about the test. Your principal is in your, comes in your room. Other teachers come in your room. If they see a problem, they send you to somebody else and say, this teacher does this great. Why don't you go watch her? We'll put somebody in your classroom, and you go sit through their classroom for a while. Stay a day or two, see if it can help you, with your class. When I started, they had the CCGPSs when I started school, and we did lesson plans, and we went into the classroom with that. And it was really, to me, it was hard to do, especially at my age. When I started school, I was over 50. I was not prepared. No way. My first class, I had to do a paper in APA format, and I had no idea what she was talking about. None. I had to ask my kids. But the lessons were hard to do because the standards weren't that bad, but there were a lot of, as the lady talked about in the one before, it might have said, teach how to do 1 + 1. But then it had 15 bullets under it that you had to cover in that lesson to get that standard. Now it says, teach them how to do 1 form. And here is some great things to use to do it with. I was in Habersham County in the 4th grade when they implemented them, and the teachers freaked out. But the biggest reason, and what I've heard from the people that I've heard, and even here, and all of them, anybody who ever has a complaint about the Common Core, it's not the standards, because most of them don't even know what they are, never even looked at them. They have no idea what they are. It's how they're implemented. It's the textbooks from the county. That has nothing to do, I mean, that's up to the county. I mean, the White County and Habersham both that I've been in, they rarely even use textbooks. The first year in Habersham, when they brought out the Common Core, they bought, and that's what the bad thing was, they bought a set of things from somebody that had come up with them. And it was bad. It said that today you have to teach this, tomorrow you have to teach this, the next day you have to teach that. If your kids are behind, it's too bad. That wasn't really how it was supposed to be done. It was to teach this in this section, you know, this 9 weeks, this is what they need to do. If they need, you know, like one of the things that they had to do was, it's a lot about number sense in the 4th grade. And that was stuff they did in the 5th grade before. So they were kind of missing. So they had to go back and reteach a lot of stuff because they missed it. But now my granddaughter's in kindergarten, or she's in the 1st grade now. And by the time she gets to the 4th grade, it's going to be old hat. It's not going to be anything new. She's not going to be afraid of it. It's not going to be bad. But I think the best thing about Common Core, and you said, no, somebody said they weren't talking about differentiation. In my student teaching class in Habersham, I was in the 1st grade, and you read The Wizard of Oz. We spent about 6 weeks reading The Wizard of Oz, and everything we did was Wizard of Oz. We did Wizard of Oz math, we did tornadoes, we did landforms, because we talked about difference between Kansas and Georgia. We did measurement, because the kids had to figure out how far their house was from where Dorothy left. I mean, it was, and the kids loved it. We had at the very end, everybody dressed like, it happened to fall on Halloween, everybody dressed up like characters. And they worked really hard. And some of them did skits, some of them wrote papers. No one person had to do everything exactly alike. But in Habersham County, before I even did that, they had already gone, before anybody even mentioned Common Core. Habersham and White County both are very transient counties. It's not that the kids move out of the county a lot, it's that they move from school to school to school to school to school. And if you learned multiplication at Demarest, say spring, but they didn't teach it in the next school, they had already taught it, and then you moved schools, you totally missed it. You totally missed a lot. They had already implemented that each school was teaching the same thing at the same time because their kids were doing so bad and because they moved from school to school to school to school. So, I mean, I haven't seen anything I didn't like about it. It was scary to start with when they were buying those things, but I don't think the standards are the standards. They're not complicated. They're extremely easy to understand. The one he was talking about a minute ago about the 9th grade, reading the band. I mean, that was all that said was they have to be able to read on a 9th grade level. Reading, even in the 3rd or 4th grade, even in the 1st grade, they have to read informational text. Informational text is not just a science book. We read, in the 4th grade, they study Native Americans. There are lots and lots of really, really interesting books that the kids can read that are considered informational text, that are nonfiction, that cover those categories. It's not, and I was highly offended by the guy who said that if you couldn't carry on a conversation about To Kill a Mockingbird, that you were basically, kind of illiterate. I've read thousands and thousands, probably hundreds of thousands of books. Just ask my husband, I read too much. And I hated those books in school. Now, I loved the Iliad and all those after I got out of school, and I could read them because I wanted to. I did enjoy them. But in high school, I didn't want to read those books. They didn't make any sense to me. none. But and we were at one, and a man was complaining because the school was letting his son in middle school read the Hunger Games. Man, if my son had read the Hunger Games in middle school, I would have been happy, because he didn't want to read anything. He didn't want to read what he had to read, much less a great big thick book. I've seen fourth graders reading books this huge because they got to read what they like to read. They had ones they had to read, but it's open. It's up to the teacher. It's up to the county. It's up to the superintendent. And I'm the first. I'm bad at math, and I told my kids, and I had to teach math, and it scared me to death. But you can do it. You don't have to do it like my kids would come home from high school, and they would say, well, I failed this math test because my math teacher said I didn't do it right. But this is the way we did it last year. Same problem, different teacher. But she wanted it done her way. And when he was talking about the problem, about explaining how you do a problem, we do that in elementary school. If they can show, the reason they want you to explain that is because you can luck out and get a problem right. But can you get that problem right, the same kind of problem right, every time you do it? So you need to be able to explain how you did it. If you can explain how you did it and you do it different than everybody else, that's great, as long as you can do it every time. So, and they do that on the board at school. If somebody can do it different, they can come up on the board and show everybody, and one kid will go, oh, I understand it now. I didn't understand it how you did it or how the teacher did it, but I understand how you did it. So that's a lot, Kids can teach kids sometimes better than we can. They can explain it better. It's, how to fly a kite. She was saying that it was explained by a child, or how to build a kite. Who better explain to another child how to build a kite than a child that's already done it? I can tell you how to do it, but would you rather somebody explain it to you and show you how they did it, or tell you this is how you have to do it? So I've seen it both ways. I have had kids in both. My granddaughter's in first grade now. I can't think it annoys me because everybody complains about it, but you can ask them, well, where is your problem? Which standard is your problem? Tell me one. And they don't know. They've never seen them. All they know is what the teacher told their kids to do. But the standard may say, read this book and do this, but it doesn't say you have to read this book line by line, and you have to do this, and you have to give them this handout, and you have to give them this homework. So I think they need to be more, if you don't like something your school is doing, go to your school. You have the right to go and sit in that class. I've gone and sit in a lot of classes. I've gone in school with my kids and sat before because they were having problems, to see what the problem was, to see what was going on. So if a school tells you can't come in, then that's when you need to, that seems like there's a problem there. But I don't think you should blame it on the Common Core. It's still the same standards. They're just written in a little bit different way. And there's suggestions. There's great suggestions, like leading about Teddy Roosevelt. There's a whole section that takes you to a website where you can take the kids on a virtual tour of a teddy bear factory. That brings in economics. That brings in reading. There's books for them to read. There's great things that they can do. It's just up to the teacher to use them. Or it's up to the system to say, look at all this great stuff you can use. Or, hand them a book and my kids had Sax in math. I guess it was okay math, but that was basically what the psychologist was saying, or somebody, is that all the teacher did was get up there and read. It had the cues, they had the handouts, and that's all they did. They didn't actually teach it, they just read it. So I don't think you can't blame it. I think, like I said, I've not heard really anybody more than maybe one or two people that had a problem, like she was saying, maybe with the math and algebra in 8th instead of 9th or whatever. That's not a problem with the standard. That's just a problem with when you do it. But the books, the textbooks, all that stuff, that's not the core. That can't be blamed on the Common Core. that has to be put on the county or the the school. So that's what I have to say.
Okay, good. Any questions from anybody? Good. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being a teacher. Terry Sasseville. Terry Sasseville. Okay. Jan Horn. I've got my third win now, so I'm good.
Well, I'm not going to be here but just a minute.
Okay.
I've been taking notes since 10 o'clock this morning. I've cut them way down. One thing is, it was said that we can adjust the standards. I was watching C-SPAN and happened to see Lamar Alexander and Tim Scott talking about that very thing. And Lamar Alexander is the one that brought in Common Core, and he said you cannot. If you take it, you have to take it the way it is. So, just say that. You guys have heard a lot of stuff, and this is the fourth one. I'm sure, I don't know if they've all gone this long, but I'm sure you guys have heard a lot of stuff. The thing that concerns me are the professional people. I'm not talking about the teachers, because I mean they're looking at it from a totally different perspective. But when they're taking and presenting our country the way that the one person was saying in the books, if we're not telling these kids, how are they going to know? I mean, would Japan let the Japanese children be taught those kind of slants about their own country, or Russia, or Germany, or Cuba? I mean, nobody would do that. Why are we doing this to our children? We should be teaching them. They should be proud of who they are. And for whatever we're wrong, well, then let's fix it. But that doesn't mean that we're bad because of it. So that concerns me. I'm sorry. And then the thing about the kids changing schools and everyone would be on the same page. Well, that can't happen because I live in Coweta County, and Coweta is on block scheduling, and Fayette, right next door, is on semester scheduling. A kid can't move across county lines and be on the same page. So, I mean, for whatever this is addressing, it's not going to take care of that. I ran into a lady the other day who, child's in 3rd grade, and she said about 35 parents are getting together once a week so they can learn the math, so they can help their kids, which is awesome. But what about the other 1,970 kids? What about the kids who only have one parent, that they don't have the resources to even get a tutor? And for how people want to dissect this between standards and curriculum, it's clear that this curriculum is going with this standard. Now, they may get to choose, but they're only getting to choose the things that are aligned with that standard. So, as a business owner, I'm not going to hire somebody that takes 20 steps to do a subtraction problem. I want them to do it, get on to the next thing, get their work done. This is, to me, I'm all for doing different things to conceptualize things. I get that. But that's not what's happening. So, and listen, I'm not being confrontational. You guys have a big job, and I fully appreciate that. There's a lot of other things. You know, it's like my daughter was the highest recruited player out of our state her senior year. She was the all-classification player of the year for her sport. Now, what if I said, okay, this is our standard for athletics, and if you can't hit a 425 batting average and your fielding percentage is an 800 and something, then you will work at that and work at that and work at that until you get it. Now, that'd be crazy. But we're saying because my kid can do this, because I'm not having this problem in my class, then everyone else should be able to do this standard. And everyone is different. Every teacher is different, and every child is different. And if we're thinking we're going to put all these kids in a box and shake them all up and they're all going to fall out the same, they're not. And the other group of kids that I'm worried about are Well, the inner city schools, I'm very worried about those kids. But I was at a rally yesterday Sunday for children with Down syndrome. That's very. I was talking to a lot of those parents, and they are so upset because their children are going to get left out. And we've done so much in education to help those kids. It just seems like we're turning our backs on them now, or they could be. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, and thank you guys for staying here. So
Ms. Horn, I felt, you're from what county?
I live in Coweta County.
Coweta County. You got a little ways to go home then, don't
Yes, I do, and I'm hoping I can stay awake.
Okay. Drink some coffee.
I'm going to do it.
Okay. Okay, anybody else? This is your last call for public comment. Anybody else going once, going twice? Okay, that concludes the meeting then. Thank you. There will be a final report. When will the final report, when is it due, Courtney? I can't remember. December 1, the final report will be done. So thank you and good evening. Thank you, Mary Transood, University of North Georgia, and all the staff and the rest of the staff. So.